Hi there, my name is FixFox, and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. I've got a little bit of a tickle in my throat, can you tell? Folks, I'm very excited. It was brought to my attention by La Rosa on the FixFox Discord that of all the different scenarios that we've done, we have not yet actually completed all of the Price of Loyalty expansion campaign scenarios. There was a mishap where we were at the end of the long voyage home, and I had an issue in recording the Blood is Thicker playthrough. I said I would come back to it, and I never did. We are more than a year out of date, and so we are going to rectify that today. Shout out to La Rosa for the great suggestion, and let's make sure that we get back to where we ought to go. Chat's filling up nicely. Tundar, thank you so much for being here, and thank you to everybody that will catch this here on Twitch and on YouTube later. Let me take you on a quick dive just to show you what we're looking at here. Okay, so we're going to have to load up campaign game. This is going to be VH2, and I think that this is actually going to give us this little bit of a preamble. We are going to listen to the preamble. Let me just make sure that the sound is in a good spot for that so that everyone can actually hear what's going on.
I arrived home last night under the cover of a heavy fog. My cousin met me on the beach. He explained that a civil war had broken out while I was away. To my dismay, the leader of the rebellion is my sister, the Necromancer, with whom my family ties are very strong. Now I must decide. Should I remain loyal to my Lord Elbaron, who has treated me honorably in my years of service, or acknowledge the more ancient bond of blood and fight for my sister's cause?
That is the question. Oh my goodness. What a real interesting type of scenario when you have to figure out whether you're going to fight for king and country or if you will deviate from the path and you will say the blood is thicker. And of course, that is what we're going to do here today. We're going to follow our sister. We're going to take the bad route. You know, FixFox, you know that I love to take the good route as often as I can. I prefer to play as the good guy. Sometimes, though, you just got to play as the bad guy, and this is going to be that. So, scenario 4 to the voyage home. Overthrow the entrenched monarchy of Lord Alberon and claim all the land in your name. Gallivant must not die. That's going to be pretty interesting for us there. We're going to have the choice between starting off with the basic necromancy, basic logistics, or 2,000 gold. As always, we're going to let the dice roll decide what we do with that. So, let's just do a quick little jaunt down here into the dice roll. 1 or 2, 3 or 4, 5 or 6. Those are the choices. It's going to be a 5. That indicates to me that we're going to pick the 2,000 gold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I suppose that at some point I could just say, oh, well, clearly a 5 is basic necromancy. I could just pick the one I want. No one's going to hate me for that, right? But at this point, we have honored the will of the dice to this point. It would be a real shame if we stopped now. So 2,000 gold, this is on hard difficulty. And do note that we are on patch 1.1.9 here for fheroes2. So since the last time I played the campaigns, this might be a little bit tougher. Let's dive right in. Your sister calls you before her altar in the morning. I have important news, she says. The barbarian kingdoms which border this land have agreed to lend us some of their castles and warriors in return for a share of the spoils. I hope victory comes swiftly, but your presence gives me strength to stand until whatever end awaits. So we start off with 2 heroes here. This is Gallivant the Knight. This is our lost condition. We cannot lose Gallivant the Knight, and therefore I don't think I'm actually going to want to use him too much. I think I'm going to want to keep him safe and in the back lines, maybe doing some logistics, but if you lose this hero and you just lose the scenario, that feels pretty bad. We also do have our sister, Draconia the Necromancer. She's level 3. Look at this. How is this fair? He's level 1. She's level 3. Clearly, this is the better hero. Not to mention, she starts off with Bone Dragons, the basic wisdom, and the advanced necromancy. We even have a little bit of a handicap here, having basic Eagle Eye. Yes, indeed. FixFox, are you saying that any secondary skill could be a bit of a handicap? Yes, it could. Eagle Eye could be bad because it might make it so I don't have room for other things I want later, and that feels kind of bad. It looks like we start off with just the haste in our spellbook, and we have 3 castles. We have, whoa, Frozen Peak in the upper left-hand corner. This is a barbarian castle. Looks like there's some treasure there. There's some lifts here to the very south of that. In the bottom right corner, we have Marsh Home. So Frozen Peak in the upper left, Marsh Home in the bottom right. And then we have our castle here of Spirit City with a couple of reinforcements. It looks like Spirit City's got skeletons and mummies, level 1 mage guild to include the magic arrow. This might be an excellent mage guild. Anytime you roll magic arrow right in the beginning, you might have some opportunities you might have otherwise missed. Mutant zombies, mummies, skeletons, those are at our disposal. We have the ability to hire a warlock and a wizard. We will see how useful that is. Are my other towns built up at all? No. The barbarian castles both have merely goblins in them. So I think that we're going to have to, anytime we see 3 castles, we have to make some really important decisions about how are we going to adventure forth. Because if we try and build up all 3 castles evenly, you're not going to build up any one of these castles very well. And so we're going to have to pick and choose what is our best option. On the one hand, Necromancer troops tend to be more powerful. Bone Dragons are better than Cyclopes, and the high-end troops, the Necromancers, are just way better. Vampire Lords are worth their weight in gold. However, we do have 2 possible Barbarian castles, and that might change that decision-making process, because twice the troops of these other types of qualities, through sheer numbers, they might be better than the Necromancers. We will have to wait and see. Tundar says, I'm off to the cinema to watch the F1 movie in like an hour or so, but glad to catch the start. I'm glad you did. Yeah, you better lift on out of here. Just spirit yourself away to a fun thing, hopefully with your sweetheart. And then honor the dice. A D&D master always honors the dice. Yes, absolutely. And so I don't feel bad at all about doing that. I'm glad that I have your support in doing so. Looks like it inspired Unicorn Peak. Interesting. Subliminal influence. Yes, of course, your map, it would have been Sprightly's Demon had Unicorn Peak, and it also had in just Sprightly, yeah, both had your Unicorn Peak in the upper left corner, didn't they? So funny how that is. Frozen Peak, Unicorn Peak, peaks it is. Well, folks, I think that, to my recollection, and I don't recall much, I think that we're safe in this initial area, so I'm not going to transfer all my troops over to Gallivant. I'm going to assume that we're safe here in this upper right corner for the next little bit. I do want to get some faster troops. 2-speed creatures, not that good. I will take the time to go just barely out of my way to grab this gold. Pendant of Death. The Pendant of Death makes all the hero's troops immune to holy spells. You think that's pretty good for the Necromancers? Usually I would much rather prefer the gold more than anything here. I think I'm okay with this Pendant of Death. We shall take that. And I mean, I still want to get back and take a 4-speed mummy if I can. We're going to get just a little bit out of our way, pick up 600 gold here. Looks like there's more treasure to be had over here, another 2,000. We're up to about 7k gold. With these 4-speed creatures, Draconia, she's in a good spot. I'll come back for this gold in just a moment or two. Although I think, do I want to hire a hero in either of these castles? We have a road here. We have no road here, although there's some immediate treasure that can be useful for us. Because of the road here, I think I'm more likely to hire a hero in Frozen Peak. Maybe we make our purchase first and then we decide what to do from there. We don't have any resource generating mines. We're going to need wood. We're going to need sulfur. We're going to need lots and lots of ore if we're going to upgrade any of these barbarian castles. So tell you what, let's get one more hero just so we can clear out this initial starting area. Let's make it Croto. He's got the really nice fast troops. We're going to leave the centaurs behind for now. And then we're even going to leave one gargoyle in case I hire a 3rd hero, or rather a 4th hero into this area. And so we're going to split these stacks. We're going to do a big swap like so. Croto is going to take the time to drop off these other creatures. Oh dear. You saw nothing. 46 peasants dismissed without even a second thought. Fix Fox, you're so heartless. Yes, I am. It's not my fault. They're peasants. They just want to go home to their families. Everything I just did there, it benefited them and it benefited me. I'm better because I'm faster. They're better because they get to go home. So I have no regrets. You will never catch me napping. Folks, we're up to 13 ore. That was 8 ore on the ground there. We do find our ore mine. I don't see a sawmill yet, but we're hoping for the best. And now with 6,000 gold remaining, we have a choice. Do you make buildings or do you purchase additional heroes? The fact that we just picked up Atlas the Barbarian here actually makes him best suited, I think, for this marshy territory with no road. We're going to have to wait and see in just a second. Roman's in the chat. Hello, Roman. Welcome back. Nice to have you here. You are a staple of the of these Twitches, and I really appreciate having you here. Upper Barbarian, let's see, has another castle nearby. I think it may be the main. Oh, might be the main force. Okay, interesting to note. We're going to keep an eye on that. Now they can't send home their wages. It's true. The peasants can't send home their wages if they're not a part of the army and being gainfully employed. It's kind of difficult, though. I mean, we got to have some amount of social services here for our peasantry. That's my hope. That's my goal. Surely their families are being taken care of in some degree, to some capacity. Mushanki Pet's in the chat. Hey, Mushanki Pet. Hey, what's up? I really enjoyed this campaign. Really enjoyed the cool maps. Absolutely. Yeah, already we're faced with these choices of what to do and how to do it. The fact I see some ore here, the fact I see some ore here makes me think that I'm okay to invest in some of these other towns. I would kind of like another hero. I can do a Kalindra the Wizard in this upper left. And because there's treasure right here, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to bite the bullet. I'm going to hire Atlas here without much memory of what is in store. It's been a long time since I played this scenario, more than a year. I'm not sure what we're going to find here, but he's going to pick up 1,500 gold. There is this Statesman's Quill. It would be a real shame if some rogues hopped out of the bush and surprised me right there. So we're back up to 5k gold. I don't really have a lot of purchases, again, until we get the wood and the sulfur. Dens only cost 1,000 gold. Tell you what, let's make sure we get the dens in both of our barbarian castles. And then that's going to leave us with 3,000 gold. Maybe I do hire one more hero in this upper left corner. Let's do it. Let's bite the bullet. Kalindra is going to offload these slow halflings. She's going to take her one boar and she's going to go traveling up this road. Okay, you can get right into this lith. I wasn't sure if you could get into the lith or if you could go somewhere else, like if there was guardians here. I'm gonna step on this lith and I'm immediately gonna scout. I'm gonna hit spacebar as many times as I can and see what we can find. Folks, we see a gold mine to our upper north corner here. That actually means that Draconia needs to go north. The gold could be critically important, and maybe this is only a one-way lith, and maybe that's better for me, and maybe it's worse. Don't quite know. Since we're so close, let's grab this lean-to, and then Kalindra's gonna go back up the road later with 500 gold left. We've already got a well. There's nothing else we can purchase. I think that we're gonna call this a day and go on from month 1, week 1, day 1 into day 2. And McLawlet's back in the chat. Hello, McLawlet. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Are Mondays the new Fridays and Saturdays? No. Unfortunately, so every third Friday of the month, I need to work. I'm scheduled to work. There's just something going on that's pretty important, and I'm happy to take care of that sort of business. But it does throw off my schedule a little bit, and so on those days, I try and still get a stream in that week. It just so happened that this week, it turned into a Monday 2 weeks in a row. So we had the ninja stream. It would have been, last week, and now we're doing Monday again. Not a usual thing, but for this week and next, that's kind of going to be what it is. This upcoming Friday is going to be the 4th of July. And so I'm not going to be available to stream on Friday, this upcoming Friday. We're going to have to push that off for maybe Saturday this upcoming week. Or I might just spend the time with my family. Tell you what, it's been really nice to enjoy the time with my family. And it's been a pleasure. It's my most important thing I can do. As much fun as this is, the most important thing I can do is spend time with the people that I love. Folks, we just picked up a host of resources. We are up to 17 wood, 20 of the ore, 5 of the mercury, 11 crystal, 5 gems courtesy of this little leprechaun here. I'm going to hope that no rogues pop out of this brush. Ah, perfect. We pause to help a diplomat with a broken axle fix his problem, and in gratitude he gives us this writing quill with magical properties, which he says will help people see things your way. But now Atlas is officially stuck. Unless he can go through lots of dwarves, he has nowhere else to run. Was this a bad investment for Atlas? I don't know just yet. We're gonna have to wait and find out. Lean-to, we find 3 more wood here. I do want to get Kalindra back on the main road. Traveling in the snow is not her favorite thing. We do see a watchtower, which is very interesting. Any troops we can pick up? Orcs, goblins? Yes, whatever we can do, we're going to want to do. But for now, I am still going to try and rush down this laboratory. We're going to need about 15 units of sulfur. Let's see if we can get 15 units of sulfur. And before I do the upgraded pyramid, I'm going to just see if I can just slide on into the mansion. Long-term investment for those vampires could be pretty useful. And with 20 ore, I mean, that's 2 adobes right there. Boom, boom. I could go for 2 statues and get the additional gold generation now. That's tough to say. How much do you want to invest in these barbarian castles? I think it's a bit of a trap. if you try and upgrade these so much, but ogres are never going to go out of style. They're never going to hurt you to have them in your back pocket. Thankfully, I noticed that we only have 15 wood, and it'll take 20 wood to upgrade them both. So tell you what, let's just kind of slow it down. Let's just purchase the well in both towns. You're going to want that at some point anyway. And then we can make the decisions later about whether or not we invest in these barbarian castles before we get our spirit city fully up and running. Did you notice, by the way, this gold mine is completely undefended. There are ghosts guarding a second ore mine. So we have one, a second one? I don't know. Maybe the ghosts are going to join me. They're going to say, hey, you look undead to me. You look undead, you smell undead. And I say, yes. Your eyes do not deceive you. Join us, my friends. Join us. No, they are hard-coded not to join us, actually. So that's never going to happen. But so in case you're wondering, ghosts are in fact hard-coded not to join you in this game. So if you ever hope that you have diplomacy and that they'll join you, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. An ancient and immortal witch living in the hut with bird legs for stilts teaches you logistics for her own inscrutable purposes. Folks, this is a great witch's hut. Not often do you get the perfect skill, S-tier skill in a witch's hut, but when you do, you better believe I'm going to want to come back for that as soon as I possibly can. I'm kind of lollygagging. I'm kind of walking around here with my primary hero. I believe that my 3 bone dragons are pretty tough. If I can get... Oh, it looks like there might be a border guard here. I was hoping I could pick up this ore. I wish I could be more effective with these troops. Maybe going north, maybe going through a graveyard or two. Maybe going through pikemen, just a pack. We can do that. Let's try and clear out this area as much as we can and make our way to the north. Oh, I see. Yeah, family comes first. Thank you. I appreciate the understanding. And then Tundar says they could join on the Heroes Might and Magic 2 demo. It was rare, but Broken Alliance ghosts were fun. I've never even heard of that. That's wonderful. I love that. That is fantastic. I hope that I get the opportunity to actually play the demo. I think that would be pretty darn interesting to get to see the game in its earliest versions. You come upon a mercenary camp practicing their tactics. The mercenaries welcome you and your troops and invite you to train with them. That's going to be +1 to our attack skill. And let's see here, folks, we had new follows. So over the weekend, we had 3 new follows. It was Furfine, Xeno Excite, and CV0. And then we just had a follow from Cass Rasmussen. Cass Rasmussen, thank you so much for the follow. We're having a fun time here playing Heroes of Might and Magic. For you and anyone else, this is going to be scenario 4 from the Voyage home, Blood is Thicker. We have played all of these campaigns so far, except somehow this one escaped my grasp. I did not even notice that we missed out on it. And so I'm hoping to right a terrible wrong. Thank you so much for being here. Hope I get to keep you for a long time. If you like Heroes of Might and Magic, this is the place. So 22 ore, and recall that we need 10. Tell you what, we're gonna go for the mansion, and we're gonna go for statues in the other areas here. We're gonna go for statue here. We're gonna go for statue here. Marsh Home and Frozen Peak are now making me 1,250 gold per day, and that feels fantastic. Fantastic. Also fantastic. Winnie Morrow's in the chat. Hello, Winnie Morrow. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the subscription. I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here always. And yeah, I reached out to Winnie Morrow recently, and I've reached out to a couple of people. And if I haven't reached out to you yet, don't panic. Don't panic. But I am looking to get a couple of wonderful map makers into a Discord call and pick their brains. People who are good at making maps. Yeah, I think that there's some great interest from a lot of other wonderful people in knowing how in the world do you make such a great map. And so that's my hope, that's my goal, is that you and, let's see, Tundar, Mushanki Pet, let's see, Idruin, oh my goodness, there's so many wonderful map makers out there. I hope that I can get anyone who's interested in sharing their wisdom. I hope I can get you all into a Discord call. So thank you, Winnie Morrow, for being here, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with you in the near future. So thank you so much. If you don't know Winnie Morrow, go check him out. And there he is with the hey. Hey, nice to see you there. It's a pleasure to have you here. Okay, Atlas in the bottom, doing nothing. And folks, we have wandered into Troy. Oh my goodness. So this little road takes you from one barbarian castle to the other. I think that it was Roman who said that in the upper left corner, it is this opportunity for major forces. And then Marsh Home, maybe we leave Marsh Home for now. Marsh Home currently has goblins, wolves. Maybe we get it up to the stick hut, and maybe we just stay there. And then we maybe try and get this upper left castle built up so we can get 2 castles. This is basically a gold mine. Basically a gold mine. Yeah, and if we can take that, then we'll be feeling pretty okay. Of course, a mage guild wouldn't hurt. That helps taking castles be quite a bit easier. For now, though, with only 2,100 gold, folks, we're going to move on here. It's going to be the end of day 3 on to day 4. Okay. Remember, everybody's got to come back to this witch's hut for the logistics. It's too good. It's too powerful. It's too strong. It's too je ne sais quoi. I don't know quite what it is. I don't know what je ne sais quoi means. Sorry. That was my dad's favorite joke. I said that on stream one time. I said, it's too je ne sais quoi. I don't know. And he picked up that I was trying to make a joke. So thank you, Dad. My number 1 biggest fan. So, folks, it's going to be Draconia going through this pack of pikemen. No losses. We're going to get the advanced wisdom. And then, oh, looks like a gem mine not too far away. Okay, we're going to take that. Freebies. Absolutely. If for no other reason than the gems can be traded for other things later, we are going to take that now. And look, 1 graveyard, 2 graveyards, 3 graveyards. Folks, there is at least 4 instances of RNG on this map already. Have you noticed? That's a lot of RNG. These playthroughs are going to be very different from playthrough to playthrough. And that's not bad, but that is worth noting. Aha, 5 gems, and look, 2 patches of sulfur. 4 sulfur and 3 sulfur. That should get us up to what, 7? Yeah, 7 sulfur. And remember, what are we looking for? We're looking for those bone dragons. It is day 4. Is it possible? Will we get there? 3 more sulfur is needed for the mausoleum, and then an additional 5 after that. I suppose with only 5 wood and not finding a sawmill, I think I'm forced to make some tough choices here. Really tough choices, because everything costs wood, and there's no wood anywhere. Maybe there's a sawmill up here. Now that would be interesting if there was a sawmill up here for Kalendra to explore. I kind of headed back towards Frozen Peak. I'm not going to find any new forces anytime soon, but I do want to drop off these 2-speed orcs. They're going to be slow enough that it's worth my time to go back just to drop them off. Any amount of extra movement in the snow is going to be better for me. A blue barrier. Treasure chest stands behind it. Pendant of Dispassion. Very interesting artifact. It prevents you from being berserked. That's, of all the different disabling spells, Berserk, Blind, and Paralyze, those 3 spells are so powerful that there are corresponding artifacts in the game to prevent those spells from locking your troops down. Interesting choice to have this there. Very interesting indeed. And so then Atlas is going to stay, unless he can go through a pack of pikemen, not yet. And then with our scant resources, if it costs gold, we will purchase it. That'll be the Goblin Garbage Heap, 1, Skull Pile for 2, and then on to this garbage heap over here as well. The only reason why this purchase could hurt me is that if I find it's going to have to be another 8 sulfur. If I find another 8 sulfur, I'm going to be pretty sad, because that is going to put an end to my goals of getting this laboratory. It's kind of expensive. 14,000 gold is what we're looking for. I don't know if we're going to find all that sulfur and all that gold, but let's do our best all the same. Okay. And Sandra the Peasant Killer's in the chat. Hello, Sandra the Peasant Killer. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Hello there to you and to chat as well. Wonderful. Thanks for being here. Sandra the Peasant Killer, is always a pleasure to have you. And you're one of those great map makers that I would actually like in that Discord phone call. So at some point, I'm hoping that I can get all these brilliant minds into one single place, so I can pick your brain and I can learn how I can make a great map like all of you wonderful people do. So yeah, please note that if you get a call from me, that's what it's about. 4 sulfur. Oh no, now I really regret. Oh folks, we need 5 wood. I really regret. We need 15 wood. We need 10 more wood. 10 and 5, we need 10 more wood. I really regret making those purchases. The 1,000 gold, that might actually matter. Lots of pikemen. There's no way Atlas can defeat those forces. There's no way. Not with 5 wolves, not with 10 goblins. If we're lucky, we're going to get up to... Oh, if we're lucky, we're going to get up to the power liches, or rather the liches. But for now, that's about all I can say. Looks like we've run into a little bit of a tricky situation here. Draconia is going to be able to go through this pack of cavalries pretty quickly. That is my goal. And once they do, that's going to free up Croto to continue to go south. So they're going to sit right here. We're going to wait for Draconia to go north in just a moment or two. Croto is stuck. Gallivant is stuck. New Dawn is going to be mined very quickly. And folks, no wood. Currently we have mercury, gems, ore, missing crystal, missing sulfur, missing wood. And I am distraught. Okay. And Winnie Morrow also says, hi Fix Fox chat, is it the pole map? It is. It's the price of loyalty here. Blood is thicker. And on camera, I've already done the good playthrough. This is the bad playthrough. So hoping it's going to be a really fun day today. Mick Lowlett says to Winnie Maru, I checked because I missed the start, but yes, this is a price of loyalty map. Perfect. Wonderful. And we had a subscription there. Jimmer Katie, thank you so much, Jimmer. Appreciate you so much for the subscription. You're subscribed for 2 months. The pleasure of having you here is mine. Thank you so very, very much. Yeah, we've enjoyed, I've enjoyed spending time with you and having you here on these streams. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate it. Thank you. These Monday streams are an awesome start to the week. Great, good. That makes me happy, because I always feel like on Fridays I'm maybe at my absolute peak, because my brain says, aha, we are ready to go and we have the rest of the weekend off, we can relax. And that does something to a person. When they know they don't have to go to work in the morning, that does tend to change how they feel about life. And so for me, it's kind of nice when I'm able to have those Friday streams. I feel like my energy is a little bit different than my Monday streams, but all the same, I think that we're having a really nice time here. Pack of cavalries, we shouldn't lose a bone dragon. I am going to split off these single stacks of these skeletons as well. And note that I'm going to do single stack here, single stacks. No close formation. Yeah, this should do fine. Shouldn't lose a single. There you go. One skeleton lost. Hold on. How do you only lose one skeleton? I've got to see this. I guess all these forces are going to try and take down this one bone dragon, and they're going to be unsuccessful. Remember, folks, if you hit auto combat and then just hit this auto button on the left, you're actually going to get to watch the fight with the losses that were present there. Interesting choice for the bone dragons to actually fight the big stack of cavalries instead of the champions. Maybe that was because they didn't want to take the retaliation. That might have been a high-level maneuver from the AI, actually. Interesting. So it didn't want to take the retaliation from the champions, but it did take the retaliation from the cavalries. Is that better? Is that better? Huh. I don't know. But I don't think that the attack skill and the defense skill and the damage is different enough that would really make sense in my mind, but maybe that was an actual calculation from the fheroes2 AI, and if so, that is always really cool to see. We're going to do a little bit of a hero chain here, just so that way Draconia doesn't have to go too far out of her way. It'll be Croto that just takes New Dawn Force really quickly. 830 experience. Down we go back. We'll trade over. And actually, you know what? Croto, I'm sorry, but you need to part with one of these gargoyles. Sometimes having one measly little flyer can be the difference between a win and a loss. I don't know if 100 zombies is too much for 3 bone dragons. I'm going to exercise a little bit of caution, and we're going to wait just in case it is a little bit too much. Is there something here? Whoa, Vampire Lords. Bless, Cure, Shield? Okay, we're going to stop. You don't even have a spellbook. Sir, you don't even have a spellbook. You're naked. That's not okay. Well, we're going to fix that. But remember, next time we come back, we are going to need to get those spells for Draconia. Okay, on we go. Gallivant's gonna head south as well. A little bit scary. If you head south, you might run into some problems, but we need 5 more wood. We've got to find 5 more wood, and this is not available to us. Maybe Kalindra's gonna wander right into something very important. Watchtower, that's not quite what I had in mind. That's another 10 orcs though. She's going to be much slower for the next little bit, and with only 5 wood, there's no purchases to make. Nothing here. Nothing here. This town may not be upgraded to a castle, and nothing here. Huh. 17,000 gold and nothing to spend your money on. That feels so bad. You could always spend it on troops. I suppose I could always spend my money on more heroes. Let's do that, actually. We're going to leave Agar with just the 1 boar. I think that the 3 gargoyles are better forces at scaling the tall cliffs of Troy, if the time comes to that. And let's just have him go south, and maybe he will be the one to find the wood. There's a sawmill. Whoa, that was amazing. That was great. That was good. Can he get there? Is there going to be wood right around there or not? Oh, what I wouldn't give for a view resources spell, but alas, we have none. Not here and not in our other mage guild. Okay. Alrighty, and folks, that's going to take us into day 6. So bone dragons are officially out. We would need to have 10 more wood today, or 5 more wood today. But if we can get just 5 more wood, we might be able to get into the mausoleum at least. And so tomorrow we're going to make the choice about whether or not we go for stick huts or adobes. It'll all just depend on the wood that we find. Okay. Sandra the Pigeon Killer saying, "Hail there to Tundar. Interesting map. Seems like an open type so far." Yeah, this feels like one of the more adventurous sort of maps. I know that sometimes in the Price of Loyalty campaigns, there's a lot of scripted sort of fights and setups. This doesn't feel nearly so scripted as some of the other scenarios do, and I think I really enjoy that. I truly think I enjoy that. Although, look at this. I think that there's a third goblin hut. Yeah, if you can defeat lots of goblins, you're gonna have a really good time here in this little area. Lots of Medusa. Tell you what, I'm gonna roll the dice and hope I get wood here. I can't reach this campfire. I'm hoping for wood. 6 ore, close, but no cigar. And folks, that might be the end of our hopes for getting these liches. One more shot. Nope. Nope. Knowing that there are nomads guarding this pass, the answer is no. But it's going to be Agar the Warlock that actually is going to clear out the sawmill. It is a priority. This feels like a very slow start. Is it too slow of a start? Do our enemies already have way more than we do? Are we already in a bad spot and we just don't know it? Time will tell. But for this week 1, we got up to the mansion here. We are going to not purchase the stick hut. If I can get the stick hut, if I can get enough orcs, maybe I can go through these pikemen, and maybe I can roll the orcs through pikemen and dwarves. In fact, I think that you can actually roll 2 weeks worth of orcs through the dwarves. Maybe you purchase another hero, and after you defeat these forces, then you can run away. How many orcs is that going to be? 3, not to mention with the well. Oh, it's a gamble. It's a real gamble. And that's the last of my wood. Tell you what, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this in hopes that by investing in this bottom corner here, that will eventually later come back for Troy. Maybe I can use this initial advantage here in the swamp. If this wasn't a barbarian, I wouldn't be doing this. But for now, I'm going to hope that I'm going to have enough forces to go through dwarves, maybe hire a second hero, and then shoot on in from there. Okay. I don't love this. Don't love this. This is not what we had in mind, folks. Usually we say stick to the plan. I don't know what the plan was here, but this doesn't feel like it's it. But folks, astrologers proclaim this to be the week of the tortoise. All dwellings increase in population, and that feels a-okay to me. Oh, and there's a Sir Sandro, in fact, in Tundar's maps, so that's pretty nifty there. I like that. I like that, of course, Sandro enjoys the Sandro character from Might and Magic, and they've named themselves accordingly, and now you as well are honoring them directly or indirectly, one way or the other. It's really, really fun to see, and I'm happy that you map makers are enjoying each other's company. Folks, Expert Wisdom or the Expert Necromancy, I think that there's no question here. You definitely want the Necromancy. That's going to go so far for you. I am going to accept these goblins. I'm going to accept all these forces, and I'm going to accept these goblins into my army as skeletons. But we're not going to lose the one gargoyle. Gemmer says, if you have the blind immune artifact equipped, does it stop, say, unicorns from blinding your troops, or is it specifically from spells? That's a very interesting question, and I actually do not know the answer. So, for example, similarly, you could say, okay, we have the Cyclopes, who will paralyze forces, right? Does the Titan or the Giant, who's immune to mind spells, do they fall prey to that spell if the Cyclopes just attack? It's not a spell, it's more like a status effect. You know, what should we expect out of that? I don't know the answer. I think that if it's immune, it's immune, and then in this case, if you're immune because of the artifact, I think that you're still immune, even though it's the special ability for those forces. That's the way I've always understood it, but I do not know for sure. We might actually have to try that out in the map editor, in the battle simulator. Folks, we've got Night Shadow here. So another town might be upgradable, might not be. The other one was not upgradable, so that's a little bit interesting there. If we want, we can always hire Vesper or Aerie to help us out here. I think we're just going to go for 18 orcs. We're going to have all these goblins. I'm going to take all the wolves because we got so much gold and nothing to spend them on. We're going to practice our use of the single stacks here, and we're going to go fight this fight. And we're going to win. 21 orcs. If this is 50 dwarves, I'm going to be really, really sad. If it's 20 to 40, I think we win with no problems. Or if it's like 30, then we're doing real good. Oh well, oh well. But yeah, Sandra the Peasant Killer, I'm doing real good. Hope you're doing well too. Slam the pikemen 2 times with basic heroes to soften them up. That's a good decision. I like that idea, and it may come down to something like that. I'm hoping that this investment in the wood is going to pay off. Who knows what's in the swampy marshland? It could be good, it could be bad. I don't know yet, but we're going to hope that we can find out soon. Lots of skipping here. Just trying to, I'm probably going to maybe sacrifice one goblin to the big stacks here. Of course, we're slowing the dwarves. in the sense that we are peppering them with bow fire. If I was getting shot from afar by a guy with a crossbow, do you think I would proceed cautiously? I would probably be crawling at like 1 speed instead of, what is this, 2 speed? Yeah, that might be a little bit much for me. Remember that this goblin's gonna go first, and so this stack of 52 can actually do some real damage in a moment or two. 3, 7, 8, and 8. I think I kind of want to bring down these stacks fairly equally, and I think that now is definitely gonna be the time to attack. 3 to 5, tell you what, I don't think we're gonna lose on this retaliation. I don't think we're gonna lose a wolf here. 12 down to 11, we did lose a wolf. And then we're gonna attack here at the stack of 7. So our big stack can attack with no retaliation, not once, but twice. Oh, that's pretty good. Good morale at the right time is worth its weight in gold. This single goblin doesn't really need to do much. It's just gonna sit right here. Just kind of stay in the way. And then 2, 2, 2, and 2, it doesn't really matter. We're gonna kill 2 wherever we go. So let's kill the one with 20 HP left, for sure. 3 more goblins goes down. We were at 51, we are down to 46. And folks, the wolves are gonna take a bite out of these dwarves. And again, the investment, peppering down these dwarves with some bow fire from afar, or crossbow fire, felt like a good decision. I feel like the pikemen are still a little too much. I don't know, 15 hit points? Maybe not. Tell you what, we're gonna go on the road. We're gonna wait and see what we can find. Maybe I needed to be a little bit more aggressive here. Maybe. But to grab the wood, that would have been the reason why. Sandra the Peasant Killer does say, that's a nice idea. Would be a pleasure to collaborate with you. Wonderful. I appreciate that. Winnie Morrow to McLawlet with a thumbs up as well. Only need to find a time for it. That's the problem. There's so many great Heroes of Might and Magic lovers and players, but we are scattered across the globe. And I don't think that it's a good idea that we all move into the same town. Although I would say that if we are going to all move to the same place so we can all be closer together to enjoy Heroes of Might and Magic in hot seat mode, it should be Reykjavik. Absolutely. We should go to Iceland. Greenland? Iceland. We should go to Iceland. Capital of Iceland should be Reykjavik, I believe. I don't know. It's across the pond from me, so forgive me if I got that wrong. Let's see. No other purchases here. Agar is going to load up whatever he can. Wolves and such. I might even have Kalindra meet up with these orcs we stole from here. And I'm going to focus on the wood before I focus on anything else. So does Agar need to wait a day before he sets off? I don't think so. Let's just purchase everybody. Send them on down. Make one big fighting force. We're going to leave the one single boar. And we're going to leave the halflings because our morale is going to be much better. The one single halfling, that's troops of 3 alignments. We don't want that. Let's do this. Troops of 2 alignments. That feels much better. Okay. And yeah, Kalindra should meet up with us in a moment or two. But first, you've got to organize the essentials of your life. I had a lot of health issues lately. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. No, hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, no, health issues are so bad because you don't realize how valuable your health is until you don't have it. And you just wish that you could just not be in pain. So I'm so sorry, whatever your health is. I just hope that you're improving. Hopefully you're getting better very, very quickly because yeah, hate to hear that you're not doing so well. Folks, we found a sulfur mine. We found 5 wood. I spent my wood. Whoops, not good. But I'm realizing that Sir Gallivant the Knight is a good hero, but he's also my loss condition. As soon as we go from dirt to grass, I feel like I'm in a bad spot. I feel like this might be me playing a little bit too loose and fast with him, but he's getting so much good work done here. I'm going to let him continue to go. I'm going to play aggressively. I'm going to hope that we don't get attacked by an enemy. And if we do, I will say to you right now that I knew better and I did it anyway. I knew better and I did it anyway. Worth noting that the skeletons are not going to be impacted by the petrify ability. Okay, so maybe that answers your question from earlier, right? Yeah, Gemmer, maybe that answers your question because I know that the undead are not going to eat a blind from a unicorn. Well, but again, that's like an inherent advantage. Maybe it's not an artifact, right? So I don't know, tough to say, but lots of Medusa. Let me think about this. Medusa are basically minotaurs, just 2 hexes. They're basically minotaurs. You want to take on lots of minotaurs with 3 bone dragons and 94 goblins? Not with these spells. Not with a haste and a dispel magic. That seems a little scary. Seems a little scary. We could pick up the watchtower. Would that really help, though? Yeah, it might. It might help. We're going to pick up the watchtower, and then we're going to make a decision from there. Oh, and more goblins there. That's going to help it. Any little amount of goblins might be enough. Now I'm getting mocked mercilessly. 4 sulfur from a campfire, 4 of the ore, and then nice to see the pickup of the AoE damaging spell with the cold ring. I'm okay with that. Croto, he's got some spells, but his job is not to fight right now. Right now he is just here to scout, as is Atlas. Pack of mummies, lots of pikemen. This is the fight we wanted. Perfect. Perfect. Didn't know this was here, but we see one little pile of wood. That justifies my decision in advance. The problem is that you can't determine whether a decision was good or bad based off of how it turned out. You have to make the decision about whether it was good or bad based off of simply, well, was it the correct decision with the information I had at the time? It's kind of like playing blackjack. For those people that enjoy counting cards, I enjoy watching people play blackjack when they're counting cards and they break it down, they show you what they're doing. I'm never going to do it myself. I don't have the time or the patience or the energy, sort of a deal, but being able to make the appropriate bet based off of the count and the shoe and where it's supposed to be and maximizing your odds, you got to make the best decisions where you can. But even if you're playing perfect basic strategy, and even if you are making the appropriate bets at the appropriate times, you might still lose. That's just the way that things go. And so whether or not it was a good bet or a bad bet or a bad job in moving these heroes forward on the map, it shouldn't come down to whether or not we were successful. It should always come down to whether or not we made the best decision with the limited amount of information we had at the time. Folks, we found Hampshire. Oh, this feels so bad. Gallant, you're so scaring me. Don't do it. Gallant is scaring me, but we are up to 128 goblins. I'm going to call that good enough to defeat these Medusa. I'll pick up the +1 spell power for now for Croto, just because he's got stuff to do. And then Atlas is going to fight this fight. Pack of mummies. Let's get one more single stack of goblins. And that's going to make this fight go much better than it would have otherwise. And a barn to buy. Enough troops to be fine. Oh, the barb. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, enough troops together should be enough to overwhelm these forces. And maybe this is going back to that conversation of, hey, should we have considered just purchasing multiple heroes and using their starting troops in order to roll this map? It's probably the right, again, that's the right decision-making process, I believe. But we're not going to know if it's correct or not until long after the fact, and that feels kind of bad. We're gonna skip on these wolves. We're gonna eat one bit of retaliation here. If I attack, I'm gonna eat this damage here, but I'm gonna do this anyway. You gotta do some damage at some point, and we'll take the hits there. 42 goblins are gonna get hit. That's gonna lose us 7 more goblins. I'm gonna wait on this single stack here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna go to right here. Just keep them alive, and that will actually be useful in keeping these orcs alive as well. If I can kill 2 mummies, I will. That's gonna open me up to the wolves doing some damage. Take a big chomp out of these mummies. 1 big stack goes down. We are cursed. We retaliate, and 35 goblins is going to bring down another 2 of these mummies. The curses are wild. They're ferocious. Let's save this 1 goblin, and let's get out of this fight. 13 goblins, 14 goblins, and 1 of the wolves. And folks, estates or archery. It looks like these 21 orcs are doing damage. We're going to take this archery, and the 7 wood is going to be wonderful for us. These pikemen are going to get obliterated with this additional 10% damage. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it feels like a lot. Okay. And Tundar, yeah, you'll listen for a bit, but you're getting ready for the show? Absolutely. Have so much fun out there. I'm really hoping that people do the very, very best they can to make sure that they have good work-life balance, and that includes good balance with things here we find in Heroes of Might and Magic 2. If you spend all day playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2, trust me, there's worse things you could do out there. But I definitely want you to go spend time with your loved ones. So, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, and I wasn't there, but hey, Winnie Mario, thanks for the sub. Yeah, he did the gifted sub. That was really sweet of him. Really sweet of him. So, folks, that's going to take us on to day 4 of this new week. And yet again, I'm just waiting for Gallimant to get attacked out of the blue. I'm glad it hasn't happened so far, but I'm scared that at some point it will. We're going to get just a little bit more scouting. Just a tiny bit. And should I take these dwarves? I just don't want the enemy to have them. They're going to slow me down, but it's 23 dwarves. And even though I'm going to be slow as I head back north, I think that's going to be helpful for me just to make sure that enemies don't take these forces from me later. Let's avoid getting leveraged against. And this fight's not going to be fun. Picking up 9 goblins, or rather 9 orcs, is not that big of a deal. 128 goblins is the stack. Let's try and keep our stacks alive. Yikes. All right. Whew. Let's hope for the best. That's not fun. Let's see. You're welcome, my dear night lover, says Winimaru to Mushanki Pet. Yep. Winnie, Mushanki Pet does enjoy the night faction. Folks, this is too many. 3 stacks of 15, that's way too many. There's nothing we can do. There's just nothing we can do. Think about the raw amount of hit points. This represents more than 350 HP per stack. There's nothing we can do. It's just too much. It's just too much. You're gonna lose the bone dragons for free. I didn't even really see what the Medusas were guarding behind, but I was hoping that this wouldn't be the top end. I mean, look at this. 3 stacks of 15. 15, 30, 45, this is 46 Medusas. So when they say lots, they mean lots. Last time it was the dwarves and it was lots, it was 30, right? 45 and an additional 15, it's a big swing. Lots is maybe the most dangerous stack size in Heroes of Might and Magic because it could be small and like 20 and you can handle it. Or it could be massive and it could be just more than you can handle. In this case, I think it's going to be more than we can handle. Skeletons are going to hopefully take the brunt of this upcoming offensive. Look at these Medusa. We ought not to attack just yet. We're going to skip. I think it's time to attack. We're only going to kill 2 to 5, and then we're going to get obliterated by this stack over here. We've got Dispel, we've got Haste. I think I am going to start my hastes, though. I'm going to go for the Bone Dragons now. It's going to impact them first thing next turn, and then we're going to do the Skeletons or the Goblins up next, depending on which one is more alive at the end. Okay, no Petrify comes through, but we're down to 21 Goblins already. Not even enough to kill a single Medusa on the retaliation. Very not good. In fact, yeah, that's just not good. Medusa, this small stack is doing 41 points of damage. Got to keep the Bone Dragon stack alive. We're using the terrain here. We're using this little stack and the trees. I sure could use a little bit of assistance. Folks, we've answered a question. Can the undead be petrified? And the answer is yes. I theorize, without having checked into it myself, I theorize that the Medusas can petrify the Titans and the Giants now. Medusas are maybe one of the scariest units in the game, just because of that 20% chance. Holy cow. So, we were going to lose before. We are definitely going to lose now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What can you do? What can you do? The answer is nothing. You can do nothing. And when the haste wears off, you're definitely going to be doing nothing. You can kill 2 to 3, or you can kill 2 to 4. Let's try and kill 2 to 4. I think that this big stack is going to come down. There's 2 left. Let's try our best to win. They're going to go in this direction or this direction. Doesn't matter which way they go. Whichever way they want to go, they can. We're going to sit the gargoyle right there. Probably a bad decision. Wow. Bad morale for the enemy actually works out really fine for me. So they've got a trick up their sleeve, but my little trick is nowhere nearly as good as theirs. We're going to keep the gargoyle alive. So that way I can get as much damage off, and then we're going to have to run because this hero is way too good to lose. 3 bone dragons for nothing. Absolute killer. On these scenarios where the margins for victory are so small already, that feels pretty bad. Folks, we're going to retreat in shame. 3 bone dragons, 128 goblins. And I have no one to blame but myself. Also, if we'd had the magic arrow, we might have been able to do something a little bit different. I'm not saying that would have won it for us, but that might have been just a little bit better. Don't you think? I think so. Okay, on to new things. Let's see. We'll switch out here. Vampires, tell you what. We're gonna leave the liches. We're gonna take the vampires. And the mummies on the road, and we're going to end up upgrading the vampires over at that other castle in just a moment or two, because we do want to upgrade them and we do want to get these vampire lords there. And I think we're going to pick up all these troops and we're going to roll back through the pack of ghosts Maybe not through the pack of ghosts, but we will roll back in just a moment or two. Ouch. Okay. Bruised and battered, but not defeated, folks. The goal is to take your lumps, take your losses, and continue to move on despite your struggles. And that's what we shall do. Okay. Kalinder's going to hand off those 10 orcs. Let's hope the Agar... Are you sure? If it's 20 nomads, you're fine. If it's 45 nomads... Do you defeat 45 nomads? 17 orcs looks a little bit better. Your morale's at least even this time, but you don't have a big stack of bone dragons. We do have the curse. We can apply that 2 times before the enemy actually gets into us. It's going to be important which 6-speed creature gets to go first. So you do want the wolves. You actually want to do it just like this, I think. Yeah, I think you want to do it just like this. You want to do it just like here so the centaurs can step down if they need to defend. If it's 45, if it's almost a horde, you lose. If it's 20, you win, and you get a sawmill. Is this a worthy risk? Knowing that we have no wood and we are officially bottlenecked, we're gonna do it. Okay, you see what I'm talking about though? 4 stacks of 6 versus 3 stacks of 16. Lots is the most dangerous grouping in all of Heroes of Might and Magic. McLaughlin says, like a D&D group of middle-aged people, it's hard to get together because things just keep getting in the way. Yeah, so if we're trying to do these fun collaborations or we're trying to do all these things, it's just tough. And that doesn't mean that people don't love the game, because surely we love these games, right? But it does mean that we do have a bit of a tough time getting to enjoy each other's company like we would hope to. I'm going to attack to here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I attack, I'm going to get hit by this stack. I don't love that, but I'm going to do it. The curse is going to help the damage from this stack. Oh, this is perfect because now there's not a pathway. I was worried I would kill this full stack. It looks like I have not, and that suits me just fine. Gotta get the damage off while we can. It's going to be 1 nomad goes down here. Orcs are going to, or rather the centaurs are going to help out. We're going to kill 1 to 2 more of these nomads. Single stack is kind of getting in the way. A stack of 4 is about to do their damage. Let's curse this biggest stack left. There's 1 group of 4, 1 group of 6, and 1 single nomad. Those are our enemies that are currently in our way. Let's try and keep these gargoyles alive, actually. I would prefer not to lose any of them, if at all, if I can help it. We'll just kill 1 to 2 of these nomads, even though they've already taken their turn. So 1 more wolf goes down there. And then... yeah, I'll lose goblins over anybody else. There's the retaliation there. 5 nomads down to 3. We didn't even lose an extra wolf. Didn't even lose the extra wolf. 4 and 14 for a sawmill. At this point, knowing what we know, that feels absolutely worth it. We're going to continue to go south. I'm so scared. Lots is a lot. I'm terrified of lots now. Oh no. I'm so scared. But how often does that happen to any of you where you have a Dungeons and Dragons group and you truly planned and you hoped and you had every good intention of just keeping the group together and being there every Tuesday night, but then something just came up every single time? If that's you, I don't think you should feel bad about that. I think that we've all been there. So I've definitely been a part of some Dungeons and Dragons groups. I think I've even said on stream that my dear sweet wife, she's known as the Murder Hobo. Yes, indeed. She plays a certain style of Dungeons and Dragons that most people would find uncouth. That means that any amount of NPCs that you find, they are not safe. So long as my dear sweet wife is playing, yeah, nobody's safe. And what can I say? That's just the way it goes. I think I'm going to stay safe. I'm going to try to avoid any losses. Might as well. We just saw a free treasure chest behind here. Might as well just do the best we can. I'm not worried about good morale or anything like that. There you go. Oh, we will defeat them from here. In fact, I could just hit Q and in the battle. No, let's do it like this. 1 goblin goes down. 2 to 4. And let's just get out of this fight with a quick resolve. 34 experience, but another 2,000 gold. We've got 25,000 gold. There's so much gold, but nothing to spend it on. Except for heroes. except for heroes. In fact, there is a lith not too far away from here. Let's go and grab that. Taking the boar instead of the gargoyles, because again, gargoyles can be useful for those other fights. Yeah, let's see where this takes us. In fact, with so much gold again, one more hero. Let's make it Ranlu. Sending these creatures up, sending these creatures down, and go find me some fun stuff. Travel up the road, let me know what my enemies are doing. Okay. And Mushanki Pet says Galavoint was my logistics boy. Yeah, he's definitely that for me too with the logistics there. Keeping him home and warm while the others did the dirty work. Yeah, I do not want to risk my loss condition because it's just not worth it. There's just no point in time where it's worth it. However, I say that and immediately I throw him right back into danger. So do I really mean it? Does Fix Fox really understand what it means to keep people safe? Or does he just say that he does and truly he's just a little bit confused? I think I might be a little bit confused as to what that means. Yeah, might be. Depending on how many orcs this is, we might go through these wolves. A group of orcs with a desire for greater glory wish to join you. Do you accept 17 up to 26? Is that enough? Is that enough? I think it is. With a curse. You see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? We're gonna win this fight because of the curse, but do you see what I'm saying? And the terrain sucks. Oh geez, this is the worst terrain I've ever seen in my life. Okay, let's see. Wolves here can sneak through. Wolves here can sneak through. So these groups are gonna go this way. This wolf is gonna fight this wolf. We gotta curse these two wolves here because they're gonna be the ones that end up getting into my shooters. Goblins are gonna go around. Might as well do the damage. 1 and 2. Oh, that's fine. No, I'm okay. I will absolutely sacrifice a big stack of wolves. I will absolutely sacrifice this big stack of wolves. Because the 26 orcs are kind of the win condition here. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be fine. In fact, we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna go, just step down. We're gonna kill 2 to 4. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not loving this. It'll work. It will work. We're gonna lose these goblins in just a second. Gotta step to here. Okay. 3 to 5. And these wolves gotta go all the way around. You step up to here and you hope that the orcs can just brawl it out here. They cannot. Oh my gosh. Gotta reapply the curse because it's about to go down. 3 more turns. 4 orcs at a time, 2 wolves at a time. I did it again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, no. Was there a better way I could have done this? I feel like the terrain was bad. Losing the big stack of goblins for free just due to turn order was just horrible. I didn't think that both sets of wolves would get there. I thought the 2 wolves would go down, but because this wolf was able to slide right in there and do the damage, they did. Oh, they did. Even cursed. Too many wolves here because of the double attack. 10 down to 3. Is Agar worthwhile? Oh my goodness. What a shame. Wake up, Fix Fox. It's go time. because these forces were not meant to take this. These forces were needed for Troy. And by losing Troy, you miss out on 1,000 gold per day. Basically, we were fighting for up to, call it 4,000 gold and a pile of sulfur total in exchange for 1,000 gold per day. When you put it in those terms, it seems obvious what the better choice would have been, right? Seems pretty obvious to me anyway. Let me get caught up on chat. But Mushanki Pet also continues on and says, I'm more of a Sorceress main, but I do have a soft spot for the Knights. I'm happy for that. Very happy for that. Tundar says, I'm lucky no one buys games in the summer. I've been making maps all day, every day. Good, yeah. No, I think that there's a bunch of people out there that do enjoy the maps that you've already made. So yeah, if you are a map maker, now is the time to be a fheroes2 fanatic and spend all that good quality time making great maps. So go for it, please do. McLawlet says, man, that faction just spoke to me when I was a little girl. Still does. Aw, wonderful. Right on. That is the Knight faction, or is that the Sorceress faction? Either way, I think that both have their charms. Absolutely, both totally have their charms. and just some of the best stuff. Just some of the best stuff to get to enjoy these sprites and these graphics. Something about these town themes, they just really put me in a good mood. I don't know how else to say it. Yeah, I guess that is the way to say it, though. It puts me in a good mood to see these great little towns. They're just beautiful. So beautiful. If we're gonna get bone dragons this week, we've got to pick up wood here, or we got to find wood somewhere else. This is not good. This is not good. But we will figure it out, because we always do. Have you noticed that we've always figured it out? Even when we lose, we eventually come back and we do figure it out, and that's pretty useful for us. Bless could be useful for these barbarian troops. We're going to take Ariel the Sorceress. I think that the Bless is going to be better than the Haste, plus these troops are going to be better than those other ones would have been. The problem is that we actually need Atlas to grab this and send these troops over here, so on day 7 we can pick up this wood and then go from there. Okay, lots of nifty things, but remember, it's all about this laboratory. We can't even get a marketplace, because if we get a marketplace, there goes 5 of our wood. That's not good. It's not good. Winnie says we often underestimate the unit. Yes, the Medusas, the wolves, but the Medusas are dangerous, and I've often lost games because I misjudged the fight against them. I'm glad that I am in good company. Thank you so much for that, because yeah, that's clearly what we did there. And then Chris is in the chat. Hello, Chris. Hello, chat. Nice to have you here. Happy Monday to you. Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. McLaughlet with a big ouch. Yeah, losing Agar, losing our main hero, Draconia, to those Medusa. Big loss. Big loss, absolutely. Tundar says, my latest map is 2 days in production. It's about a demon growing up to become the Demon King. Oh, so this is the backstory to that one hero that you had. Very fun. I'm looking forward to it. I do have 10 minutes, and then I'll be totally AFK to catch this on YouTube later. You're probably AFK by now. I think I'm at least 10 minutes behind on chat. But your D&D group is on Tuesdays, Tundar, and being held up by the new addition to the D&D Masters family. Oh, that's a good reason to be held up. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. And then Tundar says, as far as favorite factions go, Tundar enjoys the Barbarians, the favorite faction by far. I am really concerned because Olden Era does not currently have a stronghold or a Barbarian faction. It's a mistake. That's a problem. They are sure to patch that in the future. But for now, I am very sad because that is a non-negotiable. You got to have some amount of Barbarians. You simply must have them. Avatar Heroes in the chat. Greetings and salutations, heroes. Greetings to you, Avatar. Welcome to the chat. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure. We're playing this Price of Loyalty map, and I'm getting smoked. And it's not because of anything that the AI is doing particularly well. I'm just outfoxing myself, as it were. I'm absolutely outfoxing myself. Not very good. Tomorrow I can get to here. I can't get here in time. I think I have to head up. 4 days. Got 2 days to get there. I was hoping I could do like a hero chain with Ariel. She can only get to here. Unless there's a barbarian in here right now, and there's not. I have to send it in this direction to find wood. I have to send it in this direction to find wood. Campfire. There's got to be wood in a campfire, don't you think? That just makes sense, right? Right. Maybe here in the snowy north. Crystal mine, not too bad. I will go out of my way for this gold just real quick. And then let me continue, because I got to get to some other stuff here. Mushanki Pet says, well, technically Fixie and Auntie Fixie have barbarian portraits. Very true. Very true. And they're very, very fun to have. Tundar says, haha, well spotted. Avatar Hero says, wow, you've been absolutely spraying out videos recently. I can't keep up and I love it. Folks, that's a very important conversation. Viewer fatigue. Am I fatiguing you out? Have I put out too many videos too quickly and you're saying, Fix Fox, I can't possibly keep up. It's too much. There's too much going on here. Or should I continue my current pace? I'm trying to do a one video about every 3 to 4 days. Is that the right pace? Am I doing a little too much? Y'all are gonna have to let me know. And Mushanki Pet says, I started the Sprightly Pirates map going well so far. Wonderful. I'm glad that you're enjoying Tundar's map. That's pretty fantastic. I'm thrilled that they're getting some good appreciation for that quality map. Good stuff. And then E-Parade with a subscription. E-Parade, thank you so much. You're subscribed for 8 months. You're on an 8-month streak. Thank you so much for being here. First time catching a stream in a while, liking the growth of the beard there. Yeah, thank you. My wife has told me that if I ever shave it, that it's going to feel like it's not even me. So I keep the beard simply, if for no other reason than it just feels like it's my duty to my dear sweet wife. She does not ask a lot from me, but I think that that's something I can absolutely give her. If we run out of options, folks, we will go to the marketplace and we will trade for the wood necessary. We will cost ourselves 5 wood in order to get 2 wood, if that's what it takes. We're not there yet, but let's see if we can find wood, and then before the end of week 2, we are going to go on from there. Okay, wood. That's sulfur. That's good, but that's not what we're looking for. Let's see, Kalindra's just waiting for another week's worth of troops. I don't know, a pack of ogres with 12 orcs. I think that my decision-making process is pretty compromised at the moment. I just feel like I'm not as sharp and shiny as I wish I was right now. I feel like I'm missing some obvious choices that only make sense after the fact. Do I realize how bad of a decision some of these choices are? So I'm going to continue on in this direction. We're going to grab Night Shadow. We're going to head on down, pick up the +1/+1, finally go through the Medusas. There's still lots of them. Oh my goodness. And then Draconia, this time it's going to be more effective because she's going to have a magic arrow for 40 points of damage. That is going to be pretty useful. Not to mention 16 Vampire Lords. It's going to go well. Looks like 800 gold. And Ares is going to continue in the north. It looks like Sulfur, maybe a Watchtower. Ranlu, yeah, wood. 4 Mercury, not too bad. Not what I had in mind, but not bad. And then, yeah, Ariel is just going to end up waiting. Just waiting here for this Magic Garden because it's going to be a new day tomorrow. And folks, all my heroes have swung and missed, as it were. Just like in baseball, they have had a swing and a miss. And that feels pretty bad. We're going to pick up the marketplace for 5 wood. Oh, never mind. I had the 10 wood. This is going to be a very expensive mistake because I did pick up the 1 sawmill somewhere. Not this one? No, I did pick up this sawmill. So I actually had the wood necessary to get my laboratory, but once again, we outfoxed ourselves. You see what I'm saying? I'm just missing some of these things here. And it doesn't feel great. It feels a little bad to lose 27 gems basically for free. That was just not necessary is all. I don't try and sweat the game. I don't try and min-max the game. But I do take pride and enjoyment in playing it at a fairly high level, and I feel like I do. I feel like I play the game at a pretty high level. So there's enough times where fun and interesting things happen that I say to myself, okay, that was a cool moment. That's how I gauge about how I'm doing, and it doesn't feel like I'm having a lot of cool moments right now, but just gotta wake up. Wake up. It's a brand new day. It's a new week. It's a new week. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new week. Week of the Mongoose. Which would you rather be trapped in a trunk with? Like if somebody put you into a car and there was a random animal in there, would you rather be locked in a trunk with an angry mongoose or with like an angry cat? I don't actually know the answer, just like a normal house cat. Because the house cat is gonna get theirs in, like 100%. Like the cat's not gonna be doing too well after that. But you better believe that, like a mongoose, I just don't know how strong the mongoose is. Is the mongoose a tier 3 creature? Is the mongoose a tier 4 creature? I don't know. I don't know. You see my quandary here, though. I'm trying to figure out what tier is a mongoose as far as animals go. I know for sure I don't want to be locked in a trunk with a badger or a wolverine. More than that, I can't possibly say. So let me know, mongoose or cat, which one are you locked in the trunk with if it's angry? I do love that almost universally, gentlemen, when we get together, we tend to default into some of those conversations about like, hey man, do you think that you'd rather fight like 100 ducks or like 1 horse? And we're like, oh man, I could totally take this many ducks, but I totally couldn't take this many horses. For some reason, we tend to devolve into those levels of conversations. Maybe it's actually a higher level of thinking. I don't know. Maybe I'm not giving men credit for the conversations that we tend to have. But I'll tell you what, which animal could you beat conversation, I think that's way more interesting than just talking about sports in general. Although I could totally talk about sports if the need arose. Anyway, Clindra is a waste of space. She's just sitting here. I don't know what she's doing with her life. I think that she is regretting the decisions of just being hired by me. And I can't tell her that she's wrong for that. I think that my leadership should seriously be called into question at this point. Truly, I think it should be. It should be. Yeah, no, should totally be called into question. There's 6 halflings here, but we got 45 here. I'm not going to just dismiss these halflings. I do want Croto to pick up the wisdom and then go north through these ogres. And yeah, I want him to go north. I want to take this free gold mine. It's 1,000 gold a day. It's basically a gold mine. I want to pick that up. We'll get that as soon as we can. Okay, on to a new deal. Oh, and McLala, it was the sorceresses that were your favorite. Wonderful. Come on, that unicorn design. And the phoenixes and the elves and the sprites, everything. Well, and every sorceress creature pretty much has like a special thing. Sprites don't have any retaliation. Dwarves have magical resistance. The elves have 2 shots. The druids have their long, cool, flowing cloaks. And let's be real, cool is absolutely a special skill. So yeah, being cool, that does matter. It absolutely matters. You are free to disagree with me on that, but I think that I think it matters. I think it matters. This is a lot of gold. Do I need gold though? I might need gold later. I might need these troops for this fight though. Yeah, they're getting up to trolls. We'll ignore this. Priorities, people. Priorities. A pack? We can definitely defeat a pack. But yeah, McLala, the sorceresses, top tier. Lovely. Wonderful. And the game would not be the same without them. That's how I feel about it. Tundar appreciates the feedback. Wonderful there. And then E-Parade says, did you know that preparing for a baby on the way while also having construction at home takes a lot of time? I am so happy for your baby on the way. I know that we've, I don't know where we're at in the process of baby on the way, but I'm glad that you're doing some nesting, E-Parade. I think that that's lovely. I think that that's wonderful that you're spending the time to just make sure that the little home is perfect, just the way you like it. So that way you can welcome your happy little baby in. I know that that was... for my first kid, there was a lot of nesting, and I was really, really prepared and ready to go for that baby when it arrived. Kid number 2, not so much. Kid number 2 was like, we are on the way to the hospital, and I'm like, well, all right, it's time to go. Let me just do the dishes real quick before we go, so when we come back, there's no more dishes in the sink. Highly would not recommend that. My dear sweet wife is a saint. She's very patient with me when it comes to that, but yeah, not the way I would recommend doing it. How about that? And Trenlo says, nah, can we just put it in the backlog? Which part are we putting in the backlog? Which part are we just putting in the backlog? This is the problem with FixFox getting so far behind on chat. Okay, let's get out of this fight and we'll go from there. I'll figure out, Trenlo, what you mean. Avatar Hero says, no, absolutely not too many. The most important thing is that you're having fun playing and that we can get up to speed when we have the time, especially now as the summer holidays are here. Thank you, bro. Oh, awesome. Wonderful. Wonderful. We are all for it. Roman says, yay, dragons? For Dungeons and Dragons, I'm hoping. Otherwise, if you see dragons on this map, I'm officially scared. Do you see dragons? Are there dragons? Here be dragons. There be dragons. I'm officially scared. Okay. Maybe that's your favorite faction is the Warlocks. And in which case saying yay, dragons is absolutely the most appropriate response you could ever have. So, yeah, hope so. Let's see. We're picking up wood slowly. It's going to be time to upgrade Frozen Peak and Marsh Home just a little bit in a moment or two. Draconia, free battle here. We did lose the Gargoyle. That was not what I had in mind, but that's where we're at. And look at this. This is actually an improvable castle. Did not realize that that was going to be the case here, but if we can get up to some meaningful amount of wood, that can be useful for us. Let's go down here. And these Medusas have vexed me long enough. FixFox, are you sure you want to fight them with only 16 Vampire Lords? No, but I do think that with the magic arrow, I can do something nifty anyway. Plus, we killed like what, 8 of them? They're down to a reasonable stack size. How about that? 15 more orcs here. We're gonna go all the way back through these liths. A very long journey, very cold. Genies, not 1 but 2 stacks. Guard this little pass. That's interesting. Traveler's boots. Now that is a great artifact. And with 1,000 experience, we're gonna pick up the pathfinding here, and it looks like we found like a little natural sort of alcove here. I'm guessing that this is a road. I mean, there's a road here, but I'm guessing that this dirt signifies also another avenue into the enemy's territory. Maybe they have half the map and we have half the map. Because if you play scenario 3, where you play as the good people, and when you play as the bad people, which is here in scenario 4, the map is basically split. It's the same map, but I think that there are some differences as far as which faction, like what the strengths are. Starting units are very much different. I think that when you're playing as the good guys, that these towns start off as castles, and that instantly makes kind of a big deal. So, big issues there to deal with. But yeah, I think that we might be to the point where maybe the map is cut in half diagonally, like so. And if we delve too far below this line, this imaginary line, we might put ourselves in a position where we run into some real bad guys. Just makes sense anyway to me. Ariel, okay, my dear, you've waited long enough. There's nothing for you to do but just leave. Just take your one sprite and go find something to do, please. That's going to take us on to day 3. And for the first time, folks, we see Red Player. Red Player was near those Traveler's Boots. I don't think that there's any way I'm going through a pack and then several genies to get there first, but I do want to keep in mind that there might be a really fast hero moving right along very soon. We're going to pick up the Goblins for free, maybe more of these Orcs, and there is this Tree City. I'm going to want to pick that up for a future fight. Which fight, though, I'm not just quite sure yet. Ares going to continue on their way. Draconia is picking up the +1 knowledge. Goblins, not at this time. It's going to be 86 of these skeletons, and it's going to be all of these vampire lords that brings us to victory here. Let's get it. 38 of the skeletons goes down. I think we can do much better against these 30 Medusa. Winnie Morrow says it depends on how many mongooses there are. If it's 20, it's fine, but if it's 49, maybe not. I feel like there's a recurring theme here with this stream. That's perfect. I love that. Yeah, if it's 49 mongooses, probably not. But if it's 20, we might have that. No problems. Let's move the mummies to the middle of the battlefield so they can respond one way or the other. Vampire lords, kind of the same. Single stacks of skeletons are going to try and stand in the way just a tiny bit. From here, skeletons are safe. I think I will fight with these mummies, so that way this stack of Medusa can't go anywhere. But that does put the rest of these troops in a bit of a bind. I mean, unless the vampire lords get petrified, they should be able to drain tank this fight. But if they get petrified, you're just having a real bad time. I'm gonna roll the dice a little bit here. I'm just gonna hope that they take 1 and 2 bits of damage and then just stay alive. All they gotta do is stay alive, and then they can just heal through the damage. That's the hope anyway. Let's see, this Medusa's already lost their retaliation. I'm gonna move this one skeleton to here. I think that this Medusa can't help themselves. They're gonna clear out this stack, and then do I want to kill 4 to 6 with the skeletons? Or do I just want to kill 2? I think I want to leave the 2 alive. I think I'm gonna kill the 2, because we can do haste over here in just a moment or two if we need to. Or rather here. Never mind, we were already 5 speed anyway. See what I'm saying? I'm just missing things. Just missing things. Up to 16 of the vampire lords, and it looks like that actually might be the best thing that could have happened to me. The AI is less likely to target troops if they're petrified, and so I'm perfectly fine to let the Medusas focus again on these big drain tanky sort of units here. That's what we're gonna do. We kill 4 to 5 of the Medusas. This is gonna be 4. 13 of the royal mummies. Okay, and then with 1 single stack left, yeah, it's just gonna be these vampire lords. 63 of the skeletons remain. That's not gonna be too bad. The losses, I think, are ultimately gonna be just a tiny bit better than they otherwise would have been, and we're gonna get out of this fight. If it was 49 Medusa, we would have been in trouble, but this was 30, and we can handle that. Oh, look, 9 skeletons back. We're going to take up the expert wisdom. And folks, our prize is the silver axe embedded deeply in the ground. After several unsuccessful attempts by your army to remove the axe, we will tightly grip the handle of the axe and effortlessly pull it free. That additional 2 attack actually feels pretty useful to me. Not to mention this wood, which we are still somewhat in short supply of. After our hero says, the picture being locked in the trunk, being locked in the trunk of the car with an absolutely pissed, angry fixed fox. If it was an actual fox, I think that we would be in trouble. I gotta tell you a funny story. So the other day, I had a little bit of a family reunion, and I saw a cousin that I don't usually get to see, and this was this cousin I've always looked up to. He's a great guy always. He was a good guy before. He's a great guy now. He's a good father, good man. You know, a good man, and I think that's what I aspire to be. I aspire to be the best man I can be. And so we see him at this little party, and there's a pool, and there's some water, and there's some shenanigans, and I did not anticipate that we would end up getting into a tussle, but he threw a water balloon at somebody, and then I went to defend their honor, all in good fun, of course. And long story short, I thought it would be a simple matter of just getting a hold of him and putting him on the ground, because he's not small, but he's not my sized. But you know what? He was wily, he was crafty, he exuded the dad strength that I think that those of us who've got kids understands. You know, you get strong by just carrying your kids around. He was a little bit tough to bring down, and to my dismay, I must unfortunately report to you that I did in fact go for a double leg takedown, and he was able to sprawl, and I ended up with a face full of grass. So not my finest moment, but unfortunately I continued on, I persevered until the time that he ended up dislocating his finger. So we shouldn't have been roughhousing. We have a saying around our family: if you play rough, you should expect to get hurt. I did not expect that he would get hurt that much, but still, I think that he walked away looking better in that encounter than I did. So there you have it. Okay. Advanced Wisdom, Basic Ballistics. We know we're about to fight this castle fight. We're definitely taking the Ballistics. It would be really easy to take the Wisdom here. What are you going to spend it on? When are we going to get a 4th level spell? I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. We're going to use this Ballistics to great effect. We're going to hope that we can use the spell points. We got 15 left. Maybe we even go home, spend a night in Frozen Peak. Maybe we pick up a Mage Guild there. If we're going to do that, let's leave these troops minus the boar, and let's have Kalindra go out. Where Crota went in, let's have Kalindra go out, and then we'll take it from there. Whew. So yeah, is a pissed, angry Fix Fox and Shrunk that cool? I don't know. My cousin was able to escape me until he got hurt a little bit, but yeah, so you wouldn't have to worry about me being locked in a trunk with you. I think you'll be okay. Don't worry about it. And then Avatar Hero: a pack of mongoose is easier than lots of cats. Perfect. This is the discourse I'm totally here for. Eat Parade says, baby, the first one comes out into the world in 2 more months. I'm so excited. How's your dear sweetheart? How's your sweetheart doing? Are they comfortable? Are they not comfortable? Being very, very pregnant in the summer can be very difficult. I hope that that's not too big of an issue, but just wanted to just touch base and let them know that care about them and hope that they're doing well with that. Probably not very fun right now, but hoping that they're doing well. And then Winnie Morrow says, to Avatar Hero, definitely, yeah. The pack versus lots. The lots of cats are kind of a lot to deal with. In response to talking about the videos and the frequency of the videos, Trenlo goes on to say, nah, we can just put it on the backlog. That's what you meant. Okay, we can put it on the backlog. And then the extra videos, your pace at making videos is just fine. Thank you. I appreciate that feedback, because I figure if you're not interested, you just won't watch. Or if you got stuff to do, like, you'll go do your other stuff. But all the same, I would hate to have people see that I've posted again and just sort of roll their eyes and go, oh no, this guy again. So I really enjoy these. I worry sometimes I'm being very selfish with people's time when I just enjoy making these videos so much. Really, I do. So yeah, I appreciate the feedback there. Thank you so much. Happy that this is worth your time and that you'll get around to it whenever the time is best. I think that this is all we're going to bring. Fix Fox, what do you have in mind? 4 bone dragons and 16 royal mummies? I think we're going to go for this graveyard. Or a pack of ghosts. Let's go for the pack of ghosts. We can do it. We can do it. We've got spells. We got stuff. We can do it. We're going to head north. We're going to go through the ghosts. And we will come back later victorious, because no amount of ghosts can defeat our bone dragons. I say that, and I hope that I am correct in that. We will see. It's day 4. It's day 4. We're gonna have to wait a second to see if this is actually going to be necessary to go back for additional spell points. 15 spell points, that's 5 magic arrows. That should actually be enough. Or that's 1 cold ring and a couple of magic arrows. It might be enough with 40 orcs. We'll see. Boreaser says, hello, Boreaser. Welcome to have you here. Thanks so much for being here. Pleasure. Fix Fox stream, some good news this Monday. Yeah, it just turned out with my work schedule that this was the best day for it, so happy to have you here. Welcome. And then Roman continues to say that there's a classical joke. If the first kid swallows a dime, you go to the hospital. With the second kid, you wait. The third kid has the dime deducted from the allowance. I think that I've already experienced that a little bit. My kiddos are great, and they're doing perfect. I'm so grateful for them. But I'm definitely giving my newest a little bit more of the best of luck. I'm not going to hold your hand through everything experience. I don't like let my kid cry maybe as much as I should, but I'm definitely a little bit slower on the trigger saying, it's okay, babies cry. That took me a moment to realize as an adult, as a parent the first time, but now I get it a little bit better. So yeah, that is definitely the joke there. So, although, once again, back to that family reunion sort of a deal. I rented a bounce house. There was about 8 or 9 kids between the ages of 3 to 5. And so a bounce house just felt perfect, and it felt like the way that I could contribute. I traveled a long way in order to get to this sort of family reunion. And so I didn't really have the time to bring a dessert or bring food to add to the potluck. And so I did this, and it was, fairly inexpensive, all things considered. I say fairly inexpensive. It was, but the kids, they had an absolute blast. And initially I was looking at the rules that they have on the side of the bounce house, and I was very serious. I'm like, okay, we can only have 8 kids in at a time, and no shoes and no sharp objects and all these things. And partially that was because of the safety of the children. Of course, you don't want any kids to get hurt, but also because I'm saying to myself, look, I'm the one that's responsible for this bounce house. I don't want it to get broken, and then I have to pay for a full bounce house I wasn't planning on getting into. I don't think that anybody wants to own a bounce house that they weren't planning on owning, right? And so I'm making sure that all the kids know the rules. And once again, my cousins, in good, gentle, ribbing fashion, they say, look at this guy with the rules. And I had to stop myself for a second and realize these rules are written in blood. These rules are absolutely written in blood. There's a reason why we have these rules. It's not always true, but it was what I said to myself at the time, and everybody got a good chuckle out of that. Never thought that I would be the adult that cares an awful lot about rules and such, but here we are. As I've gotten older, I've definitely become more of a stickler for the rules, which maybe that's a good thing. If you're going to be a protector of your family, I suppose that that's a good thing, because my childhood was great because my dad filled that role for me, and so I didn't have to worry about danger and things like that. He was on the lookout for me. So now it's my turn to do that for my kids, I suppose, and that's a great thing. I'm happy to do that. Avatar Hero says, man, this is great. The kids are asleep. The fiance is knitting with her friend inside. Me, I'm sitting here on the porch, eating chips, drinking lemonade, watching Fix Fox with some great heroes as the sun sets on a really fine summer day. What a beautiful life. I feel the good vibes. I'm feeling your vibes, and I'm grateful that you shared that. I'm glad I could be a part of this great moment for you. Hopefully the sun is beautiful. Hopefully the air is clean. Hopefully you're resting from your labors at the end of a nice day. Yeah, hope things are going really good for you. Wonderful. I was trying to get caught up on chat, and I'm just never going to get caught up on chat. But we had some interesting activity. Let's see. Selgay Gypsis 02 with the follow. Seldak Gypsis 02. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate having you here. We're having some good fun playing some Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Of course, this is coming from the Voyage home. Blood is thicker. It's a good scenario, and as we can already tell, we've made some mistakes, but I don't feel like I've made so many mistakes that we just lose the scenario, and that's what I like. I don't like having to play perfectly, and this is definitely not me playing perfectly. So I get my wish, and the map is still causing us some grief all the same, and that's perfectly fine. I deserve it. I deserve all the tough times that I get myself up into. So welcome, and appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. eParade says, my wife is still doing great, but starting to have some issues in her lower back. Getting all of the yoga balls, foam rollers, and husband massages to help out with that. She still goes to the workout classes every weekend as well. Good for her. That is very good for her. Not so easy to do. Yeah, I really respect her for being able to make that happen, because I look at, man, I look at the requirements of being a mom, and yeah, there's already a lot going on there. but working on her just general fitness now. I mean, that helps the baby be healthier later, and yeah, just it makes her feel better. It helps her recover faster. So I'm sure that she's happy to be going through that bit of a struggle in order to make sure her kid, your kid, is doing so great. So happy to hear it. Sounds like she's in really good spirits. Good stuff. Good stuff. Tobal4HU is in the chat. Hello, Tobal. Hi, chat. Hi, FixFox. What a wonderful day to play Heroes of Might and Magic 2. It is. And I'm so happy I get to spend this time with all of you. I really appreciate the time. Folks, we're going to do something. We've got multiple castles. We've got one marketplace. We could get a second marketplace soon. We're going to get this marketplace in our main castle. And obviously, we've got enough resources. I think that this might be a time to hope that we get this expert wisdom utilized. Whatever 5th level spells we get, we're going to use them. Absolutely. Because I don't have a lot of other options here. It feels like if I'm behind on troops, I need to use the magic in order to compensate for my failures. So let's get some really nice spells, probably here in Spirit City, so it's nice and safe, and then we shall go from there. Okay. Avatar Hero says, welcome, and 100% right you are. Perfect. Perfect. I appreciate the camaraderie we have here in the chat. Okay, 4 and 16, we should be able to win this. You tentatively approach the burial ground of ancient warriors. Do you wish to search the graves? Yes, I do. The one bone dragon lost is actually unacceptable. We might try and play around with terrain here. It's kind of rough. It's kind of rough one way or the other. Our attack and our defense is low enough, though, that with a single bloodlust, we might be able to get out of this fight just a little bit easier. Let's just go to here. And we're going to get swarmed in a moment or two. Let's do the bloodlust now. I think that will be my best enhancement. Oh, we could kill the whole stack here. Let's just hope we kill the whole stack. Every single time we fight with 4 bone dragons, let's hope that we kill the full stack. There was 400 damage there. That was awesome. There was most of a stack there. And we are down, let's see, 30 hit points at a time, down to 88. Let's keep the bone dragons safe. Bloodlust on the royal mummies. And the bloodlust makes a lot of sense because the mutant zombies already have such low defense anyway. So it doesn't hurt my feelings at all to let them take even more damage, even more bonus damage rather, from the bloodlust there. I'm gonna hope that the 4 bone dragons can kill the 20 stack here. That stack's dead, that's for sure. And then the only question is how many mummies did this cost me? We will wait and find out in just a second or two. Looks like it cost us 2 mummies. I can do that all day. And in fact, I will do that all day. We're gonna take the ballistics. I think the Gallivant has done all the scouting he needs to do. We will take the luck, and Medal of Distinction is actually a good artifact here, folks. If we're gonna be mixing undead and barbarian forces, you better believe that some amount of morale is actually worth my time. So sometimes you might not be happy to see this Medal of Distinction as a Necromancer. I'm okay with it. I'm actually very, very much okay with it. That suits me just fine. So we shall be happy with that. We shall go on from there. I think it's time. Day 6? No, not day 6 just yet. Stick cut now. I prefer the Adobe if I can get up to it. Let's save the wood. No, let's spend the wood. We talked about getting marketplaces. I'm gonna hold off on that for just another moment or two. These additional troops, this should be just fine for me. I'm gonna take whatever we can here. Is there anything else here? Nope, just the orcs we just purchased, up to 48. And it's a pack, a few, several pack, few lots. This might be me way overthinking this fight, but up to this point, we've made some really bad decisions, some very poor choices. At this point, I can't overthink it enough. I think at this point it's best to overthink every single fight possible and just take every enemy seriously, so that way if you recognize that you're having some trouble making the best decisions, just treat everything like it's your final fight. Just have that level of care and concern, and then everything should hopefully work out just a little bit better. Okay, more scouting to do sort of into this area. I guess Kalindra will go down. Maybe it's time to get some of these forces up to the front. Yeah, let's go back so we can have Ranlu do a resupply later. Ariel is chasing down this magic garden and these other forces. It's day 6. I think tomorrow we will consider our next purchase. Yeah, we're gonna wait for now, and then we're gonna figure out what our next purchase is in just a moment. Okay, last time I waited way too long to check out the follow. Let's see who we got here today. Folks, happy to have Narf13 here in the chat. Narf, thank you so much for the follow. It's a pleasure having you here. Welcome, welcome. Playing some mighty fine Heroes Might Magic 2. Again, scenario 4 from the Voyage Home campaign. I'm enjoying it very, very much. Okay. Let's see. On to a new day. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Did you see that? I don't know who just popped through those stone liths, but they look like they mean business. We're going to continue with our original plan here, which is to fight these graveyards and pick up nice artifacts. But whatever just happened to the south, that's a problem. So we're going to have to deal with that very quickly. Boreaster says, okay, I'm going to crash. I got to replace my car's battery. It's got to be replaced immediately as it died this morning, so I'm exhausted. Have fun, y'all. Oh, Boreaster, I'm sorry to hear about your misfortune. Yeah, whatever you got to do to take care of yourself and take care of that, I hope it goes better for you in the near future. Yeah, sorry to hear about that, but it sounds like you've definitely earned your break for the day, so all my best to you, and we'll catch you around when we do. So thank you so much for being here. Thanks for saying hi. I love it when people say hi. So catch you around, sir. Thank you. And then Avatar Hero says, about having kids, did we touch on the subject of what if men were the ones to get pregnant? Humankind would go extinct in one generation. Are you saying that we would be selfish and we would not be willing to shoulder the parenting burden? I think that I don't know a lot about seahorses. I really don't. But what little I know about seahorses is that that's how they do it. The male seahorse carries the young. And I don't know if they raise them or not, but yeah, I think that that's my understanding anyway. Seahorses manage it. Are we not better than a seahorse? Are we not better? I will tell you that I think that I need to do better one way or the other. So it is, in fact, I don't believe she's going to be here today, but it is in fact FixFox's wife's birthday. So if you see her in the chat, please give her a friendly hello and a wave, because she's my dear sweetheart and I love her very much. And after this, we're going to go spend some time. But I asked her, I'm like, well, do you want to spend the whole day together and just birthday stuff? And she's like, no, go, get out of here. Give me some of my free time. And I said, okay. So you shall have the gift of free time. And yeah, that's what she's going to get, just a little bit. Although I say that, and then she's currently not having a lot of free time, but all the same, I try to listen to my wife, and I appreciate her very much. So if you see her in the chat, if you see FixFox's wife, give her a wave for me. I appreciate that. Folks, we overthought the fight. Definitely overthought this, but this is what we have to do at this point. So there we shall be. Avatar Hero says, all the cheers to the women of the world. Absolutely. Mother's Day was not too long ago. Father's Day is coming up. Father's Day is already passed, actually. It was a week and a half ago, wasn't it? Yes, it was. But yeah, I really appreciate the women in my life. I definitely wouldn't be here without them. And I'm very, very grateful for the good examples I have in how to be a good person. There's a lot of things I learned from my dad, right? And there's certain things that men are more able to teach other men. And then there's some things that women are just going to be better at teaching one way or the other. Believe it or not, this might be interesting to you. Toughness. I learned toughness from my mother, right? And not to say that my dad hasn't exemplified toughness. No, I'm not saying that at all. But really, my mom has this ability to just keep going no matter what's happening. She doesn't take days off. She is kind and cheerful and polite all the time, regardless of the trials and the struggles. Yeah, I don't know where else I would have learned toughness quite like she has taught it. And so I feel bad whenever there's conversations about, gender and gender differences, only because, not because I don't feel like there's not a great many strong and wonderful people out there, regardless of which gender they are, but really I feel like there's some things that my wife does, that my mother has done, that my sisters have done, that some of my best friends have done. They're special in a way that, is that because of their gender? I don't know, but I've noticed I've learned some very meaningful and significant things from them. So, from a perspective of clinical psychology, I do know that there are in aggregate differences between the genders. More than that, I can't possibly tell you. That's a conversation I don't really want to get into, but always worth noting that if there's a topic where FixFox can put his foot in his mouth on, I will find a way to stick my foot in my mouth. You watch. Just give me a chance. Just give me a chance, and I will absolutely find a way to make it awkward for everybody. And so, with that, I will bid that conversation adieu. Okay. Ariel is moving on up. Magic Garden. Treasure chest. Good, good. And with it being day 7, I'm going to see what other purchases I can make. I've got so many of these extra resources. I'm going to wait. I don't want to trade precious resources for non-precious resources. If I do, I'm going to miss out on the Mage Guild. Again, we talked about the Mage Guild being very important. Oh, and lest we forget, there's a big scary red guy right there. And my main hero is kind of far away. Several days, at least 7 or more. Looks like 7 days. I'm going to have to hope that 7 Bone Dragons and Sir Gallant can make a very noble stand. And if they can, maybe we'll be okay. But we have to see this area be resolved before we do much else. Okay, we're out of resources, folks. Let's wait. Let's go on to a new day. All right, we've got Bear Dead Man. You see, I've always read it as Bearded Man, right? I've always read it as Bearded Man, but there was one time that you said, FixFox, just one time, I'd like for you to call me by my real name, which is, as you said, Bear Dead Man. So I'm going to try and make as much of an acquiesce to your request as I possibly can. I will try my very best to call you by the name that you would prefer, which is Bear Dead Man. Not to be confused with Bearded Man. So, Bear Dead Man's in the chat. Hi FixFox, hi chat. Any context on this map? Yeah, this is the Price of Loyalty 7 map, and it's going pretty well so far. I think that we have to see what this red enemy is before we can know just how well we're doing. I need spell points. We have 3 out of 20. Let's stay put. Let's wait before we do anything else. We did pick up this castle here on day 1. I don't know where you got the trolls. Hold on. You had no trolls and then you had 1 troll. How does that work? I need somebody from the fheroes2 team to tell me how a town will just randomly generate a 5th tier creature that it doesn't have access to. If you don't have the corresponding dwelling, how did you pick up 1 single troll there? I have many questions, and I need to know the answers, please. 44,000 gold. Well, it couldn't hurt to get just a little bit more of that. And Croto, I think, is going to go pick up this iron mine. This is going to be our 3rd iron mine, iron ore. But we should be able to defeat this with 62 orcs, really 62 orcs shooting down these lots of slow-moving 2-speed creatures. That should go pretty well for us. And then do recall that these troops have come back. All this just so we can defeat these lots of pikemen. Atlas is maybe out of position in this area just so we can resupply and take this little corner because it vexes me so. And eventually you just kind of want to take care of these issues before they spiral out of control. Ariel, Snake Ring, so the cost of the bless spells is going to be halved. And for a bless spell, for example, just regular bless is 3 spell points. I've noted that it actually drops it down from 3 down to 1, which is pretty good, all things considered. Down to just 1 spell point for any spell, I think that's pretty good. I'm glad that they round down in that regard. There's another sawmill. I really need to make sure that I'm up here. I'm gonna get some nice spells. I think it's more important for me to defend Bone Dragons than to take Fenton. That'll take me 1 extra day out of my way. Yeah, I think we gotta go back. I think we gotta get that Mage Guild. Let's hope that we can stay alive. One of these castles can be upgraded. We have no wood though. Again, we're pumping everything we have into Mage Guild levels. And the red player, I don't know where they're at. Oh, there's another town here, Boneville. There's another. If you can go through Bone Dragons, maybe we could pick those creatures up too. Maybe the enemy will get there first. I don't know. Basic Eagle Eye, nice pickup for Ariel. Not. And Ranlu has just been sort of heading home. Doesn't really have much to his name. But he will touch base with Sir Gallant and say, "What is thy bidding?" Somebody's got to ask. Draconia continuing to head on home. Kalindra's going to pick up the plus 2, it would have been +2 resources. I guess I already picked that up. And it looks like the enemy has not been here. Kalindra is in a place where there's an unflagged alchemist lab. Maybe there's an unflagged sawmill. I don't know. That seems awfully strange to me that we wouldn't have those forces here yet. Very strange, but maybe the enemy just kind of bypassed that area. Pikemen are going to go down. Won't be too big of a problem. 39 of the Orc Chieftains. Again, they're gonna cause this enemy an awful lot of grief. And then let's see. Avatar Hero says, "Greetings to Bearded Man." And then Avatar Hero, "Fix Fox can put a foot-long Subway sandwich in his mouth." I guess that would actually be what I prefer. I saw a really fun video on why the $5 footlong was both great and terrible for Subway. Apparently, I did not realize this, but the Subway franchise, you know, sandwiches and things like that, Eat Fresh, apparently that whole franchise, it was really easy to get into owning one of those Subways. So that's the reason why you would see, what, dozens of Subways in one single city. It's because, hey, there was just so many Subways because it was easy to franchise one. It was like $10,000 to own your own Subway. And so for an aspiring business owner, that franchise option makes a lot of sense. Okay, very cool. But the way that it worked is that whereas other franchise options, it has like a high buy-in, Subway, giving that it had a very low buy-in, you had high dues, and the corporate took a lot of those profits. And so the amount of money you could actually make on the $5 footlong back in the day was actually so very low that people were going out of business just because they couldn't really keep up. They would make like 30 cents a sandwich. As a business owner, you have a $5 sandwich and you only get 30 cents per sandwich. Yeah, a lot of people apparently weren't very happy. I'm sure that there's other people that know more about it, but I thought that was really, really interesting, the way that Subway has kind of run itself into the ground, because now they're to the point where they just can't do anything right. At this point, it feels like Subway is just on the way out because it's not a good deal. People don't look at it as a good investment or a good buy. And so then if it's not as good as anything else, you're just not going to go. You're not going to enjoy it. The other day I went to Wendy's. Oh, watch this. They're all going to go around. Perfect. The other day I went to Wendy's, and it was like $30 to go to Wendy's and feed my whole family. And now I'm one of those Americans that I feel like fast food is a luxury. It's not something that I should do or expect on any kind of consistent basis. It's just not something I should expect. And my kids definitely shouldn't expect it. I don't want them to expect it. But this was absolutely crazy to see. Wendy's was $30. And then when we were out of town, we ended up going over to Panda Express, which in my mind was always like a cut above. It was always a step above something like a Wendy's. Better food, a little bit more expensive, a little bit more pricey. You expect it to be a little bit more pricey, but still good food in general. And it was $30. Wendy's, the lower tier option, somehow has been surpassed in price by this other group. Very interesting. I don't know how anybody in the fast food market is making money, because where before you once thought that fast food was like recession proof because it's $1 hamburger, how can you mess that up? You go to McDonald's these days, and I think that like a Big Mac is like $20. Tell you what, I wasn't eating Big Macs before, but I'm definitely not eating them now. Oh my goodness, definitely not eating them now. So it's a small thing maybe, but it feels pretty meaningful. It feels pretty significant that if you're trying to make fast food work as a business model, I think that your customers officially don't care for your model anymore. I think that we just don't have the time or the energy to invest in your product. Not at this point anyway. So a little bit of me veering off topic, but yeah, just really a absolute surprise trying to feed your family and just realizing that, oh my gosh, the mid-tier options are now the same price as the low-tier options. Crazy, very crazy. All of this, of course, started by Avatar Hero saying, "Fix Fox can put a foot-long Subway sandwich in his mouth." Yes, I can. But it'll cost you, or it'll cost me. Okay, we've still not been able to click on these heroes, red or blue. We've not been able to click on them. I'm so bothered by this because I don't know how big of a threat this is. This is a huge issue, and I don't know how to adequately assess this threat. Let's see what we can do here. Ruby the Knight. Okay, we can definitely take Ruby. In fact, she might not even be able to get through the Royal Mummies. Lots of archers. She might be able to get through the Royal Mummies. I don't think she's going to fight that fight, though. I don't think that's going to be her favorite thing to do, is all I'm trying to say there. And so bringing back my main hero just for that might not have been the best decision, but it's the decision we've made, and it's what we're going to stick with. Folks, we're going to get rid of the sprites here. Our morale is -2. This brings us up to just -1. Troops of 3 alignments, much better than before. I'm going to keep the gargoyles because they're a little bit better. I don't think I'm going to go through the druids. I'm specifically going through the royal mummies. I'd rather go through lots of royal mummies for this artifact, the true compass of mobility. The movement is so good. We're going to send Croto out to get that. Level 4, he can handle it. He's a good hero. He's proved himself in battle. And Ruby, well, I'm going to put myself in a position with these 7 bone dragons that maybe she can't see me. I think that her sight radius is going to be right about here. Maybe she is going to go through the mummies, and then maybe Gallivant can just reach in and grab her. And then if I can park a hero on these stone liths so nobody can come through unless I say so, I'm going to be feeling really good about my life choices there. Yeah, I think that is going to be my next best decision I can make for myself. 9 wood, you'd think I'd be going for an Adobe. I'm not. We're still working on these levels of Mage Guild. This is up to level 4. This is going to be Elemental Storm, View All. Hold on. So Gallivant has the basic wisdom. So he's got the level 3 spells, and then Ranlu is the same. Ranlu's got the level 3 spells, not the level 4 spells. And so we got to get another hero over there. Tell you what, I think that the Elemental Storm provides some really interesting opportunities, because there are Sorceress towns. Rather than upgrade this Necromancer castle here, do we upgrade Sorceress town so we can use Phoenixes and Elemental Storm? Are we going to be absolutely crazy wild people and just ruin the enemy's day with Phoenixes and Elemental Storm? That sounds like a really fun way of winning this scenario. Not always do you get this great opportunity. I think this is too fun of an opportunity. I think that we ought to take it. That's going to mean that we need lots of knowledge. We've already picked up the 1 knowledge that was... Oh, and this Witch Doctor's Hut? No, this one. It's too far away. We'll have to come back later. We'd have to go way far west and then north to get back to here, but whatever amount of knowledge we can pick up, that's what we want. And that's what we're going to do. Cool. What a fun idea. Oh my gosh, look at this. A gang of rogues is sifting through the possessions of dead warriors, scaring off the scavengers. You note the rogues had overlooked a beautiful breastplate, +3 to the defense. We're going to pick up this artifact as well, the Ankh. I mean, we got to keep Kalindra alive, but folks, I love this. Do you think that the enemy was supposed to come into this area and they just haven't yet? Maybe they were supposed to pick up these artifacts and they missed out. Maybe the map maker is kicking themselves knowing that Fixfox found a hole in their expertly crafted plans to ruin my day. Huh, very interesting. Can she stay alive though? With 1 boar, if we see champions and we eat a magic arrow, that might be the end of Kalindra. And then it'll just be really sad to see those troops go back the other way. Okay, interesting. Bearded Man. Oh, it's pretty simple. Wandering units of the same faction as that of the unacquired town or castle decide to take refuge in the town and castle and defend it in its return. So when we talked about this troll that popped up here in Troy, you're saying that, yeah, they were just unacquired. It was one single troll, and they said, hey, I'm just trying to take a refuge here. I like that. I like that. But what that means to us as players is we cannot glean as much information perhaps as we once thought we could. For example, if you see trolls all of a sudden pop up in this neutral town, you might think, I can purchase trolls here in this town. And we know that that's not the case now. If wandering units of the same faction can simply move in, as you're saying, then that's not a tell about what we can expect from this town of Troy. Interesting. I like that. That's pretty good. And then Avatar Hero says, ooh, good one. I'm all for that explanation. It makes great sense. Thank you very much. And then I think you're talking about the food theory video. It was a great video indeed. Good. I'm glad that somebody else saw it. I hope I'm giving a good synopsis of it because, yeah, if I see something good, I would like to give the most accurate information as is given to me. it kind of bothers me when I see people that it feels like they didn't do their own research for these videos. It feels kind of bad if someone doesn't actually do their own research and then they just steal somebody's other stuff. So I don't want to do that at all. I don't want to steal somebody else's intellectual property or pretend like their hard work is my hard work. I am simply a sponge, and all the knowledge and information I have is for the most part just borrowed from wise other people I've heard before me. There are times where I will hear somebody say something and I'll immediately throw it out because I recognize BS when I see it, right? But then there's other times I can be swayed by a good argument. And in fact, I think that that's the way I prefer to live my life, is that I don't pretend to have all the answers. If you can come up with a really good answer or solution, or if you can come up with a better way of doing things, then it's up to me in order to determine what the better of the two thoughts and choices are. And then from there, we can improve. I can improve. I better not be set and stuck in my ways. That would be the worst thing I could do. A fierce windstorm reveals the entrance to a buried tomb. Our investigation reveals that the tomb has already been looted, but the thieves overlooked an Ankh on a silver chain in the dark. So doubles the effectiveness of resurrect and animate dead spells. Folks, please give me resurrect true for undead forces, for phoenixes. For phoenixes, that might work. That might work for phoenixes. This is so dangerous. This is not good. I am silly. We're going to do it anyway. Okay, and then we had, it sounds like another follow. Theftonomics. Theftonomics, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate having you here. Welcome, welcome. We are playing some wonderful, fantastic Heroes of Might and Magic 2, and it's a pleasure to have you here. This, of course, comes to us from the Price of Loyalty campaigns, and it's fun, and it's good, and it's exciting, and I'm struggling. But, you know, sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. Ooh. Kinetic Pendant. Immune to paralyzed spells. Immune to berserk spells. We are just looking for the all-seeing eye pendant, and then, folks, we will know that we are in a really good spot. That's kind of nifty. We're really looking for the Three Sisters. The Three Sisters originally are usually in reference to Native Americans who would plant squash, beans, and corn together because the corn provided structure for the beans to grow and go skyward. And then the squash would cover the ground and prevent the weeds from coming in because the weeds couldn't find any root. Ouch, that kind of hurts. They couldn't find any root. Yeah, and so the Three Sisters there, that's traditionally what that means. I wonder if there's some like complete protein you can make with those three fruits and vegetables. They're all vegetables, never mind. But interesting stuff all the same. Resurrect True. Very happy that we did pick up this Ankh. Where are you? There you are. Happy for the Ankh. I think that we need to make a beeline for Hampshire. As soon as we secure this area right here, maybe with another hero, we send another hero today. We're out of heroes. We've got 8 on the map. As soon as we can, we want to park a hero right here. We're going to concentrate all of our forces up here, and then we're going to Elemental Storm, Resurrect True, all day, every day. That's what we do, folks. We Resurrect True and Elemental Storm all day, every day, all day, every day. Dun, 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 dun. What is going on in chat? I don't know what these sounds mean. Okay, folks. Wow, holy cow, Liquid Yeti. Liquid Yeti rated us with a party of 32 viewers. Liquid Yeti, thank you so much for being here. We're having a really good time here. Pleasure to have you here. Of course, you're doing wonderful things on Twitch. You've been doing wonderful things with Heroes of Might and Magic for an awful long time, and it's always a pleasure to watch you play. I enjoy getting to see the way that your mind works and the way you fight some of these battles, and so welcome, and it's a pleasure to have you and all of the wonderful people that you have there. Of course, Liquid Yeti from Spain, excellent Heroes of Might and Magic 2 players, been doing a long time. Go check Liquid Yeti out. And so if you're here from Liquid Yeti, pleasure to have you here. Welcome. Hope we'll get to see you for quite some time. So Savora with the follow there. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And Rilikos, thank you for the follow as well. Pleasure to have both of you here. Folks, we are here in, this is Price of Loyalty, Voyage Home, Scenario 4, Blood is Thicker. We are choosing the bad route, and therefore we do have our sister Draconia, the Necromancer, but we just had a pretty nifty moment where we were able to get up to this 5th level Mage Guild. Resurrect True does not really work with these undead forces, but if I can get some amount of these Phoenixes, if I can get one of this Sorceress towns or this Sorceress towns up to Phoenixes, we might be able to use the Resurrect True pretty well, and then combine that with the Elemental Storm. We might be having a really nice time. Not to mention, I'm happy for this view wall. So again, that's just a little bit of a catch up if you are just joining us. So thank you and welcome. All right, cool. Yeah, Liquid Yeti, if you're still here, I had actually told Tundar, I said, well, you know, Liquid Yeti is probably going to still be streaming in 6 or 7 hours when I'm done streaming. And if that's the case, then we'll probably go and raid Liquid Yeti. Funny enough, you ended stream a little bit before I did. And so you raided me. I hope I can return the favor very, very soon for you. So thank you so much. Hopefully you're doing well. How are you? Okay, folks, the enemy has run. Gallivant with his 7 bone dragons is enough to keep this area there. Looks like Ranlu can make his way there, even though he's got the pathfinding, which could be very, very useful on the snowy terrain or in the marshy northeast. His job from here on out, from henceforth, is just to sit. That's his whole job. Sit here on this lith. We're going to hit spacebar, we're going to stay right here, and this door is effectively closed. I do not want to see enemies into my backline unless I'm ready to launch my own sort of counterattack. And so I'd like to keep the enemies in front of me and keep this no man's land to the center. That is the goal that I have for myself. Looks like there's probably treasure here, and it looks like the enemies cleared that out. Several bone dragons, a pack of bone dragons. Boneville. Boneville makes me think that there's bone dragons in there. Call me crazy, but that just seems like a thing. Tell you what, if for no other reason, then Draconia is going to be there in about 4 or 5 days, and this is potentially a lot of experience. I'm going to wait. I'm going to use these bone dragons to clear out some of these other things, and then when the time comes, I'm going to transfer them over to Draconia, and she should pick up a significant amount of experience, and that will help us out an awful lot. We've come upon a mercenary camp practicing their tactics. The mercenaries welcome you and your troops and invite you to train with them. +1 attack feels very wonderful. And then Aerie is just running this route, trying to pick up all the free forces they can. We're going to hit the letter Z. That's going to turn on this little diamond there, and so Ranlu is officially slept. Water wheel here for Ariel. I think Ariel can go from here to here, here to here, and here to here in 1 week, but I don't think she can go here, 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 and here. She's just a little bit too slow, and I don't think she's ever going to get the pathfinding necessary to make that work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 magic gardens, that's so many. So very many. Okay. But I do think, I think I'm at a little bit of a crossroads, folks. If I'm going to upgrade these barbarian castles, I need to save the wood. If I'm going to go for the phoenixes, I need to get these sorceress castles quick. I think I'd prefer phoenixes over cyclopes, especially knowing that I got a certain spell that will help me out. We're going to probably, to my detriment, ignore building up these castles. This is probably going to hurt me. 67,000 gold. Do you think that this would be the best choice? I'm hoping that this is a calculated decision and not a folly. Folks, ooh. A group of vampire lords have a desire for greater glory and wish to join you. Do you accept? I sure do. We get 14 vampire lords for free. That feels pretty good. And that reminds me that I need to actually look at chat. I don't know why that reminds me to look at chat, but it does. Roman, talking about our conversation with McDonald's and fast food and the issues with that, says that McDonald's, for example, was expensive for as long as I can remember. Sometimes it was only available option when I was traveling and it was late. Yeah, so you didn't seek it out, right? It was like, well, this is my choice, this is my option, this is what I'm going to take. As a kid, I felt like McDonald's was a bit of a treat. As I get older, I would definitely prefer something made at home. I would think. On the road, sure. All right, but yeah, if it's the only option, it's kind of the way it is. They're French fries. By the way, I've mentioned this before. I used to work in a potato processing plant. I live in Idaho, in the United States. And in the United States, in Idaho is famous for their potatoes, which, granted, we've earned that reputation. For better or for worse, we've absolutely earned that reputation. And we, working in a potato processing plant, I got officially sick of the beef tallow and the different additives and the preservatives that they use to keep the French fries in a good position, there's a full floor. There's a whole warehouse dedicated to nothing but McDonald's French fries in the processing plant that I was in. And it was absolutely nothing for you to just simply take a big bag and just take it home with you. Because if you're pumping out millions of pounds of potatoes a week, they don't care. They're not going to miss, a couple of pounds of potatoes. Anyway, very interesting stuff there. The Endless Sack of Gold provides a hero with 1,000 gold per day. That is a nice pickup. And this is on Sir Gallivant, so we're not going to lose him anyway. But all of a sudden, folks, we're up to nearly 8,000 gold per day. We've got one of each mine. Yeah, we might just go take Hampshire sooner rather than later. I don't think I'm even going to wait. I don't think I'm even going to wait for Draconia. And I talked about wanting to save these bone dragons for experience, folks. The fact that we just picked up the diplomacy and we've got so much gold, these bone dragons, I'm going to see if I can get them to join. In fact, I'm going to see if I can get advanced diplomacy. That was a big moment, folks. That was a big 15 seconds. In 15 seconds, we went from no diplomacy to all of a sudden having advanced diplomacy. And these bone dragons, if they join me, we're in the driver's seat. We're feeling much better about our chances because getting a late start with the bone dragons, all of a sudden we've mitigated that whole problem. Feels great. Feels wonderful. Oh, sorry about the foot thing. I was referring to you saying you could put your foot in your mouth and talk about gender. I recommend the subway instead. Yeah, no, I knew exactly what you meant. No, we're on the same page. No offense meant. Yeah, my philosophy is that if you don't mean offense, I don't take offense. These royal mummies being 5 speed, they're going to get into these orcs fairly quickly. I think that my morale is still -1. Thankfully, the halflings keep losing their turn, but not the orcs. The orcs apparently are hard-coded in the game to have better morale than most other units. It's not true, but it sounds good. And so I'm just going to say that that's true. It's not, but we're going to say it is. 3 mummies goes down there. 49 halflings are going to get a shot off here. And here. And the gargoyles are going to step. You know what? They're just going to do this. Mummy goes down on the death. 49 halflings. I did not protect them very well, but thankfully they're pretty hardy units. We're going to skip. And folks, for our troubles, for the second time, Necromancy is offered. Expert Wisdom, though. I'm going to take the Expert Wisdom just because there's Expert 5th level spells. We're going to take that. But for our troubles, we're going to get all this treasure and this really nifty artifact. We're going to get that onto our main hero as soon as possible. Very good, very good. Roman says, Phoenix plus Elemental Storm equals budget version of Dragon's Armageddon. Absolutely. At this point, with 6 spell power, it's not going to be that strong. It's going to do... How much damage is this going to do for us, actually? 150 points of damage times 5. It's going to do 5, call it 750 damage to all creatures on the battlefield. It's going to be pretty wild. So we're going to hope that works out well for us. Bearded Man says, View Wall provides us with many opportunities too. It's going to eliminate most of the needs for exploration. Absolutely, you're totally right, folks. As you can tell, I'm very behind on chat. Hello to Savora. Hello, nice to have you here. Welcome. Kotami, nice to have you here. Welcome. Liquid Yeti. Hello to the real Fix Fox, the man, the myth, the legend. There you are. Nice to have you here. Thank you so much. Welcome. And then Bearded Man says that the 3 sister configuration sounds very interesting, just like the Resurrect True along with the Ankh. Yeah, we got some nice synergies going on here, folks. It's all about the synergy. That's what we're trying to do here. Winnie Morrow says, welcome to the raid. Absolutely, welcome. And thank you. It's an honor. I've completed the Dulcivia map because I watched your game in that map. Wonderful. How did you like it? Which faction did you play as? And did you find any surprises on it? Of course, I found the surprise in the upper right corner. I think that there was another surprise in the bottom left, but hopefully you enjoyed the map yourself, and hopefully all of your many wonderful watchers and viewers, they enjoyed the map, because I think that you've got a very good style. I think you balance playing and talking to your chat very well. As you can tell, I'm very far behind on chat, and so I'm doing the best I can. So thank you. And the Savora, yeah, absolutely nice, wonderful. That's how we like it. Nice is where we're at. FixFox Wife is in the chat. FixFox Kit says hi to Dad, and then Tobal says, hey, happy birthday to my dear sweet wife. Thank you, dear sweet wife. I let everybody know it was your birthday. So wonderful. So happy birthday to you from Bearded Man, Tobal, Savora, and many other people as well, I'm sure. Boneville could just refer to the skeletons, but I appreciate your optimism. Yeah, if it's bone dragons down here, it's surrounded by bone dragons. Boneville, I don't know, we'll see. And then And then let's see, Avatar Hero says in your native tongue, happy birthday as well, I'm sure. Vexen's in the chat. Hello, Vexen. Nice to have you here. Hello, guys. Welcome, welcome. And then Chris says, I need to dash. I need to pop out for some groceries. It's been 35 degrees Celsius here today. And now that it's cooled down, I shall venture out. Cheers to the real Fix Fox. Chris, take very good care of yourself. I know that for your area, 35 degrees Celsius is exceedingly hot. Do not melt out in the sunshine. You're no good to anybody if you're melting. So take very good care of yourself. Enjoy your grocery shopping. And then Vexen says to Fix Fox wife, it's your birthday, so happy birthday. There you go. Yep, it's my dear sweet wife's birthday, and so I appreciate the warmth that you all show to her. She's very dear and sweet to me, so I appreciate your kindness. Yeah, I appreciate it very much. Thank you all. Thank you. Yeah, and we're gonna figure out what we end up doing with her later today. It's her choice. If she wants to go somewhere, if she wants to do something, that's all her choice. But we're gonna have to wait and see how the day goes here, because we are gonna need to take a break in about 20 minutes or so, just so Fix Fox can keep his head and stay cool and make the best decisions. But as we show up here, we got the blue player, Sir Boniface, or maybe Lord Alberon. Maybe this is our king that we have betrayed. 8 attack, 7 defense, 6 spell power, 3 knowledge. This doesn't look too bad. I think we can handle this. And then 5 attack, 3 defense for Ergon the Barbarian. So a blue and a red player that we are up against. More than that I can't say, but this is actually fairly useful for me to see that information. Let's get this hero down here. And then remember, we're going to use Gallivant to take these bone dragons as soon as we can. Ares picking up, again, orcs wherever they can. And Ariel continues on her way. And remember, we thought about upgrading these other towns. We can't. No wood. 2 wood left. That's not enough. And so blue player shall go up the road. They'll take the traveler's boots, and then it looks like just over here. No, over here. So we got red and blue player in this area, a pack of the unicorns, lots of the greater druids, a horde of the battle dwarves. Believe it or not, the horde of the battle dwarves are actually probably really tough to deal with, because if elemental storm is your play, that's going to be kind of tough to deal with. Gonna be tough to deal with. Speaking of phoenixes, through a clearing, we observe an ancient artifact. Unfortunately, is guarded by a nearby phoenix. Do you want to fight the phoenix for the artifact? Yes, I do. 5 and 3, those losses are acceptable. Increased movement on land and by sea is wonderful. We go from 62 orcs up to 78. And we continue on here. Proto's already got the expert wisdom. I don't know what else he would want, so we're going to continue to take the gold. Although in this case, for Sir Gallivant, he's going to ignore this little pile there. We just don't have time. We need to be pretty choosy with our time and our resources. And so we're going to send everything over here now. Anything that might impress these bone dragons into joining us, that's what we want to do. That's what we want to do. Although, no, we're a little bit too far away to take the bone dragons and get to the graveyard and get back on the same day. I think. Yeah, we're a little too far away. But close enough that I wish I could. We'll have to come back in a moment. Hut of the Magi. Now that's interesting. I don't remember a Hut of the Magi being very useful on this map, but I mean, if it's here, what secrets does it hold? Mercenary camp for the +1 attack, if nothing else, that's for sure. Atlas is going to pick up these precious resources. And folks, I don't love this fight. I think that we win, but not my favorite fight in the world, that's for sure. We're going to use the single stacks of goblins. We're going to have the wolves to the south. Let's fight lots of pikemen and go from there. Oh, once again, if it's 20 pikemen, or in this case, if it's 21 pikemen, it's not a problem. If it's 50 pikemen, you're having a real bad day. I'm going to accept the wolf losses. I think that's fine. I think that those losses are acceptable for me. Meanwhile, Kalindra is evacuating these really precious resources. Breastplate for +3, Ankh, and the kinetic pendant. Yeah, we're getting that absolutely out of here. And then, if you notice, this Pendant of Dispassion, it was 2,000 gold. That's why we didn't pick it up before. We weren't sure what our resources were going to look like. At this point, it's fine. We're not going to worry about it. And we're going to go and grab that on our way out. And then soon we're going to take Hampshire. We're going to build it up into a strong Phoenix producing town. And then we're going to unleash justice upon all these enemies. I feel like they've got more castles that are well upgraded. And remember, of course, Crusaders do double damage against the undead. It'd be really nice to diversify, but it would also be really nice to get a pack of bone dragons to join us. Let's see it happen. A group of bone dragons with a desire for greater glory wish to join you. Do you accept? I sure do. We go from 7 bone dragons up to 18. A pack of bone dragons. A group of bone dragons with a desire for greater glory wish to join you. Do you accept? I sure do. We go from 18 bone dragons up to 31. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Folks, that doesn't even seem fair. It doesn't even seem fair. Look at this moment. We just went from 7 bone dragons up to 31. Is it possible for us to lose this scenario at this point? Probably. But you go from 7 up to 31. That's amazing. And look, there's more possibly that we can have. I think that if the enemy wasn't scared before, they had good reason to just not be worried. I think that we've just blown the hinges off of this scenario. I think that we're in a really good spot. We're going to continue to play this as straight-laced and as safe as we possibly can, but that was a big moment. You want to talk about game-changing moments? That was a game-changing moment there, and it all came down to going from no diplomacy up to advanced diplomacy with just 2 treasure chests right over there. Massive. Absolutely crazy. What a moment. Gemmer says, how is your playthrough of Final Invasion coming along, FixFox? You know what? So I wasn't feeling great the other day, and so I recorded me playing Final Invasion for part 3, but then I didn't have any audio and I didn't have the camera on, and I intended on doing it as a voiceover so I could do that video later. I still have that video. I still need to provide the voiceover, but I've got part 3 and we've got a really good foothold on that map. Should I do it? Hold on. We're gonna do this. We're just gonna hit this. We're gonna save as autosave here real quick. Let me just show you where we're at here. Let's see, Final Invasion. So for Final Invasion, we are up to this point. I don't want to spoil it for you, but we've seen a lot of territory here on Final Invasion. The voiceover is going to cover what happens and how we got here, but in the Final Invasion playthrough, we are up to 22,000 gold per day. We are dotting the map with our massive force. Yeah, we're having a real good time. So I will release that as soon as I can, but I have not forgotten. Guaranteed, I have not forgotten. Just takes a while for me. Wouldn't it be terrible if we had just didn't autosave on accident? We just lost this playthrough. Yeah, would have been pretty bad. Bearded Man, I don't want to spoil it for you, but check out all this explored area. Yeah, I'm sorry. Probably not the best thing to do, but it's actually I think it was a pretty exciting playthrough because we haven't gone up to that point like with brute strength. We had to fight some really crazy fights, and we had to like run the enemies in circles. There was some really nifty things that happened in that playthrough, so I'm excited to do the voiceover. I will release the Final Invasion playthrough up to that point as soon as we can, but yeah, just as a teaser. But Bearded Man, you're totally right. FixFox is really bad at saying I don't want to spoil it for you, and then I completely spoil it. Yeah, Gemmer agrees. LOL. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. My bad. Sorry. But great. Looking forward to seeing it. And wow, yeah, it is an awful lot at this point. Okay, we're gonna pick up this. We're gonna pick up several more bone dragons because they're just gonna join us. 3 do anyway. And then I'm not sure if there's anything over there, but we're gonna pick up Boneville, and then I think we're actually gonna go through these liths, and we're just gonna blitz the enemy. But we are gonna blitz the enemy with Draconia because she's just gonna be the better hero for this. She's got 28 out of her 40 spell points. I don't think it matters. I think you'd definitely prefer to have the 6 and 6 on this big scary hero, but we can beef up the defense skill a little bit with this breastplate that's coming in hot. And we're going to still do better with the expert wisdom, I think. I think that having that in my back pocket is still going to be pretty useful. So we're going to do that in just a moment or two. Air elementals? This feels like a lot. It looks like a lot too. We'll see about that. But yeah, what is TRH, dear Fix Wife? We're going to TRH. We're going to the We're going to teach underprivileged children how to... No, that's not it. I don't know. You're gonna have to help me out with that one. Oftentimes, I feel like I'm very well on the same wavelength as my dear sweet wife, and sometimes not quite. And this is one of those times where I can't figure it out for you. Oh, Texas Roadhouse. Gotcha. We were just talking about eating out and different food and stuff, so interesting. That was news to me, but if that's where you want to go, that's where we're gonna go. Cool. Let's see. A single stack of goblin goes down there. That means that the big stack should be able to finish off this group of 5. No, not quite. Down to 2. They fill in. 11 wolves. Filled there. And now the wolves are going to get... Ooh, I thought their wolves were going to get a little bit more damage. Looks like the goblins are actually taking a lot of heat here. Let's have the single stack go down there so the big stack can do unfettered damage. And I'm going to just poke this big guy for however much damage that is. Wolf is going to take down 3. And that's going to be it for the day. Down to 36 of these Orc Chieftains. 3, 1, 1, 19, and 9. Not great. But with the advanced leadership and knowing that we have access to this area, that still felt like that was worth it to me. Don't have a spell book. Shrine of the Second Circle, not going to be helpful for us, but still not too bad. And note that we have 101 orcs here. So, I mean, I don't want to lose the gargoyle, but once we get these orcs up to Orc Chieftains, they instantly become a super good unit. If nothing else, they at least get 1 extra speed, and the 1 extra speed does make them go much faster. I'm gonna bless the 101 orcs and hope that they do tons of damage. 6 to 9, they do 8. They killed 8 ogres. 351 damage, yeah. They are a pretty good stack. We'll kill here. 1 to 3. If the Orc Chiefs lose the next 4 turns, and we are going to take some pretty bad losses, but that would seem like some pretty bad luck as well, so we're going to hope that that's not the case. Another stack of 9 going down. And I'm just going to back off. I'm just going to let the ranged damage finish this off as much as possible. 5 down to 0. We didn't even get touched. Perfect. Again with the basic necromancy. Tell you what, these warlocks are really wanting to lean into necromancy. Who am I to tell them that they ought not to? Who am I to say that they should not? Okay. Into these ogres. And it's time. I've kept these gargoyles around for long enough. I don't want to have to deal with the negative morale. I just don't. We're going to split goblins into single stacks. No losses. No losses. Gold. Gold. And then again, finally we get this Pendant of Dispassion. A leprechaun offers you the Serenity Pendant for a small price of 2,000 gold. Do you wish to buy this artifact? Yes, I do. To be immune to Berserk spells, that's maybe the biggest counter to Phoenixes, especially if we are attacked by an enemy that has Berserk and has champions. The 7 speed of the champions, that will make the champions go first. And then you Berserk the Phoenixes. And what do you do then? You just lose your Phoenix and you have no recourse. There's nothing you can do. You can't stop it. It's too great. It's too big of an issue. So we're going to hope that that artifact is actually useful. I hope I don't have to rely upon it, but we are going to use it. Hope for the best. Man. Okay. And folks, it's day 4. We're going to play out the rest of this week. And then I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I do find that the 5-minute breaks really do help me stay as sharp and shiny as I can. I don't know if you need to be very sharp and shiny if you've got all these bone dragons. That doesn't seem necessary to be tip-top, but still, in practice, it just makes me feel better to know that I'm doing the very best I can to win these games. So we're going to take a break in about 5 minutes, and I'm hoping I can actually finish this scenario in the next hour or so. I think that if I'm very aggressive, I can actually do that. Usually, I think that this map takes you a meaningful and a significant amount of time. I think if I can just track down the enemies before they get too big and scary, I think we can actually win the scenario. We can win the day sooner rather than later. So let's try and do it sooner rather than later. Ares just going to hang out. We're going to continue to run the gambit with these magic gardens, because I'm not convinced that the scenario is over, but I do think I can beat it in the next hour. We haven't yet seen an oracle. I'd be very interested to find an oracle so that way I can determine just how tough my enemy forces are. I think with the 31 bone dragons, I should be the biggest, baddest guy out here, but there is no guarantee. There's no guarantee. Croto, please get your True Compass onto the best hero. I'm even going to wait an extra day with Draconia to make this work. So I'm going to do Gallivant to this position. Draconia is going to go to right about here. And so it should go from here to here, from here to there, thereabouts. And we're just going to hero chain all of the additional artifacts in so that when we set forth into the enemy's lands, they're not going to even know what hit them. I think that they've already got vision of this area, so they can see me staging upon this area. They are not going to be able to stop me, not one little bit. Is it worth it to me to keep 22 dwarfs around just to be a little bit slower? I mean, yeah, they're good troops. They're good troops. It's just going to cost me an extra day to get by. That's all. Oh my gosh, look at this. Folks, Atlas, you genius. You just wandered right into South Mill. Huh, I wonder if you can defeat these enemies or not. I'm going to split the orcs into 3 stacks just in case we can. And we're going to see if these forces get filled out in just a moment or two, but we might be taking a cheeky Sorceress Castle from the enemies pretty quickly. A little bit of the hero chain ready to go. Area's just willing to sit and wait a moment. Looks like blue, maybe their best hero is actually going back. Maybe Atlas prompted a response back in that direction. Could have been. Okay, full movement here with Croto. Kalindra's going to be way short of her goal. How far can she get actually then? She can get up to right about there. Okay, so then Gallivant's actually just going to help wheel this in at the final bit, right about to there. To there. Ranlu will be able to step off in a diagonal, so we're going to sit right in the front. And the enemies did fill out South Mill. I'm perfectly fine with that. That's the right choice on their part. And that did take away some resources from them. But if I can explore in this area, that'll help me know if I'm going to be under attack. Because remember, Sir Gallivant's going to have to be the one to hold down the fort while we're gone. Did Boneville have... I didn't even check. But Boneville definitely's got bone dragons in here. Mass Curse, that's a good spell. It won't affect the Crusaders. But champions, they do between 5 to 10 damage each. That's a big drop off. Not to mention the 5 bone dragons. Tell you what, Gallivant is going to hold those forces just to make sure that we can secure this area and make sure enemies don't come and fight us later. It's worth the peace of mind to know I don't have to deal with those forces later to save a couple of bone dragons. Plus, I got 31. That should be enough. That should absolutely be enough. Blue is heading up the road to the northwesternmost sorceress town. Red is going straight for Atlas. Straight for Atlas. Okay, let's do it like this. All the artifacts got to go over now. Boop. Kalindra is now an empty vessel. All these artifacts are going to go over minus the gold. Everything else stays. 5 slots left for other stuff. That seems fine to me. Ranlu takes his step out. And folks, we're going through the looking glass, as it were. Alice in Wonderland, we're going through the looking glass. And folks, there's an observation tower right outside of the stone lith. That could not have gone any better for me. We see Ruby the Knight. We see lots of roads here. We see 2 Knight castles. I think we're immediately going to be obliged to go south. It's day 7. We're going to pick up the stables. We're going to take Sorpagal or Cathcart in the next day or so. We do want to have Ranlu stay on this lith. I think it only goes to 1 spot. It's fine for me. And the enemies are probably going to run from us, and that means we need Gallivant to pick up troops from here and send them south to kind of catch the minnows. As you push the fish from one area of the pond into the other, you want to make sure that there's somebody there to catch the fish as they come up. Recently, I was trying to catch cats. All right, there was some little kittens that recently were at my parents' house, and they're brand new. They're like 5-6 weeks old, and they've got a little bit of personality on them. Some of them are more brave than others. Some are more prone to spit at you. You know, just cute little personalities. And I am ashamed to admit that I spent about 45 minutes trying to catch those cats. I only caught 2 of them. So, you know, 2 out of 4 is not bad, but it's not great either. So I'm embarrassed. I should have been able to catch those cats much better. Look at my primate ape evolved brain. I should absolutely be able to catch these cats with no problem, if for no other reason than the fact that I'm a pursuit predator. All I got to do is just like keep walking towards them, and eventually I should catch them. Granted, they were also holed up in the rose bush, so I think you'll forgive me when I say that I didn't want to go through the rose bush and eat all that damage. So, okay. Quick recap, folks. Voyage home. Scenario 4, blood is thicker. Overthrow the entrenched monarchy of Lord Alberon and claim all the land in your name. Gallivant must not die. So we got to defeat all of our enemies. We cannot lose Lord Gallivant. We have secured this upper left corner. We've secured all of our desert terrain, Spirit City. We have even broken through this marsh home a little bit, and we've been able to get lots of these red enemies. They're going from this area, this enemy here, from the northwest down into the southeast. And now we've just gone through this lift here, and we are about to take the heart of Blue's territory. I'm very excited for that, and we're going to do so with our sister Draconia the Necromancer, level 6, 6 attack, 3 defense, 6 spell power, 4 knowledge, 32 spell points remaining. But folks, we had about 25 bone dragons join us, and so with these spells and with those bone dragons, I think we're going to have a real good time. Let's do view all real quickly. It looks like there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 castles here. We're going to take 4 castles, and we're going to operate from a position of strength. Yeah, 4 castles we're going to take, and then we're going to go up. We're going to defeat the sorceresses in this area, and then we're going to push down from there. That's going to be my general working plan. And then it's going to be on the other side, my brother Gallivant is going to hold down the fort here in the northeast corner. But let me take my break. I had said I would, unless there's something wild and crazy here that we need to talk about here on day 7. There's not. I think we're going to take that 5-minute break here as astrologers proclaim this to be the week of the Taurus. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. So give me just a little bit of a break. I, again, find I play much better with a break. And with that, let me get caught up on chat, and we will go out from there. But yeah, Fixfox wife loves the salads over at Texas Roadhouse. Oh, Texas Roadhouse is better. Ah, perfect. Gotcha. It's real. Oh, TRH, the real Hooters. Oh, jeez. We don't have a Hooters in our area, but that'd be something. If my wife wanted to go to Hooters on her birthday, okay, that's her choice. Bearded Man says, I wish that the evil interface was more evil, both in the original and in the fheroes2. Many windows, buttons, and interfaces retain the brown and gold aesthetic of the good option. I agree. And bit of a shame there. Why are we playing with the... Hold on. We are totally the bad guys. Do I not have dynamic interface on? There we go. Yeah, we are definitely the evil guys. I'm not sure why we didn't have the evil interface on. So, interesting question you just got from me there. Thank you. E-Parade says, I took my dog for a walk and came back to you with over 30 bone dragons. Seems like I should step away to help your playthroughs out. You are good luck. Don't worry about it. Please don't feel like there's a problem there. There was a pack and several bone dragons that all joined us thanks to some advanced diplomacy and some good luck. So, yeah, that was all that was. Nothing crazy happened. Except that was pretty crazy. Okay, folks, I said I would take a break. I'm going to take a break. So I'll be right back. I will see you in just a minute or two. Thanks. Okay, we are back. So we already had, right before the break, said what was going on. We kind of give our update there. I don't think that there's any need for an update at this point. I think that we ought to just kind of play on through. So Kalindra does have a job. She does need to bring these bone dragons up to Gallivant, and he's going to head up north immediately to go and help bring those dragons south. I may, let's see. Yeah, Croto stuck around here just to bring even more of these vampire lords up to the front. Again, I'm not upgrading Night Shadow. I'm not upgrading these barbarian castles. Good decision, bad decision. I think that you've got a lot of room to criticize me on this, especially when we now have 22 wood. But I do want to take one of these sorceress towns and castles and get up to phoenixes. I just think that that will be tactically the very best decision for me. Here on day one, Atlas is immediately going to pick up the stables. As you approach the stables, the head groom appears, leading a fine-looking warhorse. This steed will speed you in your travels. Alas, his endurance will wane with a lot of heavy riding, and you must return for a fresh mount in a week. We also have many fine war horses, which could benefit mounted soldiers, but you have none. We can help. True that. But I'm sure that the wolves would really appreciate a really nice horse that they could ride. That might freak the horse out. Yeah. Good luck taming that horse and getting them to do that. We have a choice. We might be able to get to the stables and get to Sorpagal. There's no guarantee though. I'm just going to play it safe. I don't want the defenders to get any extra advantage. So we're going to go and defeat these forces right now. No losses, glorious victory, 1400 experience. The enemy does not run. We are going to step right into this town and we're going to leave these mutant zombies behind. With the split bone dragons, I think we're in a really good spot. There is no great mage guild. Never mind. Lightning bolt, blind. Good spells. Happy to have those. And then on our way up, we're going to go through the stables here. I do remember that there is one more castle down here. I think that doesn't really matter to me. Let's see. I think I'm going to get the stables, and then I will pick up this castle. I think with the view wall that it said that there was some room to run around. Yes, we can go pick up both castles and then down. Not my favorite way of doing it. I think I prefer to go this way first. There's the stables over there. Tell you what, because there's the stables right there. Yeah, we're gonna go in this direction. One way or the other, it's gonna take us. We're gonna get stables this week anyway. But there's not a lot of thinking here. This is just time to go. So defenders are where they need to be. Unless we see one of our towns or our castles is under threat or duress, we're not going to slow down much. Atlas is under threat or duress by a lot. I believe that this is Sandro. The warlock is in the employ of these enemies here, and they are looking to do us some harm. Mandigal, 6 attack, 4 defense, 7 spell power, 4 of the knowledge. I think that this fight's a complete and total loss. We do have the Statesman's Quill. Tell you what, let's just surrender for 508 gold. And I'll be happy to know that a lot of the red forces came here to, again, the southeast, and that will at least let me know where they are stationed. I wonder how much that's going to impact the decision making of the enemies. And what I mean by that is this. I wonder how much they share vision and how much that determines whether or not they will all go towards that one area of weakness. Now that Atlas is gone, I'm guessing that they're going to disperse and go back to whatever they were trying to do before. Because I think that they've explored the map fairly efficiently up to this point. And so I don't believe that there's going to be an awful lot that they have to do other than just take care of business and, I don't know, maybe secure more of this area. It looks like Sarakin is hoping to maybe leak out into this area, but what the enemy will do, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to predict what the enemy will do. And I don't think I can really say just now. Tell you what I'm going to do though, we're going to head up the road. Ooh, another observation tower, we will grab that. Even with the view all, that does feel very useful for me. And this is the Citadel. I do not see Lord Alberon in here, but I would really like to track him down if I could. Even though he is not a loss condition for the enemy, I would still like to defeat him just because it will make me feel better knowing that the enemies will be lost and confused without their commander. Maybe this is him. Maybe riding at my back? Possibly. As of right now, there's exactly one enemy hero that's in what I would consider to be my territory. Over here. So that's where we're going to go with my major forces at this time. Let's get Kalindra. We're gonna hit left shift and then hold and click. This is from the fheroes2. They've made this addition so that you can marshal your forces just a little bit easier. Again, you can mouse over a hero, hold shift, and then left click for a second or two, and it will automatically go to that hero without you trying to have to track them down. A pretty nice bonus, if I do say so myself. We're going to go down with Croto. He's going to apply some pressure in this area. And it looks like the defenders are in force here. We come to the stables. It's going to be a few Crusaders, several of the Rangers, several of all these forces. They don't stand a chance. 1,300 experience, 8 skeletons back. I will take, at this point, the basic scouting. And I will take your Mage Guild, Mass Dispel, Fireball. Pretty good, pretty good. And then I'm going to head up the road in this direction. Again, I'm going to clear out whatever I can. Oh, Sir Gallant. I'm going to clear out Sir Gallant very quickly. And we'll call that a day in just a moment. Imagine a wolf on a horseback. It's so funny. Sounds like something someone would draw because it sounds badass, but turns out to be more goofy in the end. That would be a really... That would be the crown jewel of any bad tattoo compilation, I think. Yeah, a wolf riding a horse. It sounds cool. Although for bonus points, it would be a wolf riding a unicorn. I think that would actually be somebody's idea of like the best tattoo ever. When you've had a few too many brown liquids and you've imbibed just a little bit too much and you think it's a good idea, but it's really not. Yeah, I think that's pretty likely, actually. Gallimant is up to the basic archery, endless bag of gold for 750 gold a day. It's pretty nice. There aren't any forces here. Skeletons will buy the 24. And we're going to head down with Croto, again, applying pressure from the north. Kalindra just kind of hanging out. Not much for her to do at the moment. Draconia up the road. And I'm going to hit this castle to the left. After we go through Sir Gallant, who gives us 37 skeletons, we come to this castle of Erlequin. And then we'll head down into Cathcart in just a moment. I am going to purchase whatever forces are here. Not because I think that I want to actually hold on to this castle. I just don't want to give over free troops back to the enemy. It's Ambrose and Lord Alberon, a throng of the Rangers, a horde of the Master Swordsmen, a horde of the Pikemen, a pack of the Crusaders. We can take this. If they combine forces, we're going to be in a little bit of a tougher position, but we can still do this. With 31 Bone Dragons and the power of friendship and Elemental Storm, we can definitely do this. And then Roman says, imagine a horse on a wolf back. It's funny because I was just not expecting it. And so then I imagined it for a second and then I laughed. Seems like something that somebody would draw because it sounded goofy and then it turned... Bearded Man, yeah, I'm super dead laughing too on that one. All you gotta do is just take somebody's words. What is humor? If not just taking somebody's words and just giving them a little twist, you know? Things are funny just because they... things are funny because they just don't... Your expectations are subverted. My expectations were absolutely subverted there, and I'm happy for it. Thank you very much. My day is better because of what you've just done. Good stuff. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Liv 1986. Hi, I'm so happy I can see your stream live. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you for the energy. Yeah, it's a pleasure to get to finally catch you here on stream. It's a fun bunch, and we're having a nice time here on this map from the Price of Loyalty. And I feel like the noose is slowly closing in on our enemies. I don't think I even mind. Yeah, I don't think I even mind if the enemies go towards their main capital here to the south. Let them go up the road, and then they're just gonna be trapped in this mountain range. Yeah, and Ergon, oh boy. Yeah, the enemies are in a bit of a tough spot. Is there a Mage Guild here I want to stop in for? Anti-magic, I don't know if I have that yet. If I don't have it, I will stop in. Let's take a look. Anti-magic, we've already got it. No problems there. And thankfully, I'm going to be faster than all these forces just because of my true compass of mobility. But remember, somebody has the Traveler's Boots. Maybe it's Ergon. I don't know who it is, but maybe they do. Hoping I can clear up Saracen really quickly. I hope he just goes back to defend. He might. Who knows what he'll do. He's a bit of a wild card here. Yeah, and blue is trying to hold on to what they think is theirs. It's not. It's mine. It's mine. They just don't know it yet. And if I can't defeat these forces, Remember, this is a loss condition, so 14 bone dragons, 30 of these vampire lords. If this can't win the day here, we just lose. So the enemy has surrendered. I'll take the 5,000 gold. That just means that that's 5,000 less gold that they have. And that seems fine to me. Plus, did you notice that they upgraded our town into a castle? Several bone dragons. What do you think, folks? Should we try to get those guys to join us too? I think we'll try. You missed it. We had a pack of bone dragons, several bone dragons, and several bone dragons, and all three of them joined, and it was pretty nice because it got us from no bone dragons into like 31 or something crazy. It was awesome. Before you may pass, the spirit guardian of this valley demands tribute. This is lots of precious resources. If I was short on resources, I'd feel horrible about that right now. As it is, we're okay. Logistics from this witch's hut as well. I'm going to bypass all these extra things. I'm really just here for this hut of the Magi. We enter into a rickety hut and talk to the magician who lives there. He tells you of places near and far, which may aid you in your journey. So we've seen that before. That's new. New. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of the road that takes you from the left side of the map into the right side of the map. And then this is a very strange sort of maze here, kind of like a labyrinth that you have to make your way through in the trees. But there's a Xanadu, and there's some power-ups there if you can get them. I think that it's more likely that you're going to just waste your time and wish that you had never been there in the first place. Especially when we have such a big fighting force, it would be really bad to get distracted at this point with something so inane as that. We're going to take this one castle because I think we can with no problems. 70 skeletons. We're going to pick up the basic pathfinding in case we have to go in that direction. We're going to stay right here so Ergon can't slip into Sorpagal. I don't need to stay in for the spell points. I think I'm just fine right where I'm at. And then I do know that these blue heroes are kind of leaking out of this side. If they go up in this way, and they will, then I should be fast enough to catch them. I should be fast enough to catch them. Meanwhile, you can tell that I'm not confident that we have absolutely won this fight because Ariel is still dutifully picking up 500 gold and 5 gems per day. If I'm positive I'm going to win, I generally cease that practice. Right now, I'm not 100% sure. There's still a lot of map to be played. But again, 31 bone dragons kind of goes a long way. If I recall, this map was incredibly difficult from the good player position. I guess that this just goes to show that being the bad guy really does pay off. Whoa, you're telling me I'm going to lose 4 bone dragons to this fighting force? Disrupting around the bone dragons, we lose 1. Almost 1 again. 5 attack, 4 defense. Ergon the Barbarian's pretty tough. It looks like he does have at least advanced archery. If I had an animate dead, I'd be feeling really great. I don't. Tell you what, I could just steel skin to mitigate the losses we had there. I feel like there's got to be a better spell though. Paralyzing the unicorns, 16 of them. That feels like it's going to be pretty useful for me. And then I think that the vampire lords can just deal with these dwarves without any problems. Whatever damage the dwarves do will revive on the retaliation. Yeah, 5 up, 5 down. Not a problem. Not a problem. And then because the unicorns are paralyzed, do I defeat them now? Because that's first thing. We got 5-speed royal mummies. They're going to get to go first next time. I'm not going to wait. I'm going to try and take out their 6-speed creatures wherever I can. That's going to be there and then here. And then if you want to run, this is maybe your last chance to run. They did not take it. That's 1 more bone dragon that goes down. Very sad. Don't get me wrong. Very sad. But what this does is that now I'm just going to blind your halflings. And then I'm just going to focus all my attention onto the battle dwarves. Oh no, I should have blinded the dwarves. 4-speed. They're 4-speed and the bone dragons are 4-speed. So unless they're going to want to run right now, or they're going to want to get rid of paralyzed, tell you what, if I was them, I would cure or I would dispel the unicorns. So I'm going to attack them so that way they just lose their turn. I just don't want the unicorns to take their turn this go around. Looks like a little bit of damage from the magic arrow onto there. Unicorns are down. And then from here, despite my best efforts to lose this fight, it looks like we're going to obliterate this enemy. 3 bone dragons lost, but they do not run. 4,000 experience, endless vial of mercury, 53 more skeletons. Are we out of artifact slots? No, we are not. And Lord Alberon, oh boy. Oh boy, dwarves had the chance of resisting. You did the right choice. That was on my mind, but then I was like, well, but the 3-speed halflings, I could have, if you 75% of the time get the right luck, then you're fine. Yeah, I think you're right. It worked out. But I like that there was no clear best choice there. I think that either choice is fine. Depending on how lucky or unlucky you feel. I think that with only a 25% chance, I think I would have felt lucky enough to not give them the chance to run. If I was playing up against an enemy player instead of the computer, I think I would have blinded the dwarves if I had thought about it. But just that's just me. Will you join? 4 of the 7 bone dragons will join. We will take them into our forces. We've still got so much gold. It's an embarrassment of riches. Let's go and defeat Fenton and take it from there. But yeah, when we were talking earlier about the value of the dwarves and the sorceresses in general, and like how cool they are, I just love that the sorceresses have that in their back pocket. I love very much that the sorceresses have little tips and tricks and nifty things about them that keeps them alive and keeps them fighting their enemies. Folks, it is Week of the Lizard, a new week, month 2, week 3, day 1. I feel like we are zooming through this map. Can anyone stand against us? I say that, and then I'm sure that somebody will rise up to the challenge. It's the eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight. Okay, but this is the big deal. This is their king, Lord Alberon. If he dies... Whoa, you're kidding me. What in tarnation? This is the guy, though. This is him. This is their king. This is their best fighting force. Looks like we're going to lose maybe 1 bone dragon each turn here. My goodness. Okay. 8 attack, 7 defense, 6 spell power, 3 knowledge, blood morale. We've got no morale, of course, because we're undead, 7 attack, 3 defense, so his stats are definitely better than mine. We do have better troops in general, and I think that my spells are going to be vastly superior. Maybe not vastly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to have to situate myself right here with the Vampire Lords. I simply must, because if you don't, then one of these troops is going to step in front, and then you're never going to deal with these Rangers ever. So we're going to use our no retaliation to hurt Crusaders here. We kill 2. 16 Vampire Lords goes down. 3 revive. You see, we're not doing as much damage as I would hope, and we only have 19 spell points. Jeez. Resurrect True does not help in this case. Does not help. I'm actually going to blind the Veteran Pikemen. No, Crusaders are going to get to go first next round of combat if I don't do anything. It's a pretty good blind. It's a pretty good blind. Best spell. No. We're not gonna do Elemental Storm. Disrupting Ray is actually really good for the long-term deal. 16 attack versus 18 defense. Wish I had 50 spell points here to play with. That would actually be much better. I think it's got to be the blind over the paralyze, just to conserve spell points. And I think that I don't want to lose more Vampire Lords, but I don't want the Crusaders to get the first round of combat here. So we're going to blind the Crusaders, and this is going to set us up so we can get the next blind off the first little bit of this next fight. Pikemen step up. Yeah, we're down to 14 Vampire Lords. Oh, jeez. Oh, geez, and look at this, because Vampire Lords, or rather Bone Dragons, are so thick. These are some thick boys we got here. 2 hexes? Yeah, we can't even get in here. We have to like move the Vampire Lords out just to move somebody in. Do we have a haste? We got a haste. So what we can do is when it's our turn... Yeah, when it's our turn next, we're going to move the Vampire Lords out. We're going to haste one of the stacks of Bone Dragons, and then they're going to have to move into here. They're probably going to attack the Crusaders. That's what we're going to have to do. So actually the blind was really important just so we can manipulate the turn order. So we fly here. We take our retaliation loss. 4 Bone Dragons goes down. That's bad. These Bone Dragons are going to have a field day with these 493 peasants. No, you got to keep them alive. 5 speed. If you kill the peasants, then they get to go first in this upcoming round of combat, and it's all going to be messed up. You can't do that. You can't do that. And you kind of want somebody for the Vampire Lords to bring down. This sounds crazy, but you have to wait. You have to skip. Oh, geez. I thought that the peasants were going to die. If the peasants died there, that's bad. It didn't happen, so it's okay. But that was still not good. Okay, and really, I wanted the peasants alive so that the vampire lords could heal off of somebody. I guess we only would have killed like 71. I guess this is okay. Yeah, but we attack because we've hasted. Now my thick boys can get into here, and they're going to kill the whole stack. Please kill the whole stack. We killed 8 Crusaders, that's fine. So the double damage here is going to be still bad, but not impossible to deal with. 10 Bone Dragons. The mummies are going to take forever to get into this fight. And we have 10 spell points to play with after this. Got to kill the Master Swordsmen. They're the biggest, toughest stack. Yeah, they're the biggest, toughest stack. Skelly boys, be ready to go as soon as the walls come down. Good choice to steel skin the Rangers, but that's not going to save you. I think that I actually want to just Disrupting Ray. I could either steel skin myself, or I could Disrupting Ray the pikemen. 16 defense. I think I just want to... Which is better? If this was one big stack of Bone Dragons, I think I would do this differently. It's not. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my Disrupting Ray now. I could blind. I'm not going to. I feel like Disrupting Ray is best. And then you have 3 spell points left over to play with for something. Because we're going to kill most of the Master Swordsman here. 5 to 9. Not nearly as many as I thought. Down to 3 Bone Dragons there. I'm going to let the Vampire Lords kind of leech life off of these Rangers. 1 vampire is revived. Yikes. It's a good thing the Vampire Lords went there, because now the Rangers are going to attack them, I guess. Yikes. And then you got to kill Master Swordsman because they've already lost their retaliation. We got to break down these walls. Oh, these skeletons are so important. It's going to take so long. I'm going to... This is a bad decision. If you sit in the moat, you lose 3 defense. So we're going to go from 6 defense down to 3. I don't think that impacts... I don't think the defense has any bearing on how hard these turrets hit, though. But yeah, we're down to 3 defense. And then I'm just going to wait here with these Royal Mummies. I'm going to hope that we can get in. Oh, 3 Bone Dragons left. He's going to get these Rangers to do so much damage to me from afar. I'm going to lose. Because the Bone Dragons are not able to stand up to the might of these creatures. 10 to 18. Yeah, you might as well just kill 10 to 18. Holy cow. Huh. So what you're telling me is 31 Bone Dragons isn't enough. Good to know. Good to know. Jeez. Bearded Man, I didn't know that sitting in a moat affected defense. Yep, we went from 6 down to 3. Dwarves and Hydras are some of the most worthwhile slow creatures. I was playing hot seat scenario with my brother and the Hydras really came in clutch. Yeah, I really love them. And if, for like a castle defense, maybe nobody better. Maybe nobody better. I feel like I gotta start bringing down these Ranger stacks. Yeah, I almost feel like I should just run. Right now, I'm not gonna get through. If you wanna surrender, it's gonna be expensive, but I got the gold for it. Wow, folks. If I had more spell points to play with, the fight would have gone differently, but not by a lot. Not by a lot. Yeah, that was crazy. Jeez. Okay. Fixed Fox is like, oh, we're gonna get out of here in an hour. Nice, nice. Okay, well, what did we learn? We learned that that was not the ideal play. And here's the thing, I don't think I have the reinforcements I need to make this work. That was kind of my big hammer moment. I was supposed to obliterate them there. And because I didn't, I don't know. We took down some major forces, but look, they got all these reinforcements. And we still have red to deal with. Still got red to deal with. Jeez. You took out most of them anyway. It shouldn't be too hard to finish things off. Yeah, I see Ambrose here. I mean, at least they didn't combine all these forces, but my word. Maybe Gallivant with the attack and the defense skill with the Bone Dragons. Okay. Gallivant with the attack skill and defense skill would have won that fight. 100%. Fix Fox, why didn't you use Gallivant? Because he's the lost condition. That's why. I didn't use Gallivant because he's the lost condition. And putting all your eggs into one basket is just kind of the bad decision in general, it feels like. But I mean, if you're making your big final push, maybe I should have just thrown caution to the wind and just done it. Maybe I should have just done it. Huh. Well, there's no time like the present to get another castle full of bone dragons. Ooh, let's do that yesterday. Yeah, wow. So then here's the question. Do we try and defeat blue while we've kind of weakened them, or do we push into red? I think with enough Knight faction troops, we might be able to do something nifty. Yeah, with 4 Knight castles. With 4 Knight castles, you should be able to defeat the sorceresses. So I think that we're going to press our advantage against the blue player. I think we're going to hope that red does other stuff. Remember, we do have 18 bone dragons here, so we still got stuff. Like we still got some forces that we can bounce back with immediately, but we got to get over to here real quick if we're going to do that. So where are you? You need full spell points. What are you doing? You go back and you stay there and you think about what you've done. Yeah, you think about what you did. We're going to dismiss here. Dismiss here. 6-speed creatures. It's day 2, so we got plenty of time before the new week. But I'm just going to try to get these forces to here. And we're going to hope that Crota can do some supportive actions over there. We never did pick up a blue barrier. I don't know where that is. Okay, with full spell power though. On to a new thing. Man, and I feel like I could have crushed red. With 31 bone dragons, I feel like I could have crushed red. And the fact that I didn't. The fact that I didn't. Okay, so let's bring all these forces down. Wait. There we go. Because we purchased everybody here? Yes, we did. All right, so we're heading back. And we're just going to run it back. We are absolutely going to run this back because there's no better choice than to do it this way. See, Draconia, she's going to go just a little bit out of her way just to be ready for this pickup. Croto's going to take this free town for us. And I'm gonna throw caution to the wind. I'm going to start upgrading this into Phoenixes as well here. And just hope that the enemies don't push up in this area. This could be me just gifting over some free resources. In fact, it probably is, but... we'll see if we can trade Crusaders for skeletons and maybe champions for mummies. If they're in big enough numbers, that should be a pretty good use of our time. It's day 4, so Gallivant is, even though he's going to give over all these forces, he's still going to have some reinforcements very quickly. So let's see, we're just going to send everybody over. Yeah, that should be fine. And then Draconia just got to get back before they have a chance to breathe, before they have a chance to recoup. 21 bone dragons, 282 skeletons, 34 of the vampire lords. This is still a really good fighting force. Is it enough to deal with this guy now? Maybe not. I don't know why blue is splitting their forces the way they are, but they are definitely splitting their forces, and that's kind of interesting. Not what I would have expected. Okay. Alrighty. And Crota is going to explore. Maybe there's, I don't know, maybe there's a nice artifact over here I might have missed. Doesn't seem like it. Maybe there's something just right there that the Cyclopes are guarding. Blue is heading back into their little hidey holes. I respect that decision. I would probably do the same. Clearly, the fortifications actually were very effective for blue. So I definitely respect that decision. It's day 5, so we got to take castles wherever we can, as quickly as we can. Stables are not visited. We'll get day 6. Yeah, and we might be able to take this hero out. Yeah, Throng, lots. I think we can take this guy out. Or we could split and go to Cathcart. take out the hordes. I don't know how tough Ambrose is. Heck, he could be tougher than Alberon for all I know. Could be. Let's not test fate there. Let's just hope. Yeah, let's just hope that we're able to overwhelm. And even if we don't overwhelm at this point with, with Elemental Storm, we should still be able to do some meaningful damage. Back to the main part. Not a lot of time to build up these castles here and here. Oh, graveyard. We need the graveyard for the mausoleum. Oh, we're not going to get to the bone dragons today or this week then, are we? We might. Be very close. Yeah, but 4 blue castles. If we can take 4 blue castles, if we can just defeat blue, everything else gets a lot easier. Okay. On to the next. This is exciting. This feels good. Especially when I had come back from the break and I thought, oh, we're fine, everything's good. And now to kind of feel this pressure, this actually feels really good. I enjoy this. Because, sure, it's not very clear if I'm going to win or not, but the AI is giving me a tremendous fight here. Yeah, they're doing a tremendous job here. Day 6, I think I can get from here and defeat this castle, and then I think I can get back over to the Citadel in 2 days before day 1. And then if I have 2 Night Castles worth of troops, does this guy just come in and destroy me? If he does, if I save the spell points, if I can just take 1 castle. Hold on. If I can just take 1 castle, then I can rehire and I can Elemental Storm a few times. You just have to have enough forces to be able to do that. I don't really like that idea. This is like 97 pikemen. This is like 130 rangers. Lots. This is probably 25 master swordsmen. I think I like this fight. It's going to say we lose. It says they surrender. Okay. Looks like they're going to surrender at the very last possible second. We don't get to go first because 6-speed creatures. Animate dead onto the rangers. What are you doing? You're bananas. Remember, 9 attack, 8 defense. He picked up a couple of levels, I think, from the previous fight. Oops, my bad. Okay. 142 rangers. Yeah, that's a good anti-magic, I think. You might as well do full damage here. We're going to do half damage over the wall. Might as well do damage with the power liches. I don't know what this move is. That makes no sense to me. Now here's the question, is the haste better or something else better? If I haste the bone dragons, they're not going to be able to step in front of the crusaders. Crusaders can step to right here, and then the bone dragons are kind of stuck. I think well, you got to get somebody on these rangers, and that somebody's going to be these vampire lords. Yeah, because vampire lords, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Vampire lords are going to get attacked by the 104 veteran pikemen. But the rangers are not going to get to go this round of combat, and then that gives me time to do like disrupting rays and stuff on these other big creatures. I think we do that. So I'm not gonna cast a spell right now. What was that? 2, 3, 4, 5. I could. Did they already cast a spell? Yeah, they cast the anti-magic. I could just blind. Yeah, I could blind, I could paralyze. Less spell points because they're going to counter it probably with an anti-magic. Let's blind here. That's going to let the Vampire Lords attack unfettered. Master Swordsman can't reach up. Bone Dragons are going to slot in there. We're going to kill all the Rangers, and then we'll be able to deal with the Veteran Pikemen on our own terms whenever the fancy strikes. What a very weird fight. This is not what I anticipated. Let's just kill 88. 88 Rangers, dead. Done. Get out of my game. Anti-magic? That's fine. Because what I'm going to do then is I'm going to haste the Bone Dragons. I'm going to get them out of there before they have to deal with these Veteran Pikemen. Blast them here. Oh, yeah, Veteran Pikemen are going to get a shot off of these Vampire Lords, though. That's okay. But yeah, I want to back off, and I want to Disrupting Ray these guys into the ground. I will take whatever turret damage is there. I will lose 14 Vampire Lords here. We're going to evacuate. I think that the Master Swordsmen are going to come out and play because they want to get to my shooters. They do not. Interesting. Interesting. But from here, I'm just going to be disrupting arraying you for days anyway. Maybe I can bait you out with 250 skeletons. Okay. But disrupting array, good luck anti-magicking your disrupting array. So you're down to 14 defense, not too bad. 3 to 4 the Master Swordsman, pretty good. We're gonna skip. Feels like a lot. Skip, skip. 2 bone dragons. By waiting, we've cost ourselves 2 bone dragons. And now with this final disrupting array, I think that we just go and attack. Hold on, actually with this final disrupting array, we're gonna do this. $34 to 61. He's gonna get to surrender unless I wait. How about I sit right here? And then we just blind lock him. Let's do that. So we'll lose 1 more bone dragon just from turrets and stuff. That's fine. Do your worst. We are going to paralyze so that there's no retaliate. We've got 3 paralyzes in the bag. And then, yeah. Oh, but he's hasted. So he's going to be a 7-speed creature when the blind wears off. Or when the paralyze wears off. It's okay. There's 1. 2 stacks. Yeah, he's going to get the opportunity to run, but at least we're not going to take the retaliation damage anyway. So here it is. Let's see it. 1 more bone dragon goes down and some power liches, but 4, 6, and 7 with 32. That feels just fine to me. That's a-okay. 78 additional skeletons. We're going to take the basic ballistics because we've seen how useful that is. We're going to take the eagle eye and we're going to go from there. Whew. Bearded Man says you took out most of them anyway. It shouldn't be too hard to finish them off. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's get it. And we've stepped in, but we don't actually want to stay because we want to take out this castle before they get reinforcements. I do wonder if we're going to have Ambrose reach. If he wants to fight us, he can, but I think that we're okay with that. I think that my standing forces are still significant. But we've taken 1 Night Castle. If I can get another one by the end of this week, I'll be feeling much better. Good job. Thank you, Avatar Hero. Thank you. Yeah, that fight turned out much better than it could have. I don't know if you can reach from here to here with your 7-speed champions. I don't want to say I don't care, because I definitely do. 1 bone dragon lost. Let's see if we can fight this just a little bit better. I wonder if the peasants are going to get good morale again and take a swipe out of me. Disrupting Ray. 31 points of damage. Not too bad. Yeah, 277. I'm just going to do that. 56 battle dwarves is actually a fairly significant amount. 49 rather. At least that's what's left. Yeah, we'll just do this. We'll take out most of them, all of them. Great. And then the enemy does run 29 skeletons, and we get 98 in return. So the skeleton stack, we're up to 400. That's pretty good. Could you imagine if one of their if one of their mage guilds had animate dead for me? That would be awesome. Highly unlikely, but totally worth it. We're going to stay here overnight because we do want to get full spell points. We're going to move all of our 4-speed and 5-speed creatures up. We got the 6-speed power liches. That's good. And let's hope that he can't reach from here to there. Let's set off in the morning. Okay. Not so bad, not so bad. Plus a laboratory. In fact, I'm gonna bring up Jacqueline right now, just so that way I can get a let's see, a faster hero ready to bring these forces up to the front. They're gonna go to New Dawn in a moment, and then Croto is gonna start to head north to try and get those dragons in Boneville back to us as well. Looks like no wood, so we can't really upgrade anything here. We'll take the well. And let's see what blue does. Yep, are they going to make it? They do make it, but they're not in their castle. That makes the fight much easier to defeat what might be left of their standing forces. we might be way better off because we just gave over that castle. So Druid growth is up by 5. Can we reach? I think we can. No, we can't reach, really. Amazing. Stables are really just that good, huh? Okay, I think that we roll with these forces. I think we pick up the stables real quick. Can we reach now? We are so close. We are so close. Yeah, but this represents the final bit of strength in this area. So if we can just defeat this guy, we're gonna be set. Gonna go right there. We will pick you up when we can. Bone dragons. Oh, there was no well here because we ran out of building days. Whoops. Let's see, bone dragons. We're gonna leave everybody else, but let's see if we can get the bone dragons up to the front. We're gonna try a resupply. Rather than defend our lands, we're gonna try and bring forces to the front. Oof. All that time that we said, oh my gosh, we have so much gold, feels like it's a distant memory. We're down to 13k gold now, all of a sudden. Like somewhere we just lost all of our resources. All of our resources. This night castle, before I forget, gotta keep these troops away from the enemy. To here, to here. Grab the bone dragons and we'll set on up in just a moment. What does blue do? Are they gonna try and take that castle? They're going to try and take that castle. Interesting. Interesting. Maybe I can actually mount a very successful defense. Uh-oh. Red looks angry. Red thinks that they can beat me. Holy kittens. I did not plan on this. Mandigal, lots of phoenixes. I'll bet you that they can beat me. They left some forces here, though. Maybe I can defend in this castle much easier. Maybe Mandigal still tries to defeat me. Ooh, buddy. Oh, boy. I'm gonna take this castle. 53 skeletons is a little bit much. And then from here, I'm going to just kind of defend because I think that the enemy is still going to want to attack me. I don't think that they're going to be stopped. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be stopped by trying to get through this a little bit faster. I'm going to eliminate this one stack. Every bit of spell points is actually useful for the next fight, so we don't want to overspend on our spell points. We're going to attack here. Retaliate there. Bone dragons are probably going to kill the 7. They do. Skeletons are a little too far away, and unfortunately the liches, I'm going to have to spend one more magic arrow. 6 spell points for that fight. Don't love that. 25 skeletons, 8 back. Yeah, I think I sit and just hope that the enemy wants to fight me here. Please give me animate dead. Please give me animate dead. Ah, rats. Holy word. I just gave them something even better. Let's take a look at this hero. Let's see what they got. And identify hero. 21 phoenixes, 6 attack, 4 defense. 6 attack, 4 defense. So we're evenly matched in the attack and the defense. 50 spell points. It's 142 battle dwarves. Jeez, that's a bunch. Not to mention 56 raider druids. Jeez. Yeah, we're just going to sit and we're going to hold this position. But I am going to move these slower forces up just in case I get the opportunity to like run and defeat somebody. I'm going to do that. Let's continue to try and bring these forces to the front. Do that, a little bit of a resupply. Crota, it's going to be 6 of these bone dragons. And I really do need to, I've got to get phoenixes of my own, because if you get the phoenixes of your own, you can do the elemental storm trick. But until you get that, don't have much of a chance. Okay, we got 186 wood. What am I doing? Trade the wood. trade for the wood. That's all we got to do. Okay, the Citadel. We've already got captain here. Would a hero make this better to defend? Fireball, Dispel Magic. Tell you what, I will spend the 25 gold, 2,500 gold, just to make this fight go a tiny bit better. Any losses I can take off of Ambrose would be good. 4 attack, 5 defense, 126. If I can just take out Rangers, if I can take out many of the Rangers, I'll feel great about that fight. Let's see if Red wants to attack me with their 21 Phoenixes. We kill 16 of these Rangers. I think we can kill even more, because we're just not going to go out and try and defeat them. We're just going to stay behind our castle. Yeah, they just want to defend anyway. Perfect. And me and the turrets agree that the big scary enemy is actually going to be the Rangers. Good. I'm glad we agree. So 2 more Rangers at a time. We're going to hit spacebar a couple times. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Perfect. Yeah, this is just going to cost them so many Rangers. Unless they've got like a Resurrect True. They don't though, do they? We know for sure that they don't. I think that the AI has seen that I'm just hanging back, and so they're deciding to come and get me. But we still can cast Magic Arrow a couple more times. Don't you do it. Do not attack the Crusaders. It's not worth it. Please just kill the Rangers. Okay, we've got 1 gap in the fence. Oh, we got 2 gaps in the fence. I didn't even realize that. Just stay right there, boys. Scatter. This was always a lost cause. I knew it, you knew it, we all knew it. But the enemy went from 16 Rangers lost into 40. That's pretty good. Taking out 40 Rangers at a time, that feels pretty good to me. I'll do that every day, every single day. And Red actually leaves us alone. Not a good place to be though. Oh, not a good place to be, because if the enemy leaves you alone, that means that they don't think that they can beat you. But at the same time, you don't feel like you can sally forth. You don't feel like you can go out and get them. I think I've got to go South Mill. I think I've got to use Gallivant and his nice forces to actually go south. Rather than go and resupply that position, we're entrenched. We're going to stay there. If you want to defeat me, you're going to have to devote a lot of forces to come and get me. And in the meantime, we're going to send all these forces down. I don't know how these forces are better than these other ones, but it's just the way it is. And so Gallivant, 3 attack, 7 defense, 4 spell power. Oh, buddy, I hope you can find some additional knowledge. Get something better than basic wisdom. Can't reach. We can reach here though. Let's trade castles. Yeah, let's trade castles. Go defeat Lord Kilburn. If nothing else, this gets you experience, and it gets us away from the Phoenixes. 62 skeletons for 2,000 extra experience. I prefer not to lose that much. Might not be able to stop it though. Okay. And it looks like using spell points actually isn't too big of a deal, so we're just gonna lightning bolt. Can we kill most of them? Most of them, not all of them though. 14? 12? 6? 1 stack of the Rangers goes down. Enemies are sallying forth. I trust that the Vampire Lords will stay alive. Down to 28. And Bone Dragons will clean up this back end. Still trying to be smart with my spell points because I don't want to fight this upcoming fight and just lose for free. 68 skeletons back. And we're safely in this castle. Full spell points first thing in the morning. I know that this just feeds experience, but if I can lightning bolt any amount of these enemy forces, that should still be worthwhile. Whatever losses we can make them take, like we did over here, that'll be worth our time, so we're gonna do that. And then maybe we're able to get... Just keep trading castles. Just keep trading castles. Okay, I've got to trade here. 31 wood, that should be fine. By the end of this week, I need to get some amount of Phoenixes going, I think. Here and here, it's good. Blue is running back this way. I guess that they want to keep their castle. I'm guessing that all the fire is going to be focused on the Phoenixes. Let's see what they got. No chain lightning or anything like that. That's good. Okay, but we're gonna do a lightning bolt for 50 points of damage. Might as well make it, what, 3 elves? Cool, and that's gonna be the end of this fight. They've got Resurrect True, did you see that? We killed the elves, and then the elves got Resurrect Trued back. That is some very important knowledge there, actually. That's a big deal. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I did not actually remove all my slow 4-speed creatures. That actually feels pretty bad because I'm going to be much slower than I wanted to be. 1 bone dragon, 15 of these skeletons. Let's do just a tiny bit better. It looks like they've got, it looks like Blue took a sorceress town somewhere. So they've got access to these higher quality troops. It's kind of interesting. We're going to do 2 50 points to there. Just take them out. No need for you. No need for you. Blah. Skeletons will do damage there. Mummies will do damage there. 19 to 17. Here. And finally, we've defeated our foe. He does not get to run. This is Lord Alberon. If he's got some nice artifacts, we might have actually done ourselves a big deal. Let's see what artifacts we get. +2 defense, great. Arm of the Martyr, okay, don't care. Traveler's Boots of Mobility, now that's a big deal. Telescope, don't love it, don't hate it. I feel like there were some better artifacts there that we missed out on because we just ran out of space. So once again, the curse of Fix Fox not paying attention to his artifact slots, that might have just cost us. Still, we took that really nice hero off the board. The worst thing that could happen at this point is if Red hires them back. And something tells me that they just might be inclined to do that if we give them the opportunity. Oh no. Okay. Remember, try to get phoenixes. Nothing else matters. Just get to phoenixes. Red has not done a good enough job of scouting us. And so they're not really threatening me in some ways that I was hoping that they wouldn't. Oh, somebody's got Town Portal. That's kind of nifty. And then let's see about this. Yeah, we don't want to come back. I think we want to take this castle while we can. 2 and 20. I don't love it, but I'm going to accept it. I don't think I've ever taken this castle before. Come on, baby. Give me Animate Dead. Give me Animate Dead. Ah, rats. Okay. Just building up Mage Guild levels for these guys now. It's day 5. Remember, we've got the Traveler's Boots now, so we are so fast. I'm going to try and lead the enemy forces away just a little bit. What we're going to do is this. We're going to take these artifacts that we don't really want. Here and here. Don't care about the Mercury so much. I think I like this artifact. Metal of Distinction, we're not running into morale problems, not running into issues with the Kinetic Pendant. Arm of the Martyr is actually not too bad. And then we're going to send this hero out. And we're going to send Sabu up the road, so that way maybe the enemy goes towards him. And maybe they waste some time there. Once again, though, we're going to hire another hero. We're going to let go of somebody. Jacqueline? We're going to let go of Jacqueline. Just not that useful right now. We want to have sorceresses and wizards anywhere where there's a damaging spell. Cold Ring. It's not great, but that'll work. 13 and 2, 20 and 2. Clearly we take this one. Split the forces. Gotta ask, how do we get to scenario 7 of Price of Loyalty? Haven't you played all of the Heroes 2 campaigns? This was apparently I did not ever actually play this one, and so it was in my request folder because I never actually did finish this scenario. I played as the good side. You can play as the good side or you can play as the evil side. I completed the campaign as the good player. I never did complete it as the bad player. So that was my error, clearly. We're just trying to rectify that mistake. But for Price of Loyalty 7, We did come back to that one, and we basically beat it on stream. I think I fumbled the final fight against Krager, and I said to myself that, like, look, I'm still proud of the effort that we gave there, and I didn't want to come back and do it again. It just didn't feel like it was necessary. So, so we did defeat Price of Loyalty 7, kind of, not really, but that was on patch like 1.1.7, I think. I think it was still kind of far out of the way. It wasn't what I would call particularly recent. It's day 6. That means day 7 is Red Tower. Perfect. Okay. But yeah, some of these campaigns are just brutal. Absolutely brutal. And we're happy to kind of get through them. All right, I don't even care. Give me a 5th level Mage Guild. Give me Berserk. That's pretty good. I can make Berserk work. Hold on. I think I can make Berserk work. But you gotta have some champions to back that up, because if you attack these 21 Phoenixes, you Berserk the Phoenixes first at the very beginning of the fight, and they will torch their own troops. So it's day 6. I just need to survive for another 2 days or so. Hold up in this little castle. Sarakin is back, but who knows what he's doing. Observation Tower, Dimitri. Where are these guys all coming from? Okay. Waiting one more day again for this tower. Okay, that was actually a big spell, and we are going to go for the 5th level Mage Guild in that castle. Okay. Castle is lost. Sabu goes down. I'm going to accept that. It just kind of brings the blue player out of position a little bit. I don't know if it's better or worse for the red player to have extra stuff. As you can tell, the red player has now taken one more castle away from blue. I don't know if it's better or worse to give red control of these castles. So just a little bit of a question that I have, and I just don't know the answer. Not too sure. We've got Paralyze, Cold Ray. Cold Rays are not doing much damage, 80 points of damage, but we got the Paralyze. Folks, we could defeat Astra, I'm guessing. Several Phoenixes. I'm gonna wait one more day. If she attacks us, I think that we do fine defending. If we lose right there, we just lose the scenario, lest we forget. We're gonna have to leave behind Royal Mummies for these champions in a moment or two for this upcoming strategy. But we definitely want to leave all these forces behind just so we have the best speed first thing in the morning. It looks like we're actually going to be with the stables, probably able to make it all the way there. Traveler's boots plus the compass, absolutely massive. Really, truly big. True if big, huge if true. Absolutely, fheroes2, the campaigns can be torture. Well, and this is the first time I've come back to, oh no. This is the first time I've come back to these campaigns, I think, since I think I finished the campaigns when it was like 1.0, maybe a little bit before 1.0 actually. So, oh no. It's Month of the Plague. It's Month of the Plague. Guys, it's Month of the Plague. That's not good. No, not again. We will mount some sort of successful defense here. It's just not going to be pretty. We're going to do a right turret now. What luck. What joy. What fun. I don't think Ruby can beat us. I think she's going to try. She's going to fail. But the problem with this is this. I'd had plans. Yeah, I'd had plans. Hate to see it. Super dead. I'd had plans to get the champions and then do some crazy stuff. I don't get that anymore. That chance is kind of gone. All right, tell you what, we're gonna go for this 5th level Mage Guild. It's got to be done at this point. We're gonna pick up the necessary amount of Mercury. Please be something good. What do we think, folks? Is that something good? Hypnotize as a 5th level spell. Tell you what, this is in a position where I don't mind if I give that over, actually. I don't feel bad if I struggle to if I struggle to give this over. Shouldn't Month of the Plague be Month of the Plenty for Necromancers? I think so. That's a good way of looking at that. I love that. That's some good quality discourse there, because if everything dies and everything's all plaguey, then certainly it's good for Necromancers. It has to be. Has to be. That is exactly the kind of headcanon that I'm here for. Okay, this is one of Blue's final castles. This little corner isn't working for me. I think that we take this castle, and then I think we push up into this area. We kill as many of Blue's players as possible. We take Fenton, we take whatever Phoenixes are over here. There's got to be another... There's got to be another 1, 2, 3. There's 3 Sorceress castles right there. They're not going to pump out 6 Phoenixes this week. I think that we just go, we take those, and then we go from there. Yeah. And get 9 Phoenixes. Let's just go get 9 Phoenixes. That can't be the wrong answer. Astra did run. I think I let her. No, we got 11 Bone Dragons. I think we go. Advanced Wisdom. Good, good. We might even be able to beat Astra home if she tries it. Let's see what the big scary red player does. Oh wow, we're gonna lose this. Oh, 45 dwarves. That might be enough. Especially if your walls don't target the enemy ranged creatures. That's kind of a loss there. So we're gonna kill 1 orc at a time. Dwarves are going to be hasted, so they're going to be 4 speed instead of no speed. Orcs are only doing 24 damage, so Ruby does not have archery. 3 attack, 5 defense. Continuing to work on their range damage. We will eventually curse the dwarves. If I slow them down now, we might just get into this power struggle back and forth over haste and slow and haste and slow. Yeah, looks like that's going to be it. Haste and slow and haste and slow. No damaging spells though. Slow here. Aha! I fooled you. It wasn't easy, but I got the dwarves to pretend like it was their job to block up this hole. It was not, but they thought it was. Okay. At least I know that there's no forces in this castle area. It's kind of a cold comfort. I don't think at this point I can do much else here to make this fight go well. I'm just gonna hit Q to end the battle. 5, 9, and 12. Just not worth the time, almost. Almost. There's the Xanadu, so if we can get our main hero out, that could put us in a good spot. Again, I don't want to hand over this Berserker for free. I really don't. Troyan, we're going to defeat some Phoenixes here. Glorious victory, 64 goblins. I will totally accept that. 64 goblins lost is nothing. And I don't think that Astra can beat us here. I think that this road actually is going to give us just enough of a movement point boost to get on out. Croto with 63 of these. Let's see, with Expert Wisdom. He's got Expert Resurrect True, Elemental Storm. He might... How long have we not had that? Jeez. I think he might be able to defeat this enemy over here. Let's give it a shot. In fact, he's going to bypass New Dawn. So he's got to defend that anyway. And once he defends that, he should actually be able to have enough forces to defeat Ruby. 500 gold. And we're going to take 1 free castle. This is going to be the first of many free castles, by the way. Because our goal today is, or this week, is to take all 3 of these castles. Maybe we get into the Xanadu. I don't know. These heroes are all kind of wandering around in this little maze. No other defensive points I need to make. The blue hero goes south. That's really good because they've actually not scouted my westernmost town. So I'm happy for that. Red is probably going to end blue. We might not have to actually fight blue. If they take this castle here and I just hold on to these castles up here, I think that we're in a winner's position here. I think we go right through gem. A pack of phoenixes. Lots, lots, lots. How many spell points? 59? We don't have the 7-speed champions I really wanted. I'm going to avoid this fight. If she wants to fight me, I can't stop it. But I'd prefer to bypass this fight if I can help it. It's fine. Okay, and we're not in the castle here to defend, but this is going to be a 5th level mage guild with summon air elemental. Now that's interesting. We don't have enough spell points to really make that worthwhile, but super good for the sorceresses because they've got so many magic points. Okay, let's see if Gem attacks me here. I think either way we're going to be struggling mightily, but either way it should be fine. And then, are we going to be able to reach? We can reach Astra. We're going to have the speed bonus because we do have the 1 Phoenix here. We don't have the Berserk. We've got a slow, we've got a paralyze. They're going to immediately counteract the paralyze. If we lose this fight, we just lose the game. It's not worth it. If we lose the fight, we lose the game. And we're getting into this area with these 3 other bits of phoenixes. This isn't the win condition. Don't throw the game just for this thing that's not even a win condition. I hope the blue does not get to that one town down there. Because again, if... Oh, they've got that top castle, don't they? Let's see, we're going to hire Myra just so that way maybe this enemy leaves us alone. Because if we can defeat blue and if red takes this castle and then we take this castle and this castle, blue might just be out of options. They might not be able to actually beat us, which would feel pretty good. We want the spells. Let's grab that. Sarakin, he's not going to have a lot of attack and defense. It's going to cost us everything? 14 bone dragons? How is this going to cost us 14 bone dragons? No way, Jose. You're going to immediately get 44 champions onto the... Okay. Understandable. Have a nice day. Alrighty. Show you what I think about that. 11 Crusaders are going to get a double hex attack off on the Rangers. Rangers are going to get the good retaliation. 56 Rangers down to 36. Not too bad. I do want to start working on these Crusaders, though. Humble though they may be, they can do a lot of damage if I'm not careful. Whoa! Sarakin's doing some work. 1 attack, 4 defense, but blood morale. Interesting. And he's already killed 5 of these dragons. Love an animate dead. Oh, I would love an animate dead. Do I kill 5 to 9? I think you are fairly obligated to. Then again, the champions are gonna get to go next. 9 to 16. And they've already taken their retaliation there, so we're gonna do that. Skeletons are going to clean this up, though. I didn't think about the skeletons cleaning it up. Maybe I should have had the bone dragons go. Then again, maybe the bone dragons are safe because they're here. Down to 1 vampire lord. Costly. Very costly. There's only 36 rangers. Berserk here. Kills the 1 vampire lord. That's okay. Royal mummies are getting in here. Berserker wins the day again. Heck yeah. Absolutely, positively. 18 to 32, we kill 23. Man, I could really use some good luck on these undead troops. Occasionally getting to do double damage would actually be sweet. Crusaders are coming out. They're gonna do double damage and good luck. Ow. 2 Crusaders left. Mm. 36 spell points. Berserker one more time. They're still gonna step up and oh geez, I was trying to get them to lose their turn a little bit there. I want to hopefully curse these creatures. I don't. Down to 6. We got 5 defense on these bone dragons. We're just gonna back off with them. I don't want them to take any damage if they don't have to. Same with the skeletons. Let's let the mummies take the next little bit of this offensive. Okay. Alrighty, well. Oh my goodness. The only good thing I can say about this fight is that I am gonna keep most of the bone dragons alive, but geez, I'm gonna lose one more here. It's gonna be 7 bone dragons left. 162 skeletons has to get in there. The liches can't help, but we can do lightning bolt one more time. So 325. It's gonna be most of them. And folks, I'm gonna hurt myself. I'm gonna cost myself one more dragon just so this guy doesn't run. He's not gonna run. He's gonna cast a lightning bolt on somebody, and then he's gonna get the damage off anyway. 8k, Wizard's Hat, Traveler's Boots of Mobility, Endless Patch of Gems, Medal of Distinction, 113 skeletons. It's not bad, but remember, now we gotta hold on to this area. We've just captured 2 castles. It was very bloody to do so. Another mage guild here. Please give me animate dead. Oh man, you feel like I'm just feeding the enemy my own my resources. I feel like I am. Okay, but we still have Forter Oaks. I am gonna hire another hero here. We're gonna go up the road the other direction just so I can spot and see if there's any enemies coming our way. It's not lost upon me that I have the view all spell. Should probably be using that a little bit more rather than just scouting this way. Let's just do it like that. So we got blue hero, red hero in the castle, red hero's gem. We're hoping that blue cannot take this castle, so that way blue is out of castles after I retake this one. We've got Croto, I think, coming up in this direction. Yeah, because Ruby's heading here, Sir Gallant's here. We need to retake this Necromancer castle before the end of the week. It's day 4. Yeah, we'll get there. And then remember, we're keeping Sir Gallant alive, because to lose him is certain death. So let's see how this goes. Perfect. Blue does not attack. What are you doing, red? I really, really, really needed red to take that castle. If nobody's going to take it, though, I guess I'll accept that. Remember that we don't want to fight Mandigal just yet. We can maybe do something with Berserk if we've got Phoenixes of our own, but we can't actually hold on to any of this. Maybe we evacuate some amount of Phoenixes. We're not blocked in necessarily. It looks like we still have a little bit of an escape route just in case things happen or things go bad. Stay here, stay here. I think Mandigal might go back. Gem is probably going to try and take this. Hire somebody who can just defend. What spells? Lightning Bolt, totally worth it. Let's let go of... No, she's doing good work. Let's let go of Aerie. Aerie hasn't done anything for the last 20 minutes. Serenity Pendant, immune to Berserk spells. We know that the enemy has Berserk now. Kinda want that. We've visited this blue barrier. Where does this lith go to? Have we seen that? I don't even know. Do not even know. Fix Fox, do not even care? No, I care. I just don't know. And the best way to find out is just by going through the lith. It's not by mucking about and doing anything else. Blue barrier here as well? Okay. Dang, bro. Okay. 4 wood and a campfire. And we're going to head off Ruby so they don't go in our direction here. It's day 5. It all comes down to the troops. That month of the plague was a weird one. It was just really weird timing. It really threw me into some issues. Somebody's got town gate, not town portal, but town gate. Here and here. Have to win. Day 6. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, our barbarian castles are now conjoined. Okay. Seems pretty good. And there's the Oracle. Oh, I wish I'd had that forever ago. Oh, I wish I had that forever ago. Day 6. I'm guessing that the enemies are going to attack me pretty quickly. What happened to the rest of my forces? I left without everybody else. Draconia. What are you doing? It's not much, but those 6 bone dragons, I kind of needed those. Kind of wanted those. I might tell you what. I think we're going to have to hire a hero just to evacuate them from here in just a moment. Do you defeat Atlas? Do you defeat these forces with what you have? I don't think you do. Oh, geez. 350 points of damage. How many liches do I have? At 35 HP each, I've got more than 350 HP worth of liches. If they have a single stack that's greater than 350 HP, though, then you can't Elemental Storm to get out of there. Lots. Assuming like if it's 50 or if it's more than 35 orcs, then you can't just do an Elemental Storm. You know, it's day 6 though. We've got some forces coming our way. Tell you what, we're gonna go to here. We're gonna defeat Ruby. We're gonna pick up the bone dragons from our main hero in just a second. Oh geez. Should you always play as though Month of the Plague is on its way, or should you never play as though Month of the Plague is on its way? Bearded Man, that's a great question. Should you always play like it's on its way or never? What a good question. I don't know the answer. I think that conventional wisdom says that you should always hope for the best but plan for the worst. And it doesn't seem like a bad idea to plan on something bad happening like Month of the Plague. Like, if it's not going to hurt you, then okay, sure, fine, whatever. But chances are it is going to hurt you, and when it hurts you, you don't want to be caught unawares. That seems correct to me. I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems correct to me. So for my money, I would say, yeah, you probably want to be ready to deal with Month of the Plague, not if, but when it comes, because it will come, right? And just hoping you get lucky and stuff. These playthroughs of mine, they generally take several months. And so I think that it's more likely than not that you can plan on them happening. So just my 2 cents. I'm gonna finally do this, folks. I'm going to upgrade into, I'm at least going to get ogres in my 2 barbarian castles. Imagine if I'd had that 4 turns ago and I just had 30 or 60 ogres just ready to go. But I didn't have the wood for it, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to trade yet or not. Okay, blue's got 3 heroes. Red is pressing into the northern territory. I'm going to lose those bone dragons unless I surrender out. Gotta get this. Oh, Ambrose is going to come and defeat Myra. Can't help that. Atlas, I think that Mandigal is too far away. Remember, we want to just turn these troops over. Yeah, it's such an interesting question. I'm like still thinking about it, Bearded Man. Yeah, I think you want to hope for the best, plan for the worst. But I think you have to plan on it. I think you do. I think you have to plan on it. So, I don't know. I'm very much open to your thoughts on the matter, because I think that there's maybe some competing schools of thought there, but I'm interested to know what we think. 1 Traveler's Boots, no sense in having 2 of them there. And now Gallivant is much faster. That's good. This guy is very dead. That's good. And it's Ares really the hero I want to get rid of. I'm going to get rid of Ariel the Sorceress instead of Aerie. Aerie's going to go back through, and he's going to maybe open myself up to disaster by going through this blue barrier. And then I'm going to hire a hero here. It's going to be Rebecca. And with the spells in this mage guild, she's going to mount a little bit of a defense, and more importantly, she's going to be able to surrender out. With 20,000 gold, that shouldn't be too big of a problem. Atlas is going down today. Enemy is surrendered. We shall let them. 49 additional skeletons. Wonderful. We're going to stay here overnight. What do you think? Should we get another... Should we get another 3rd level Mage Guild, hoping for something nice? I think not. Yeah, and I don't think Mandigal can reach, but we're gonna move all of our forces like this. I hope that Mandigal comes up the road and gets like right about here. And so we can just dive bomb him like, what, 4 times, 3 times? With the Elemental Storm. Yeah, come get me, buddy. Come and get me. That's my goal. I want you to do it. Come on, hit me. Hit me, I want you to do it. Okay. Which spells in Heroes Might Magic 2 are game breaking? Which spells would make the map hard to play without? Game breaking spells. Map makers will say that Dimension Door is game breaking. I would agree. But if everybody has Dimension Door, then it's not a problem. So, you know, some thoughts there. Game breaking. Game breaking. Yeah, the trio of... Oh, okay, good. Whew. The trio of Blind and Paralyze and Berserker, I think that those disabling spells are just so good. Just impossibly good. And yeah, it kind of bothers me how good they are, in fact. It's not even like their fault, because I think that they have a place in the game. There's many games that you would really struggle to complete if you don't have those late game OP movement spells or disabling spells. Like, I think that they're very important in the ecosystem of Heroes of Might and Magic, but I just see that those are a bit problematic. How about that? I do see them being a little bit problematic. Okay, so folks, we have a choice. We can either go and defeat Phoenixes and get 3 more Phoenixes, or we can do this a couple of times. We've got 60 spell points. We're gonna do 4 casts of the Elemental Storm. We're gonna bring these forces down by a lot. Watch this. Oh no, we lost. This has been a long time coming. There's one. 3,000 gold. And in fact, we're going to do this again, but this time we're only going to bring 1 Phoenix, so that way we don't have to surrender at such a high cost. It's just not necessary. We've still got 1,700 movement points. Do it again. Restart. Elemental Storm. Oh, Avatar Hero. That's a sick emote for what we're doing here. That's awesome. That's awesome. That looks perfect. Yeah, it's killing 14 Greater Druids, 8 of the Unicorns, and 19 of the Greater Grand Elves at a time. It's doing its job. Oh, and you know what I just realized what we're gonna do? So I don't know if I'm gonna have enough movement points to do this another time. I don't think I'm gonna have enough movement points to do this one more time. So here's what we're gonna do now. We're going to go first, second, Berserker, skip, dead, gone. Bearded man, smite them! Smite them! Smite them! 28 unicorns goes down. And so we do have to evacuate these troops. Yes, this is true. We can't hire Draconia back because I don't think that she can. I don't know. 11 bone dragons at this point? Can you defeat the 20-something Phoenixes? With these forces, can I defeat this enemy? Does anybody have Identify Hero? No. Nope. Does anybody have Identify Hero? Nope. Nope. I can't tell the 2nd level Mage Guild from the 3rd apart. This would be a good time, like, since I'm looking for this one particular spell, it'd be really nifty if I could actually, like, find the one spell I'm looking for. But I can't. You don't even have a spell book. What are you doing? And the reason why I'm doing this is that if I can beat 21 Phoenixes, I should. If I can, I should. Really? Didn't know that? Oh, hold on. Let's see. Back to the question of Month of the Plague. I think you should always be wary of Month of the Plague. Bearded Man says, statistics say it's equally likely to happen each month, and most of the time it isn't too much of a hassle to empty your ranks every month. Yeah, especially when we had all that gold. I don't think we missed out on a ton, but we missed out on enough that it felt pretty bad. So yeah, I agree with that, definitely. But yeah, cool emotes. The iPhone made Heroes 2 emotes before it was cool. That's sick. I love that. Really didn't know that? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, tell you what. I'm gonna hire her again. How many movement points does it tell me? 575. Hold on, I can figure this out actually, hold on. So she has 575 out of 2,300. So it took her 3 trips. 575 times 3. 1,500. I think she's gonna be just barely short. And that's bad because if the enemy gets the drop on you, you're in a bad spot. 6 times 4 is 24. No, we actually might. Okay, I'm gonna throw caution to the wind. I think I can just barely reach. But this is dangerous. Okay, if I couldn't reach there, if I was just ended up right there, this would have been a major mistake. As it is, this is probably not the best decision you've ever seen me make. I'm gonna try and make sure that my morale is protected, even though these Orc Chieftains are 71. I'm gonna send the Sprites. No. Unicorns? No. Yeah, unicorns can maybe end up blinding the dwarves. That could be useful. Seven and 6. 14 spell power, only 18 spell points left. That's going to be 1 Berserker. I think that's going to be enough, though. I think you just got to Berserker them one time, and I think we're going to win. Okay. Because they're going to attack the big stack of dwarves. Just like so. And if worse comes to worse, we will run. If the choice is between stay and die or bug out and live the day and fight tomorrow, we're absolutely going to live the day and fight tomorrow. That was 64 battle dwarves that just went down there. We're going to continue to fight these phoenixes. It's going to be one more goes down. No, not quite. You know, we might even just run right now. We've got so much gold. If we stick around, 19 phoenixes are going to obliterate us. Okay, we're just going to run. Part and shame. We got the phoenixes that we wanted there. We're going to rehire over here where there's more phoenixes. See? And we're just going to continue to be annoying. Eventually we're going to win. Eventually we're going to win. Now we're coming straight for your castle there. Why? Because of spite. Spite is one of the most powerful motivating forces in the universe. I have seen people do things out of spite that I never would have thought possible. In fact, it's truly amazing. I am appreciative of the people that have shown me the power of spite. Now, with that being said, it's quite likely that that is a path to the dark side, and that's how bad Jedi are born, but you know. What are you gonna do? Okay, 5 bone dragons here. We're gonna ignore the vampire lords there. Bringing everybody to the front. Here. Gonna leave behind the mutant zombies. There's nothing over here, okay. Down and down. Ari might as well grab a free 2 wood per day. That's been a problem forever. Okay, and we are going to lose this castle, but we're going to split these forces. And really, we did an awful lot of damage, basically for free. Really, truly, we did. It was worthwhile to do, you know, 3 of those. What, 2 berserkers and 2 or 3 elemental storms. It was worth it. Just how do you deal with 19 phoenixes? That's still going to be the problem, but we're still going to berserker them. We're going to just mitigate them in whatever way we can. We just hope that we have the best slow creatures ever. Yeah, the single stacks of dwarves. At this point, I'm just going to hit Q in this battle. 1 goes down. Red tries to pursue. They're not going to find us easy prey. Looks like Ari is under attack. Yeah, area is under attack. I don't really want the enemies to go into the barbarian castles. Don't know if I can stop it though. Full forces here. And here. There. Yeah, and we got full spell points. We got all of these creatures. We're going to pick up 5 more unicorns. Oh, barely. Darn it. This is another time where if I'd left only the 7-speed creatures, I would have made it. Dang it. Hurts my heart. Hurts my heart. But here and here, if I can get 3 of the 6. Yeah, if I can get 3 of the 6 phoenixes, we're gonna feel better anyway. Maybe I kind of want Aerie to go up and just make this guy chase after me. Do dwarves have a 25% chance of blocking enemy casted spells? That would be fun for sure. Yeah, dwarves have 25% chance of blocking all casted spells. Not your own. They're not going to ignore friendly spells. They might ignore friendly bad spells. Like if you Armageddon yourself, I think that they're coded to potentially ignore that damage. They're not going to resist your own bless though. They're not going to resist your own blind or your own haste or something like that. That would be just the worst. Oh, dwarves would be unusable at that point, wouldn't they? Every single time you try and beef up your creatures, they just don't work. That would be so bad. I don't know where Astra went. I wasn't paying attention. Did she go back here? She did. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna defeat South Mill because it's right here. It's free. Is there anything in here? No. Okay. And then I'm gonna defeat Sandor really quickly. Boom. No problems. More experience. Very good. There's still stuff on the beach here. There's stuff to the south. But yeah, if we can have 9 phoenixes a turn, I think that we're eventually going to get out of this mess. And blue is falling further behind because they're only off of 1 castle. I meant the spells cast by enemy troops like the petrification from Medusas. I don't know about that. That's a great question. Are they immune to like a unicorn's blind, the Medusa's petrify? That was a very interesting question. I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of questions that we have to kind of figure out what's coded in the game, and you got to talk to somebody that knows the code for that, I suppose. And I just don't. There's probably a lot of awesome fheroes2 team members out there that could tell us, but a lot of my conversations with Zents, we've often discussed that if you know all the particulars about how that sort of stuff works, kind of sucks some of the fun out of it. And I still hold to that tenet. I do still believe that that's very, very true. And so I don't even know, even for the sake of playing the game a little bit better, I don't even know if I want to know. I probably do. Let's be honest about that. I probably still do want to know. But ooh, Armageddon? I mean, as the nuclear option, it's pronounced nuclear, double the damage. If we could get the Witch's Brooch, that'd be kind of nifty. Yeah, that'd be kind of nifty. So, but that actually means that's actually bad because we have to watch out for enemies casting Armageddon at us. Here comes Mandigal with his pack and pack. I'm hoping I can do that same thing we just did again, but I want to wait. No, I can reach right now. We should do it right now, shouldn't we? If you can reach right now, you might as well. This is absolutely free. Absolutely free. Okay. Don't click on this one. This one will kill you. This one is fine. Whoops. Could you imagine? 750 gold seems pretty... 175 sprites goes down. That's pretty good. It's really pretty good. And then we're just going to rehire here because I don't think that she's going to want to attack us. I really don't. Do I need to hire another hero, though, just to take some artifacts off? I don't think so. I think I like all these artifacts. Even the Pendant of Death. Maybe not so much anymore. Wizard's Hat? I don't think I need the Wizard's Hat. Probably get rid of that. Ares is going to go grab that first thing in the morning. Blue's got like 3 or 4 heroes, all kind of waiting around doing nothing. Blue's power is just broken. They're kept alive by our dearly departed foes. Okay. And yet again, we're going to do this. So this time we're going to make it 2 Phoenixes, so that way we can do the Berserk real quick. Oh no. Yeah, and hopefully the Phoenixes go up and kill this stack of 52. That's what I want. If they don't do it this time, then I will just be sad. They do. 1,500 gold for 52 Battle Dwarfs. Nice. And I didn't keep track of how many of these other creatures there were, but I really want to mitigate. Like, if I can blind lock you, I think I just win. Hold on, how many spell points do I have? 48? Yeah, we're going to do this one more time. This time, just to save the resources, I'm going to hope I can just kill the single dwarves. I hope I kill both of them with the whatchamacallit, Elemental Storm. Yeah, if I can blind lock your Phoenixes, I think I can win. Okay, that's fine. I can do that. One more surrender, and we got 33 spell points. Let's see. 33 spell points, that's 9, 18, 27. 27, that's 3 paralyzes and then 1 blind. 3 paralyzes and 1 blind. Is that enough to kill a pack of Phoenixes? I think it is. I think it is. With these forces? Yeah, I think that's enough. Let's do this. So the Phoenixes are going to go and kill the... Oh, we're out of movement points. Dang it. Shoot. I wasn't keeping track of that. If I bring Aerie in... I don't know. They might just walk right into me. We're going to give them a shot to just hurt themselves. After our hero says spells, Armageddon, oh, Cold Ring and Ray. Oh, nice. These are perfect. Disrupting Ray. Oh, Hypnotize, Death Wave, Blind, Haste. You've done some serious work on this. I love this. Stone Skin, Fireball, Elemental Storm, Avatar Hero. I wish I had like some sort of way that I could like super like what you're doing right there. That is so cool. Yeah, those are perfect for what we're talking about here. I love that. That's great. Huh. Yeah, anytime we cast one of those really awesome spells and they come in super handy, I think that's so cool. Let's do that more and more and more. Okay, the enemy, they should know it, they don't know it, but they've just completely obliterated themselves. We're gonna kill all of these creatures because now we have full spell points. And we get to go first. Yeah, it says we lose everybody. We don't though. Watch this. So there's no castles, no nothing like that. It's gonna be all paralyzes, so that way there's no retaliation. Our Phoenixes are gonna go kill their dwarf. And then we're just gonna get everybody sort of into position. Liches cannot go. It's not allowed. Because when it is the... Oh no. Hold on, we gotta haste the Bone Dragons. So they still don't get their turn. You gotta haste the Bone Dragons because they've gotta go... I think you kind of want the Unicorns to go last, actually. It won't matter. Just the Bone Dragons is good enough. Okay, so we gotta skip one more time. Skip. 12 more turns if that lasts. Trust me, it's not gonna be necessary. And then the Phoenixes gotta go straight on because they're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Skeletons are gonna get in next time because I don't want them to double hex attack myself. There's 1. Might as well do some damage because sure, why not? Kill here. Kill here. 4 to 7. Unicorns. Sure, let's just let the unicorns get into the fight. And then before the end of combat, before they would get their opportunity to go, we're just going to paralyze one more time. Cool. Glorious victory. 19 Phoenixes goes down. Fire Cloak, Holy Pendant, Armored Gauntlets of Protection. That's it? These are all the artifacts. Those are all the artifact slots that I had. Those are all the artifacts you had, huh? Okay. All right. Well, we're going to make sure we get full spell points before we go fight this upcoming fight. But with these 7-speed creatures, we just took out, what, 19 Phoenixes and their best hero? That feels pretty good. Thanks. Fun to contribute to the fun. Yeah, you're doing awesome. I really appreciate it. That's super cool. I love that. Good stuff. Good stuff. But that was a big moment, right? And we do have these bone dragons coming in south. Another 11 of them. I got to make sure that Gallivant doesn't go down, but we'll leave first thing in the morning. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't think Red is going to have enough resources to really pump troops into those red towns. Yeah, so we should be fine. Multiple red heroes kind of in this middle bridge gap between the 3 sorceress castles on the right and the 3 on the left. Victory's on its way. It's going to take a minute, but yeah, I think victory's on its way. We've got the strategy, and once we've got the strategy, I think that nothing else matters. We're going to go all the way down to here. It's going to be a little bit rough because we're going to be in our own way, but this way I don't feel like the enemy is going to get around us and attack us. Because again, if Gallivant dies, we lose. So everybody goes over. We're going to get rid of this, and this. And we do want the morale. Are we ever going to use the Ankh? We might. No, we're doing 700 points of damages. We got 7 Phoenixes. I don't see a situation where we ever Armageddon ourselves and barely survive. And so the Ankh, I don't see that being useful. I just don't see the Ankh being very useful because we've got just a better strategy in mind. This is not going to be an easy fight, but this is again going to be so many Phoenixes a week. You're a nobody. It's time to let you go. And maybe actually we can find Sir Albion, the guy that was the main king. If he shows up, like, we have to actually be on the lookout here on day 1 because he's pretty darn worthwhile. What's your ETA, honey? I'm hoping in the next 20 to 40 minutes, my dear. I will leave here no later than 4:15. How about that? I think I can wrap this up by 4:15. Does that work for you, sweetie? Let me know. I don't know what the plans are, and so if that doesn't work, I will skedoodle a little bit quicker. But yeah, just let me know. Okay, new week of the Eagle. Nope, and nope. Heroes aren't there. Okay. Can't quite get these forces in there. Roman's got to go. See you next time. Thank you, Roman. I appreciate the time. As you can tell, I'm 4.5 hours into the stream and I am struggling. I'm having a bit of a rough time. We are still here, but man, I am tired. The energy does not always dip, but when it does, oh boy, does it really dip. I think I can do this. 3 Phoenixes, Marini, unicorns, or rather Phoenixes in here. This won't be all the Phoenixes I want, but this will be more. And Gallivant, I don't think is going to lose to somebody over here. We just have to win this fight. If we don't win right here, we actually lose because then Gallivant is in a place where he's going to get defeated. So this is actually the end of the game. If we lose this fight, we actually lose the whole game. But with 22 Bone Dragons, I think that this is the best chance because then we're going to get 3 more Phoenixes here. Let's give it a shot. Enemy has surrendered. So even with their 10 Phoenixes, they're going to surrender and try to evacuate the Phoenixes. That is interesting. I don't know what the best decision is here. I think I'm just going to Berserker their Phoenixes so that they can't do anything to me. I'm then going to try and kill their fastest creatures, 6 speed here. Hope that they don't get good morale because you can Berserker, attack, and then get good morale, and then you just get to go again. Looks like we are going to get to defeat here. And then the dwarves are going to get to go. So if they want to go, they're going to get to go. They blind? That's interesting. Because then the Bone Dragon should be able to kill most of, if not all of your Phoenixes. 8 to 10? I think I just kill you here. Let's just kill 10. Kill 10? Yeah, and then you just don't get to run. Cool, because we still got some artifact slots open. It's perfect. Just to make sure that this goes well, we're gonna do the blind. Skip, skip, skip. 34, okay. Ammo cart, 36 skeletons. And most importantly, phoenixes. Resurrect true, Berserker. Okay, so the enemy has Berserker too. Who would have thought that this would have been a fight of who gets the most Berserker shots off? Not me, but it's the way it's going. Our stacks are climbing 13 and 22. This feels pretty good. If only there was a barrel mound to hasten the process, Bearded Man says. That's a good emote too, Bearded Man. That's sweet. I like that. That's a cool one. We got 42 spell points left. Bearded Man says GG. You think it's GG? I don't know if it's GG. There's still a lot to be done. But it's interesting because I went in this back door because I was like, oh, I'll defeat the knights. And then the knights defeated me. They defeated the 31 bone dragons. And now I'm like, okay, I'm turning my attention to these sorceresses. And it's going pretty well, but like this turned into a way tougher fight. I really thought that I would have gotten out of this scenario by now. But no, this turned into really a knockdown, drag out fight in the best way possible. We might do the same thing we just did with Croto. So Croto might now do some Elemental Storm. He doesn't have a Phoenix there, but he might do some hit and run tactics a couple of times. Maybe with some Power Liches, 6-speed Power Liches. Oh, nope, Ambrose has got the 7-speed Phoenixes. Can't be done. We are going to have to purchase everybody. Bring them into the army. Leave them. Take them. But yeah, Croto's got good spells. 150 points of damage. Doesn't have... Oh, he does have the Elemental Storm, so if we're really in a bind, he might be able to defeat Ambrose here. Let's give ourselves one final bit of defense. Storm. Yeah, let's add a little bit more Mercury here. So now we're gonna have +2 on our spell power as we're defending. Man, that really is a cool effect. Adding the Storm, that actually is of some pretty cool sprite work. The whole feel of the castle changes. That's cool. I love that. Yeah, and let's see if we can defeat Ambrose here. Gallivant just needs to stay alive. All he's gotta do. So he's gonna run away, stay back. Mother Superior is going to defeat Atlas. And I'm tracking down these heroes one by one by one. Defend as best as you can. Doom is coming for you. Agar does want to try and catch up. Whoa, that's not the way to catch up. Wow, the storm actually coming in handy, hopefully. I hope so. I think so. I think so. I think you can support your armies a lot better than the AI can. Bearded Man, I think I agree. They're doing a really good job, but it feels like the AI is actually splitting up their troops a little bit more than they usually do. I don't know if that's just behavior situated for the campaigns. I don't know, but it feels interesting to me that it feels like they're splitting their forces a lot more than they usually do. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Okay. Yeah, I want all the red heroes just to hunker down in their castles so I can just roll through them one by one. Because I think I can. I think I can roll through them one by one. We do have to remember, it's blue hero. It's still pretty tough. But we're not going to focus on that right now. Okay, it's going to come down to Berserker first. Right here. Yeah, 25 Phoenixes. I'd really love to soften up this enemy first, actually. We're not going to get the chance to. We're just going to have to go. So Berserker there. And they are going to get to go first with the Phoenixes next turn. Great morale. It's possible that the Phoenixes attack, kill, and then they get to go again. We can't help that. It just is what it is. Let's go straight for here. Hope that the Phoenixes go up. I think that they do. They do. Oh, I'm good with that. Blind them. Rats. That's okay. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometime, you just might find that you get what you need. Okay, Greater Druids are way down. Bone Dragons taking a bit of a beating. 2 Bone Dragons go down to the 51 of these Grand Elves. Due to damage and the way that this next fight is going to shake out, Bone Dragons don't deal with the Elves. Bone Dragons go straight for the Phoenixes. 9 to 16. You got to kill 9 to 16. Get good luck for me or something. We killed 10. That's not too bad. Yeah, so the fight is going to be... The AI is also tired. Whoa, Okay, that was not expected. Hey, everybody, give a hand to the AI for that play that we just saw there. Okay. I don't know. I'm just gonna get the elves. Sure, why not? And then I will kill, what, 3 more of these phoenixes? Because there's so many I can kill. Yeah, it costs you like 9 or so battle dwarves. I'll see if the unicorns can actually do some damage. Kill 2 phoenixes. Good luck on these 13 unicorns. I kill 1 bone dragon. Bone dragons retaliate for huge damage. Skeletons are going to be into the castle next turn. What in tarnation are you doing, sir? 45 of the 54 battle dwarves are going to go down. Does the enemy lightning bolt and run here? They blind? I guess if this hero gem is not going to run, she's just enough of a nothing hero that she just doesn't have any sense of self-preservation. Okay, good to know. We're gonna blind big stack. If I want to get out of this fight without her casting another spell, no, I think I just skip. So yeah, 7 points of damage, not a problem. Skip, 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 and kill. Cool, 3 phoenixes, 6 bone dragons, not great, but 8,400 experience and 25 more phoenixes goes down. Heart of Fire, I actually kind of want to get rid of that as soon as possible. I'm going to take the mysticism. We're down to 16 spell points. We're going to hop out of the way. We're going to hire another hero. It's going to be Kalindra. We've seen her before. And we're going to have Kalindra hop over and steal the artifacts that are bad. And just get out of the way. We're going to go back into the castle. We are going to leave everybody but the 7-speed phoenixes. We're going to be ready to attack here next turn, hopefully with full spell points. I do see this blue hero going south. We're just going to leave them there. Yeah, cleaning up now. I mean, when 25 phoenixes, I mean, we've got the strategy that's working for this amount of phoenixes. And so yeah, it feels like we're in a good spot. Really, it does. The only thing that I think I would like is if I had more heroes. At some point, I am going to want to bring Crota to the south. Maybe I should even send Crota to the south starting now so that we can have multiple heroes fighting on multiple fronts. Because otherwise, the enemies are going to play a little bit of Ring Around the Rosie with me. I really don't want to have to deal with that. When it's a new week, we're going to get 9 more phoenixes from this area. And we can actually resupply pretty quickly because of Spirit City and all this. So tell you what, Croto's going to wait. He's going to pick up full forces there, head in this direction. We're going to bring Gallivant up. Yeah, just as like a preparatory step, he's going to bring Bone Dragons from that city up. And he's going to send Ranlu through with maybe Croto's forces. Yeah, that seems okay to me. And if I defeat this guy right now, then that just takes care of Blue's biggest, toughest hero. It's out of my way for me. I don't care if I defeat Ergon right now. I got some time. So let's just have Kalindra take 1 step out of the way. Let's defeat Blue. Should be an easy win. Like, easy dunk. 1 and 3. I think I'm okay. I'm even going to lose the 1 Bone Dragon there. That doesn't even hurt my feelings too bad. The spell losses are just fine. Down we go. Bringing Phoenixes up in this direction. Let's wait for another week because we're just at day 4. Kalindra's kind of a nobody. Marini's ready to send forces to the north. Proto's waiting. Everybody's got their marching orders. Maximizing movement by putting slow creatures in the town when you can. Yeah, it really does make a big difference. 4 speed versus 7 speed. That is a lot of movement points. It stacks up very quickly. So as much as possible, we do want to do that. Oh, it looks like red and blue are kind of heading east into those other sorceress castles. I'm not going to go and deal with them right now. Especially since I can defeat this sorceress castle. 32 skeletons goes down, not a problem. We'll step in, leave the slower creatures. And then tomorrow we should be able to defeat Fenton. That's actually going to be really useful. That means that we try and defend Karoxton. Agar's going to be useful for that. Resurrect True, Berserk. He's not good enough to learn that. Is there a better hero? Nope, there's not. Not yet. Okay. But we gotta hurry, because when I tell my dear sweet wife 4:15, I mean it. She's a sweetheart, but remember, it's her birthday. So what she wants, she gets. Because I don't deserve her. Do not. Okay, what about this? What if we fast travel back to here? Draconia? Tell you what. So we'll take all these forces. No, there's no good way of doing that. And you want to kill this castle anyway. You want to take this castle. We'll give a little bit of space just to get a little bit of space. It's not ideal, but it will work. I think you actually... Let's see. Here. Here. They go down. Don't know who this hero is. Ariel the Sorceress, she's kind of a nobody. But then they clump up, we do some extra damage. Nice retaliation here. Rangers have no chance. 25 skeletons, cool, cool. And I kind of want to leave, I'm going to leave all these skeletons. These skeletons haven't been in the fight. Yeah, the skeletons haven't really been in the fight, so I'm going to leave them behind. I think we're just going to bomb going south. We're just going to Baja Blast this thing. Whatever that means. Pixfox, what does that mean? I don't know. I said it. I said it. And Baja Blast is the name of a soda. And it sounded like a good idea at the time when I said it. And now I don't know what it means. But I gotta tell you, I think that is how people come up with new sayings, new language. It's gotta be because somebody said something and somebody was like, wait a second, hold on. That actually sounds pretty sick. I'm gonna start saying that. And then they do, and then it catches on, and then there you have it. So there's no doubt in my mind that that's what's gonna happen here. When that catches on, just remember, you heard it here first, folks. I'm gonna bomb going south. Yep. I'm gonna Baja Blast my way into the enemy's territory. Okay. Gallivant is actually probably gonna lead the resistance force. Yeah, look at this. From the northern side. Northeastern side. It's day 7. We're gonna wait one more day. I do need one more hero up there though. Here. It's gonna be Crag Hack. He's gonna have one fast Power Lich. Then tomorrow he's gonna set off south. You're good, you're good, you're good. We're gonna be way too far away from this area, but it's time to head south. Got plenty of movement points. Is it Baja or Baja? It's B-A-J-A, but it's pronounced B-A-H-A. I think it's Spanish? I don't really know. I'm not very good at linguistics. Baja Blast. I always thought that as a kid, I read words before I could speak them, and so I would sometimes see words, and I wouldn't know really what they meant. But I would try and say them. And so, Warcraft 3, Reign of Chahos. Yeah, totally thought it was Reign of Chahos. If you hear me mispronounce something, I would prefer to be corrected more than anything. I don't think it's a sign of lack of education or being silly to try and use words. I think that we all can recognize people that try to use words just to sound smart, but I do like trying to use the most appropriate word. And it really actually bothers me when I'm searching for a word and I come up with something that's close enough, but not quite there. It actually does bother me. So if I try to use a word and it doesn't quite fit, don't give up on me. Please help me achieve the greatest I can possibly have. And yeah, help me be the best I can be. Okay, here to go. And correct my language. Liches are never gonna get upgraded. Let's go over here to Crag Hack. It's actually gonna be Crota that goes through this lith. It's gonna be Sir Gallant that takes these forces here to here. I think that there's a possibility that this hero might be good enough to defeat Jacqueline. No, I don't want to let her to get away though. Jeez. Tell you what, it doesn't hurt my feelings. Even if I lose this fight, it doesn't hurt my feelings because time is of the essence. And if I win, I just eliminate this big issue for me. With 3 phoenixes, let's give it a try. Okay. But this way the enemy is not going to go into the bottom right corner and mess around with some of these other things that are pretty important to me. Let's go. Let's wait on the blind. They blind the phoenixes. Okay. Unicorns take some damage. Blind and retaliation. Let's Berserker here. 1 to 2. Okay. 1 more there. Oh, I got rid of the blind. Whoops, my bad. And dwarves are going to do some amount of damage here. No problems, no problems. I got 1 more Dispel. I will use it on the phoenixes when the time is right. As opposed to anything else, yeah. Gotta do the damage to the Crusaders where you can. Time might be, I'm gonna wait for the pikemen to go up. Maybe they line up for me. Perfect. And then I'm gonna Dispel here. I'm gonna attack here. Oh, perfect. So then the retaliation is half. Solid. And then we will try and kill 1 more. We can't kill 1 more. Let's just kill the champion. That means that the Phoenix gets to go first for sure. I do have a bless. Maybe a bless. What about stone skin? Okay. Ooh, ouch. Well, I deserve that. I'm just gonna run with the druids. Still gotta do damage to their biggest, most damaging stack. If I get a lucky blind here, rats, good try. 2 HP left on these Crusaders. And you gotta do damage where you can here, right? Okay, so we are gonna lose this fight, but it was well worth the effort anyway. I'm just going to, let's see. Yeah, no spell points left. We'll just do it like this. And I will hire 1 more hero just to cast Mocking Shout at the enemy as they drive by. Hello, Tundar. Oh, wow. Hi. Yeah, hi. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Oh, I got the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. But she doesn't have the wisdom. Yeah, that would be the funniest thing, though. We're just going to defend at this point, because now if they go in this direction, I got enough forces to actually set forth and stop my enemies. Tons of gold. Let's just do this. Send it. We will rise up from the swamp. Let's go, swamp peoples. Let's go, swamp people. 15 more minutes before I gotta go. Can we do it? Yes, we can. 6 phoenixes. You better be able to defeat this fight. It's gonna cost you all 6 phoenixes? Are you crazy? Are you insane? What? 2 attack, 5 defense? How am I gonna lose 6 phoenixes? Are you gonna let 400 peasants attack you twice or something stupid? Huh? 119? No, there's no way. How am I gonna lose 6 phoenixes? There's 1. I can do that again. What is going on here? There's no spells. 10 damage there. I'm just gonna kill 32 to 64 here, because then the sprite or the peasants have to come down. 1 more phoenix goes down. What is going on here? I'm so confused. Okay. Just kill archers. Huh. I don't know how we're supposed to lose this fight so badly. Did you cast a spell round 1? I'm going to assume that you don't have a spell. And if you do, please let me know. A dispel or a... Nothing? You have nothing? Okay, well, that makes this much easier actually. And break the blind. Oh, that's... Jeez, we lost 3 phoenixes to archers. Holy kittens. These guys are tough. We're gonna do one more blind just to make sure that the enemy doesn't run. There we go. 3 and 36. It's definitely worse, but we'll take it. Baja in Swedish is to shit. Oh, well, that's great. I should be very careful with the things that I say because clearly if there's another meaning, that's the meaning that we're all going to think of when cards are on the table, right? So yeah, I will consider that. I'm going to hire one more hero. I'm going to get rid of who? You? No. You? No. Sure, I'll get rid of you. I might even be able to get one lightning bolt off before we get out of this fight. Ooh, the kamikaze strategy is actually a strategy late game, since a lot of hireable heroes in town have expert wisdom. Then you can just send them in like bombs. You're actually 1 billion% correct. Yeah, I completely agree with you there, because that's right. Early game doesn't work as well. You kind of got to use your main hero in order to make that strategy work. But later on, yeah, it absolutely makes it just a little bit easier, doesn't it? Okay, we needed to get rid of a hero there just so we could do this. Castor. And then we're going to take everybody but the Phoenixes. So that way we can be fast first thing in the morning. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Blue hero, red hero. So blue's got like 2 heroes right now. I think the blue's out of castles. Yeah, I think blue's out of castles. Okay, let's bring up 3 Phoenixes from here. We need Mercury. Okay. And then Croto is still heading in for the support. Mother Superior is going to take her troops back. Sure, why not? And I think at this point, whatever I can kill is going to be useful. There's 1. 29 skeletons even. Nice. There's another one. 2 and 1. I think I'm just going to do like a chain lightning. I think I picked up a chain lightning somewhere. I'm going to do the 1 chain lightning, and then we're going to get out of this fight. Like this. 560. Okay, for 1 gargoyle. Cool. We'll take the expert pathfinding. Not going to be necessary at this point, but we'll take it anyway. There's still some strength left. Craghack is bringing the forces weight over because it's going to be Croto coming through the liths in just a second. Just in case the enemy tries to run, we're going to head them off that way. You're where you need to be. You're where you need to be. Okay. With Armageddon and other things, go Fix Fox, go. Yeah, go Fix Fox. Yeah. I believe in you, Fix Fox. Yeah, you got this. Yeah, six bone dragons and the phoenixes. Okay, so as we're looking at our strategy for this game, by the way, so what things went well? I'm not gonna lie. The game is a lot easier when you get 31 bone dragons to just join you. Something tells me that that was kind of instrumental in us doing very, very well. And then I immediately fumbled the bag, and then I failed, and I lost 31 bone dragons. But even so, I actually took out all of Red's major fighting force. So even though it wasn't ideal doing what I did, it still worked just well enough. And so there's no regrets there. It was still a worthwhile use of our time and energy and stuff. So, we lost a Sorceress Castle. But other than that, I think that there was a lot of good use in, I think you do want to go for the Sorceress Castles and get the Phoenixes. I think that we got some really nifty spells that absolutely made this fight worthwhile. Changed the game. The spells absolutely changed the game in this instance. And you got to use multiple heroes. I think that we've been running 8 heroes this entire game. Like truly, this entire game, I think we've been running 8 heroes. So I would highly recommend using as many heroes as you possibly can. But also keeping Gallant safe the entire time. It would have been absolute tragedy if at the very end he had put himself into a little bit of a tough spot. I just unplugged and replugged my microphone. If that's not better, let me know. With the delay. It's a good thing it's the end of the stream, so I got time to figure it out later. And slow? Oh no. I don't know what it is. I'm interested to find out what's going on. I'm looking forward to kind of getting the replay. It's really hard for me to fix technical issues midway through, so I'm gonna hope I can do that fairly quickly, but I don't know. I think I'm just gonna put the enemies out of their misery and call that a day. But yeah, I think that you definitely want to contest the sorceresses. Contest the sorceresses and steal their stuff. Show them who's boss. Uh-oh. Did I catch this guy or did he run away? I think I caught him. Yay! Yay! Leroy Jenkins. Alrighty. HM Brock, thanks for being here. Pleasure to have you. Sounds like network lag. Sorry for whatever the technical issues are, folks. I'll look into fixing that for the future. But this has been a really fun game. This has been a fun playthrough, and we finally did it. It is finally on record that we have beaten this scenario here, scenario 4 of the Voyage home campaign. Let's listen into the post-game.
The castle of my former Lord Elberon lies burning in the distance, and even though my in our cause, I will never forget the betrayed look in my liege's eyes when he saw me riding against him.
Cool. GG, we're going to use the Winimaru GG chat for today because that's a good one. Folks, this was done on 1.1.9. Good one. It was a ton of fun. Loved it. And we even made it in the right amount of time. So we are all good to go, and we will call this a day. So thank you very much. Let's see if we get a high score here. I kind of don't think we did. Rating of a Black Dragon, I guess that with this final scenario, we did end up getting this into some high score territory. So with that being said, thank you for the time. Thank you for the energy. If we're still in robot voice, then that's just one of the many services I provide is robot voice. So thank you to everybody that was here. Avatar Hero, HM Brock. We've had Bearded Man most of the time, not all the time. Tundar came back. Tons of wonderful, fantastic people. Roman, Fixhawk's wife, and so on and so forth. Tons of new follows. Appreciate all the people that were spending the time with the follows. We had Rick Ross, we had Sevora, we had Liquid Liquid Yeti come in for the raid. We had Theftonomics. We had Narfo3. We had Seljak Gypsus 02. Thank you for everybody for the time. I love Heroes. I love spending the time with you. And this was an absolute blast. So with that being said, I'm going to take on out of here and call it a day. So do me a favor, please, if you possibly can, and do the following. Okay. Look after you, look after your friends, look after your family, take very good care of yourself. I'm grateful for the time I get to spend with you. My name is FixFox. I'll see you around the next one. Take very good care until there. I'm out. Peace.